Po svetu se vse glasneje sliši sporočilo: krožno gospodarstvo je prihodnost. Ni več zgolj vizija okoljske odgovornosti. Postaja motor inovacij, močnejših in odpornejših dobavnih verig, orodje za zmanjševanje tveganj ter vir ustvarjanja nove ekonomske vrednosti. V tematskem sklopu bomo pogledali onkraj teorije. Raziskali bomo, kako podjetja lahko krožne pristope prevedajo v konkurenčno prednost ter kako lahko oblikovalci politik in zakonodajalci tlakujemo pot spremembam. Čakajo vas navdihujoče zgodbe, prelomni poslovni modeli in praktični primeri, ki dokazujejo, da lahko trajnost in poslovni uspeh hodita z roko v roki, ter skupaj ustvarjata prihodnost, v kateri zmagamo vsi. Predavanje se bo začelo čez 5 minut. Vabljeni, da se nam pridružite v dvorani.
Ali tudi vi kdaj kupite kakšno pijačo v plastenki? Najbrž, pa ne samo vi. V Evropi na letni ravni nastane za skoraj 16 milijonov ton odpadne plastične embalaže. Kaj pa se zgodi z vso to plastiko? Ta lahko postane odpadek in počasi razpada na odlagališčih ali pa je poslana v sežigalnico. V obeh primerih povzroča izpuste toplogrednih plinov. Uporabo plastike moramo zmanjšati. Če pa že uporabimo, to še ne pomeni, da mora ta postati odpadek.
V Sloveniji je moč najti številne praktične rešitve, ki zmanjšujejo izpuste toplogrednih plinov. Kako jim je uspelo?
V ljubljanskem podjetju Donor prepoznavajo odpadke kot koristni material. Stole, ki jih izdelujejo, so zasnovali na inovativen način, zasledujoč načela trajnostne proizvodnje.
Pri trajnostnem načinu proizvodnje obstajata dva načina. Prvi je, da uporabljamo odpadne materiale, ki jih seveda namesto novih uporabljamo v proizvodnji, in drugi način je, da uporabljamo naravne materiale, kot je les, ki je tudi absorbent CO2. Material, ki ga uporabljamo za proizvodnjo kolesa, je narejen iz odpadnih plastenk in netkadnega materiala kot odpadni produkt proizvodnje filca, seveda zraven pa les, ki je pa osnovni gradnik, ki obenem tudi absorbira CO2.
Tudi najboljši stol bo prej ali slej dosegel konec svoje življenjske dobe. Takrat je pomembno, da je zasnovan tako, da je enostavno omogočena ponovna uporaba in recikliranje vgrajenih materialov.
Že v procesu načrtovanja uporabljamo principe krožne ekonomije, se pravi, da izdelke, ki jih naredimo v sistemu odpadnega filca, so narejeni samo s pritiskom in temperaturo. Leseni del pa je narejen na način, da lahko vsak kos razstavimo in tudi ob morebitni poškodbi ali pa po življenjskem ciklusu lahko stol razstavimo in ga ponovno vrnemo v proizvodni proces, se pravi, da školjko lahko zmeljemo, ponovno sprešamo, les kot tak pa ponovno uporabimo kot gradnik za stol.
Zaradi vrhunskega ekodizajna so stoli podjetja Donor prejeli številne nagrade na področju oblikovanja izdelkov. Prepričali so z uporabo recikliranih odpadnih materialov, uporabo lesa lokalnega izvora in oblikovanjem izdelkov na način, ki omogoča ponovno uporabo. S tem so zmanjšali količino odpadkov, ki končajo na odlagališčih in v sežigalnicah, ter tako ustvarili prihranke energije in izpustov toplogrednih plinov.
Takšno pijačo popijemo v nekaj minutah in potem tale plastenka postane odpadek. Lahko pa recikliramo in spremenimo v lep in udoben sedež, ki bo trajal več kot 20 let. In potem jo, upajmo, čaka novo življenje v nekem čisto novem izdelku.
Krožno gospodarstvo kot konkurenčna prednost, odkrite, kako inovacije, politika in poslovni modeli ustvarjajo trajnostno rast in nove priložnosti. Predavanje se začne čez 1 minuto.
Tako, dobro jutro, dragi gostje. Lepo vas je videti v takem številu, danes je pa res še toliko bolj živahno. Dobrodošli na drugem dnevu konference o krožnem gospodarstvu. Tisti, ki boste potrebovali prevod v slovenščino, vas vabim, da vzamete slušalke spodaj v pritličju, namreč večino konference bo danes potekalo v angleškem jeziku. And it's lovely to see you again, dear ladies and gentlemen. How are you today? It was a nice evening yesterday. We had a good start. We really had a good start yesterday. Susanna, our star speaker yesterday, encouraged us to own less, to produce less, to slow down a little bit, although we had to speed things up at the end because we were very, very late. So that's why we have a lovely lady today, Lily. Lily's over there, now standing up and waving. So when Lily is waving, it means, well, she's not just saying hello or needs help. It means that you have 2 minutes to finish the debate and discussion. So because we have a lot of people joining today, a lot of panelists, a lot of guest speakers, and we really would love to be on time because there's a lot of things going on today. We have like 3 main halls. So this is the main hall. We have a conference room just next door and another conference room upstairs on the 2nd floor. So you are the one today who can choose what you want to do, what kind of topics you would like to listen to. So a lot of guests are coming. It's going to be really crowded. And that's why I really ask you to be on time because we have a lot of things to do. Yesterday we realized we are in times of transition. And a lot of things are coming up, a lot of policies, a lot of work still in the field of circular economy. And just to point out some happenings and actions outside this main hall. So today we really try to walk the talk, so no plastic, only ceramics, glass and wood is used in our conference. Food is organic, seasonal, mostly local. And even the sugar is swapped for syrup. And we are also tracking the conference's carbon footprint with a Planet Positive tool, so we'll finish not just smarter, but also greener. And don't forget to explore what's happening beyond this stage. Just outside, we have a fair in the lobby, a circular fair, buzzing with businesses, researchers, and innovators. So do explore during coffee break. And in the park, so just in front of this building, you'll find the e-transformer. It's a traveling awareness truck where you can explore electronics, recycling, gadgets, and some magical surprises. So do visit, do go outside during lunch break, for instance. And if your phone or toaster has given up on you, Repair Master Sinisha is with us today till 2 p.m. Why did I say toaster? Or maybe hairdryer travel size. So Sinisha is here and he can fix it or teach you how to fix gadgets. So we are surrounded by circular practices in action today. And let's start with a reality check and our first speaker. Where do we really stand? So we said it's times of transition. Our first keynote comes from the European Environment Agency. And every 5 years they publish a deep dive into the state of Europe's environment. And just last December, they released a sharp look at circular economy facts and figures. And spoiler alert, so Europe's circularity rate is still under 12%. And here to share the numbers and what they mean for our future is Daniel Montalvo. He's the head of Circular Economy, Finance and Indicators at the European Environment Agency. Daniel, welcome. And Lily, when she's waving, you know.
Hello. Thank you for inviting me, and I'm very glad that we have the opportunity to bring this content to you. I work in the European Environment Agency. As it was just mentioned, we are an organization of the EU that brings science closer to policy making and policy making closer to science. So we are about data and the interpretation of what it means. So this is what I'm bringing to you today. We are in a circular economy conference, and I thought that one thing that we can do at the beginning is to wonder why we are doing all of this, why a circular economy is important. I think many of these things you are familiar with, but it's good that we have together a reflection around it. And I wanted to make it a little bit personal for you. This is the trend of one material. We could have chosen anything and we would have a very similar trend. And I will put my family tree on top of this figure. This is the moment where my grandmother was born. I'm from Spain, and she was born in 1920, and her access to health care was really not very good. She told me once that until she was 15 years old, she was eating exactly the same thing every day, chickpeas. So she had a life that cannot be compared to the access to things, to the well-being, to the prosperity that we have access ourselves today. This is the moment where my father was born, and here is the moment where I confess my age to you. This is when I was born, and here you see my first child. I have 2 children, and my first child was born in 2011. As you can see, the trend is accelerating, and this is one of the concepts I wanted to bring to you. And if you go then and look at phenomena in the Earth systems, like climate change, and you have here the climate stripes, which is a representation of the average temperature in the world, you can see that things are happening. Nobody questions today climate change. But I think something that people are not so aware is this sense of acceleration. Things are not happening in the last 4 generations. They are actually happening in the last 2, or maybe in the last 1. And wherever you look, you can see that there is this proportional, this coupling between the prosperity that we are able to yield in our society and the parameters of the planet. This is called by scientists the great acceleration. And policy is trying to decouple these 2 things. It's trying to keep on generating additional well-being while this is not at the cost of straining the Earth systems. This is a figure from the International Resource Panel that you are, I'm sure, very familiar with. So this use of resources in an increasing quantity is responsible for most of the strain of the planetary crisis. And we live in a society that is changing all the time. Every 2 years, we have a new thing to look at. In the last few months, we've been very busy understanding how the security architecture of Europe will look like. We've been looking at issues like trade, which is fundamentally changed in the last few months. So we have to constantly add waves to this figure that you are familiar with. What we were also talking about yesterday was about this sense of the need to transition to a different system. And this talk will show you that this transition is happening very slowly. So we have to accelerate that change. And this is a very typical figure that you also see when you are talking about transition theory. Basically, we have to stop doing things in the way that we do them. That's the red arrow. And then we have to start doing more and more things that are more aligned with the new model. And normally, everybody believes that the difficult thing is to do the green thing, to have new ideas and scale them up. But actually, what science tells us is that the difficult thing is actually to travel through the red arrow. There are incumbents in our economy, in our society, that have a lot to lose. And therefore, there is no space for these green ideas unless policymakers team up with the actors in society to do this change. So scaling up is really important, but more important than that is the phasing out. And this basically leads to conflicts, and this is where public authorities have this ability to create the right enabling conditions for this acceleration of change. So in a way, what we can do from science to advise policymakers and society at large is to stop looking so much at the diagnosis, which I think is quite understood and probably shared, and move to give more hints about action. And I will put another example that I think is relatable to everybody. Imagine yourselves facing a wolf. Science will tell you a lot of things about the wolf. We can sequence the DNA of a wolf. We can understand how its anatomy looks like. We can know a lot of things about it. But what we really know when we are facing that situation in a hike in a forest is what to do. And this is what we are also trying from the European Environment Agency to give options, a menu of possibilities for policymakers to then act upon the issues that we identify. I'll go then quickly through the diagnosis from this facts and figures piece that was mentioned before. We have actually a website called the Circularity Metrics Lab where we put all this numeric information that we compile from different sources that tell story about the transition to a circular economy. You will see that individually some of the metrics that we have in this website could look anecdotal or not very strong. One thing that you will always face when you are a circular economy practitioner is that you don't have the best data in many of the aspects that you want to understand. But having many things around this transition together tells you the story that you want to understand. So that's a bit the idea of this Circularity Metrics Lab, which is experimenting with additional measures around the transition. One important issue that was discussed yesterday is this functioning of the secondary raw material markets. There are a few that are very solid and work, and we've identified a few years ago what are the success factors for these markets. In general, the biggest deal of this issue is this difference in prices between virgin materials and recyclates. You can see it even in what is a fairly healthy secondary raw material market of PET, where you have a consistent difference, and you also have interferences in this market due to trade issues. And this is the illness that you will see across the board. And the solution for this comes from a stronger single markets, because there is a huge fragmentation of the secondary raw material markets in the EU, and we have quite a big market to tap from. And this is something that yesterday was mentioned by the Director General Environment from the Commission as an area of action in the Circular Economy Act. Another big thing in circular economy is repair. And if you see the official figures of the repair sector, you see that there is no significant movement. There is stagnation in the sector. Labor cost in Europe is very high, and it's really difficult to have a credible, healthy ecosystem for repair in our territory. In the last mandate of the European Union, there was a lot of intervention that I think offers a lot of promise to change this picture. Another big aspect of the circular economy is that it's not only about recycling, it's not only about relooping, it's mainly about time. And we heard that yesterday from the keynote speaker. It's about slowing the cycle. And it's really a very difficult thing to find data for. Are we using things for longer? Are we using things more? It's really, really difficult. We've done a first attempt to look into it, and you can see hints that there is a mixed picture. There are some categories of products that we are indeed using more and using for longer, so both intensity and longevity are growing. But in many cases, this is really not happening, so we'll have to do more in this respect as well. We also spoke yesterday about the importance of looking at issues of specific concern. And in the last mandate, and I think this is something that continues in the current EU mandate, textiles were in the attention of both policymakers and society at large. And this is for several things. One of the things is that because there is a very prominent fast fashion market, there is a huge generation of waste, and because of the specifics of textile as a material, there is a very low chance that this can get recycled. There is a slightly higher chance that it gets reused in second-hand markets and so on, but this leads to a huge trade of this material when it becomes discarded by Europeans to very specific regions in the world. So this is one of the aspects that are being looked at in policy. And of course, and it never is a black and white issue, because this trade also brings prosperity, also brings value to certain parts of the world. It's not only a bad thing. So interventions here need to be very careful. Another thing that we are seeing is this increasing phenomenon of something that I consider quite ridiculous, which is that you produce a product, you place it in the market, and it never gets sold, it never gets used, and directly ends up in the waste management operations. This is something where the EU has also put its foot down and has prohibited this practice, or there is a pathway for that to happen. But what we can see is that even though there is not very solid data around this thing, we have numbers that range between 4 and 9%. This is a very strange business model, right? But I think there are also some positive signs. I think many companies today recognize that you can create value in your business proposition through environment and climate considerations in how you build the way you make money. This is something that today continues being true, and I think it will even increase in the future. The weakness of this phenomenon is whether we have the right mechanism to really distinguish who's doing the right thing and who's just saying something that sounds very good. So we'll have to improve the way we measure this. We also spoke yesterday about the citizens being behind the idea of a circular economy. This is a little bit old from last year, but in the Eurobarometer last year there were questions around this. And I think one important finding is that Europeans have some willingness to pay for products that are different. And we have today the representative of the Commission that leads the product policy. This is going to be a very important thing in the next few years. And we have to use this energy from citizens to embrace that policy that may bring, in some cases, more expensive products. And this complements a little bit that picture. So there is a high level of willingness to do several circular things in society. And you can, of course, look at the slides afterwards for more detail, let alone go to our website, the Circularity Metrics Lab. If we take a macro view of this diagnosis, and I will move to action very soon, we see this story of a stagnation. This is a positive story in one part, but a worrying story in another part. We've been able to tame additional environment degradation through what we call relative decoupling. So in a context where we continue to generate additional wealth, if you like it, additional GDP, we've been able to maintain all these parameters that are key for the circular economy at bay. They keep stagnant. A few years back, without intervention, these parameters would have been going up. So our material footprint as Europeans continues to be more or less stable. We continue generating a little bit more waste in absolute terms every year, but at a pace that is much slower than GDP. We've done huge efforts in investing in society to do more recycling. This is not trivial. It's a lot of money. It's industrial places. It's collection systems. So we continue making progress. And when it comes to the use of circular materials, we are also slowly growing. So as I say, this is slightly positive because it's relative decoupling, but it is not enough. If we really want to meet the goals that we will have to do a lot more and a lot faster. That's the macro view of the diagnosis. And I think this is also consensus in this room. All of you that work in circular economy will probably agree with that. But we have to really understand what to do, right? And what are the solutions? Our overall key messages as an organization, and this is really high level from a report about accelerating the circular economy that we published last year, is that a good circular economy is one that looks into these four things. On the one hand, we have to look at the totality of resource use. Having a 95% circular material use rate would not be enough if the totality of resource use is very high, because recycling has inherent environment externalities. You use energy, you produce pollution, you have losses. So it's not only about increasing recycling levels, it's about also addressing the amount of resource use that you need to run your economy. And for that to happen, the most important route is maximizing the utility of existing products, what I was mentioning before, using them for longer, but also using them with more intensity. And I think the paradigmatic example that is used everywhere is about cars being idle on the street, only moving 5% of their lifetime. There is a lot of efficiency in the way we relate to the products that we buy, that we use. The third point is about recycling, because circular economy is not only about recycling, but it's also about recycling. And I think here the important message is that we are still far away from the technical maximum recycling that we can achieve, maybe 70%. If you look at municipal waste recycling, we are at 44, 46%. We will have a new number very soon, next month, from Eurostat. So we can still look into having higher volumes. But the important thing is the quality of recycling now. So policymakers need to put the energy into achieving a higher quality of recycling, because most of this percentage that we manage to reloop into production lines, it goes into downcycling pathways. The value decreases. So this is where we need to put the energy, into higher volumes, but mostly higher quality applications. And we cannot do this alone. Europe, as we saw yesterday, is moving in the map to a different side of the map, mostly a corner of the map. We are seeing that as a geopolitical actor, we have limitations today that we didn't have 25 years ago. So a strong global governance with our trading partners, it's important so that we do this in a competitive way as well. The benefits of the circular economy, I really don't have to tell you. I'm sure that you are saying these things all the time as circular economy practitioners, but they are around many things. It's not only an environment and climate intervention, it's also an economic intervention towards prosperity, towards competitiveness. It is a vision of a high-quality economy. It is a vision of a high-innovation economy. It is a vision of a strategic autonomy. And all of this is important that we say it, because it's not only about environment, it's also about societal change, prosperity, and justice. And one important factor here is to remember, as we are doing already several times yesterday and today, that the circular economy intervention must not be just about material flows. It has to be about time, and it has to be about retaining value, because this is the only pathway to address this totality of waste that I was talking about before. And this is the graph that we normally use to illustrate that. You have to try and keep the value first as a product, if you can't as parts, and only then as materials. And you have to do that with a high quality intervention whenever you can. And we had a video just before that was illustrating that example with a factory making chairs that were trying to achieve exactly this circular economy pathway. But we have to then address something else, that production-oriented policies. This is where things get a bit tricky. And I think this is a very constructive way of looking at it. It comes from a report that I already mentioned before that we published last year. European Union interventions and also national interventions in the EU and elsewhere, they are mostly looking into technological changes and production-oriented limitations. They are looking into the production part of the sustainable production and consumption paradigm. But we have to go to consumption as well. And it was mentioned yesterday by someone representing the Slovenian government. So we have, of course, to improve, and we'll have to shift, but in certain parts of our economy, we'll have to reduce. I don't think an absolute paradigm of degrowth is constructive. It would not be followed by society at large. But I think the important narrative here is a narrative of growth, of quality. So the quality of growth is what we have to focus on, which will mean that certain parts of the economy may have to degrow so that they give a space to these high-quality parts of the economy that needs to grow and give additional value and wealth for citizens. We have a strong framework for circular economy in Europe, probably one of the best in the world. In 2015, this paradigm was being built intellectually. There was a first action plan from the European Union, another one in 2020, but then countries are following, and we can see that more and more the narrative of policies in countries in the EU are being built around a high-quality, deep change, circular economy approach. Also, capital flows are starting to redirect, and I think this is a big opportunity, and I understand that this is a terrain where people have very big emotions today with the omnibus around sustainable finance. The important thing here is that money goes to the right causes, and how we get there is something that, of course, is an important factor. What we can see is that it's happening in many areas of capital flow markets. So this is, for instance, an example of the European Investment Bank, but we are also going to publish very soon, and we are working together with the European Commission on that specific piece on how capital markets are redirecting for circular economy and what's the gap between what we need and what we are having. This is one of the big promises of the next few years, product policy, and we will hear directly from our colleague in the European Commission about this. Product policy was completely revamped in the recent years, and now is the moment for implementation, and there is quite a lot of energy to do this in a meaningful way. And we will see this graph skyrocketing, I'm sure, very soon. It's already in a good pathway, if you see. We also talked about access to things rather than owning of things. This is one of these big theoretical promises of the circular economy. And I can tell you that data that we have, another very difficult thing to measure, is telling us that this remains niche. It's a very difficult thing to scale up. And also the levers, the behavior of people around this type of business models is so different that probably policy around it needs to change. For instance, the moral hazard of using a product in a lease model is much higher than the moral hazard that if you own it. Do we have the right insurance law to tackle this? So there are many things that will need to change. It's not only that business models are not bright or not good, it's also acceptance and policy giving the right enablers for that to happen. This really can make a difference. So I'll be really looking into the ideas that are being shared in this day about this type of intervention. Sometimes we'll have to do harsher measures. We'll have to limit certain things. And this looks very difficult for policymakers, but it is happening already. And one of the aspects where I think there will be more action is in single use. Rather than just single-use plastics, we'll probably have to address single use in a more consistent way, more broadly. And this is an example of many countries in the world that are also recognizing the need of making this type of interventions. And these interventions make a difference. You can see that initial data, and this is coming mostly from the JRC rather than our own organization, are already identifying that the underlying problem that led to the approval of the Single-Use Plastics Directive is already showing some signs, positive signs. Another aspect that is very important in this policy is the access to critical materials. And I won't have much time to dwell into this. But I think there is a consensus view that this is something that is not going very well. Actually, data tells us that it's going better than we think. First of all, there is quite a lot of strategic action, both at European and at national level, that is triggering more access, either directly into our territory or through European listed companies that have access to these materials, and they have action on the ground wherever they are. But the circular economy is also a proposition to address these issues. And here is where I think the signs are a little bit more mixed, because for many critical materials you will have a huge difficulty to get to them because they are in small traces in many products, or technology for the recycling is not very good at this point. There are big losses, or they are very polluting techniques, or they need a lot of energy. So here is where policymakers may have to be a little bit more patient and give quite a lot of funding to research and innovation so that we overcome these limitations. And I think policy making is a craft. It's really not a job. It's more than that, because you are in charge of change, and you have to ensure that people are behind you. And people generally, at least this is the case for me, we are resistant to change. We fail to understand change. We say that we embrace it, but very often, very soon, we have doubts, right? And I think the Green Agenda has seen quite a lot of that within Europe, but also outside our borders, generating sometimes additional strain for policymakers. So we have to implement a policy that wants to change systemically the way our economy is built, and we have to do it with people. And this is where the just transition pillar becomes so important. Wrapping up, these are the things that we understand science stands for, and we are bringing to our colleagues in Brussels. So things that are important for this policy to succeed, to accelerate, are here on this slide. One thing, we need targets, because targets structure policy. If you see the example of climate, they have an easy to understand target, and then policies that are fit for that target, that give a sense of direction. We have a lot of targets for waste, not so much for material use. We need targets. And I understand that this is a tricky issue because of the complexity of this compared to climate change, which is a complicated thing, but it has one color. We need nuance. We need specific value chain strategies that address the particularities of each value chain. We have such complex society, such complex industrial systems, such internationalized value chains that we need that. As I was also arguing before, we need more recycling, but we need it of higher quality. That's also an important factor, and we have also dedicated research on that in the European Environment Agency. We need better products, and we have the tool for that. Let's implement it boldly. We need the right economics. We saw it in the secondary raw material markets. Draghi was arguing that internal fragmentation of the single market, and he was only talking about the single market of goods, is equivalent to 45% tariffs. And we are already quite disturbed by tariffs from the US that are much lower than that number. So we need the right economics there to have a single market for goods, for services, and for capital as well. It's the moment to also address demand. We cannot just fix it with technology. And we need global leadership so that we have our trading partners with us. Because science stays the same. This is about climate, but we could look into any dimension of the Earth system that is under strain, like biodiversity, for instance, and science hasn't changed in the last year. But we need to acknowledge that geopolitics have shifted, and we need a policy that resonates with the priorities of our time. We need to do that. Otherwise, we'll fail to convince society, a society in the Western world that is strained by the demise of the middle class. This is the elephant graph that many of you, I'm sure, know, that is one of the main triggers about polarization, and we heard about that yesterday as well. But also, we need to understand how we deal with certain dynamics in the world stage. And we have Trump here, but we could also have Putin, or we could also have China. There are many things that are challenging our values and our way of living that we need to understand how to deal with in a constructive way. If I want you to remember 3 things, these are the 3 things that I want you to go home and tell your partner, your family. We no longer can approach policy just as incremental changes based on technology. If we do that, we'll continue in the relative decoupling status, we'll continue stagnating, but will not accelerate sufficiently. To do that, solutions imply a total rethinking of how you make money if you are a business, how you spend money if you are a citizen, but also how you write policy if you are a policymaker. And I was making before an example around the transition from product to service. And the third, any ecological transition, and the circular economy transition is one of them, will only happen if we keep the citizens with us. And for that to happen, we need it to be just within our territory, but also at global scale. And with that, I say thank you, and if you want to talk to me, you can find me there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you so much for summarizing a little bit the things that we heard yesterday as well, giving us some new statistics and some potential next steps. And I think it's a wonderful introduction for our next speaker, because now we are welcoming a voice of strategy and leadership. He's an executive chair of the Cambridge Institute for Sustainability Leadership Europe, and one of Europe's most respected sustainability thinkers. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Martin Potter. Martin, please.
Many thanks, Moisha, for that very kind introduction, and indeed Daniel for the perfect scene setter, I think, for what I will be talking about. And good morning, everybody. Ladies, gentlemen, distinguished guests. It's a pleasure for me to be with you here today. Many thanks to the organizers for inviting me. And I hope I can build on what you've just heard and very specifically give some new ideas and new thinking on one of the areas which is at the heart of what we're looking at in respect of the circular economy, namely the linkage to the agenda of competitiveness, which we're all confronted with. We have heard a lot about in the last day or two, indeed the last year at least. It's been right at the top of the European agenda. And listening to what we heard yesterday, whether we reference Gramsci or Fukuyama, I think we are clearly in a liminal moment. We've heard all of these terms yesterday. We're in a transition, an interregnum between an old world which is dying, and indeed has almost died, and a new one which has yet to be born. And exactly as Daniel said, this is the moment that we see conflict and difficulty. And that moment is loaded with either threat or opportunity, or both. I'm an optimist, and I choose to try and see where the opportunities can be found in this. And I think in this type of discussion, the circular economy is one of those areas. So looking out at all of you, those I can see at the front at least, I'm very conscious that there are many renowned, respected experts, practitioners, advocates for the circular economy. And it's wonderful to see a room packed full like this, demonstrating that interest, that commitment, that enthusiasm actually for this agenda. So congratulations again to the organizers for bringing us all together. And indeed, as we've just heard, and I'm sure as many of you know, the importance of this agenda needs virtually no other comment from me at all. It's also, I must say, a little humbling to be in front of all of you, given that expertise. But what I hope to do in the next 25 minutes or so is both to give you some further confirmation of what you are doing and why it is right to do that, but also give you a bit of food for thought and some new ideas, hopefully, particularly with how to address this question of the linkage between competitiveness, which is so much at the forefront of our public debate at the moment, and the role of the circular economy in that, and how each of us individually, through the companies we work with, or collectively as a policymaker or in our local communities, can do more to hopefully make that change. So I'm going to use my 25 minutes and break it into hopefully 4 similar-sized chunks, and recap in the first instance a little bit of what we've heard already, a little bit about the policy context we're facing in Europe, both with regard to competitiveness as well as sustainability, and also highlight the main arguments that are probably familiar to all of you with regards to why circular economy action can be a competitive advantage. And examples abound. Some of them I will be able to draw on from Slovenia itself as well, of course. But building on this idea that we are in a transition challenges us also to think differently. And I'm going to offer an idea as to how we think about competitiveness could help with respect to that wider challenge, everything that Daniel just spoke about, and what that means for how we analyze, measure, and assess our performance in competitiveness differently so that it enables everything we're trying to do with respect to this wider transition. I describe this as competitive sustainability, and I will distinguish that from sustainable competitiveness, as you'll see from reference to the CISL, the University of Cambridge Institute for Sustainability Leadership Index on Competitive Sustainability, which we published a second edition of at the end of last year. And I will point out how there's a different logic in that to that which, for example, Mario Draghi's report followed. Any criticism of Mario Draghi comes with a weighty responsibility. He's not called Super Mario for nothing, of course. And it feels a bit daunting. But even he may not be perfect. And his report not only omitted a little focus, for example, on this country and this region in his overall view, but it also comes from a fairly orthodox economic perspective. I would say a linear economic perspective as well in particular. So whilst many of the conclusions he draws are absolutely right and radical and bold, particularly with respect to European-wide action and collaboration, there are some that are omitted unless you take an alternative perspective. And this is what I hope I will be able to show you, that we can go beyond Draghi and actually be even more radical and bold in our thinking if we're going to address these problems. That's particularly true of our use of and production and use of resources, and in particular indicates how greater circularity can be prioritized to become the heart of a new competitive advantage for Europe and part of that new agenda. And in particular, I will focus on how in setting targets, I think Daniel put this very well, particularly for material footprint, could drive a lot of that focus on where our true competitive advantage can lead in a world that, as we know, is going through great change. That requires us to count the right things, assess the right things, and to do so differently. But if we do that, I think it will greatly strengthen the case for the circular economy from a competitive perspective, in addition to all of the other ways that we know it makes sense. So very briefly, I will skip over this, I think, very quickly, because we know this very well. But let me reiterate a couple of things from the outset. The first is that we are in a new era, not just for the reasons that we know with regards to the US, but clearly compared to 5 years ago, 6 years ago, when the European Commission had the European Green Deal at the center of its agenda, we are now in a world where the European Union is focusing on security, resilience, and of course competitiveness as part of that. And that means we have to address circular economy in that context as well. And the challenge to all of us is to make sure we are addressing it and making it part of the competitiveness agenda rather than it being seen somehow in conflict. And we know where it can go with regards to climate change, biodiversity loss, and other things, if action on these things somehow is portrayed as anti-competitive as opposed to pro-competitive. The Draghi report I've mentioned clearly frames much of the EU response, and And indeed, yesterday's State of the Union report by, or statement by Ursula von der Leyen underlined how this is the centerpiece of the EU agenda, in addition to confronting, obviously, the Russian aggression and invasion of Ukraine, all the security issues that go with that. And actually, again, as Daniel and Susanna said, we're in a fundamentally new era of political economy and geopolitics. Certainly from 40 years ago, and probably 70 years ago, we are in a new world, and our policy and our strategy has to reflect that. But the result is, as part of the new agenda, we do have a competitiveness compass from the European Commission, and we have a clean industrial deal. And the good news is that the circular economy is part of that in a substantial way. We've heard much of the detail of that already, actually. And it is there because it is seen as a competitive agenda. It is part of that. So all of these issues, and I know we've got a number of people talking later about the follow-up on all of these, is crucial to do more on. And the Circular Economy Act, which could bring much of this together, as well as all of the implementation of what's already on the table, is clearly a major opportunity for everyone in this room to really drive this agenda. Is it ambitious enough? Can we do more? How can we do more? That is what I will try and address through my other comments now. So let me just quickly go through why we know already that even using orthodox linear economics, the circular economy can be a competitive advantage. We all know it's got a huge set of environmental benefits and social benefits, and increasingly can be seen as a way of enhancing our security. The reliance that we have on overseas unreliable suppliers of materials of all sorts, if we can reduce that, clearly is going to be a benefit if we reduce that. But the four areas I list here are all areas that, for example, the think tank in Brussels called Bruegel highlighted only a few months ago as obvious areas that we can benefit from or already are benefiting from in terms of competitiveness. The growth potential in remanufacturing alone, which you can see here in the short term, is huge. And there are great examples of leadership in all of these areas that you see here, including in Slovenia. We heard yesterday reference to Aquafil, which is clearly one of the companies making a competitive advantage out of this. And indeed, thanks to CER and Anna's work on this topic, I can point to a number of other companies in Slovenia who are making benefit of this agenda. Aluminium producer Talum, food producer Petruna Tuj, hope I've pronounced that correctly, and I could go on. So this is an agenda that is already delivering in Slovenia very clearly. One thing I think is important to recognize, though, this is still early stage. The point that Daniel made at the beginning when he was being introduced is our economy is still overwhelmingly linear. I think 12% circular, that means 88% linear, including here in Slovenia, of course. We have a huge way to go. We are well positioned in Europe on this basis at the outset. But one thing I would draw attention to is the study that the European Research Area did a couple of years ago of the areas in which the EU is leading in research, innovation, and early stage investment into circular economy technologies. We are at the same stage as we were with solar panel PV manufacturing 20, 25 years ago. And we know where we have ended up now with solar panel PV manufacturing. So unless we are able to support through public policy and the right frameworks the development of those early industrial pioneers, we will not reap the benefits of this as we might do. And we will be the receivers of the technology and that investment and that leadership from other countries. So I think that now is absolutely the moment to seize this agenda from a competitive perspective. So let me turn now to Einstein's famous observation that you can never solve a problem using the same thinking that created it, which seems very apposite in the context, obviously, of the challenge that we're facing today. How do we reframe circularity in the context of competitiveness and indeed the transition to sustainability and a sustainable economy? One of the ways in which we have to do that is to rethink, as again Daniel was saying, the way the economy works more broadly. We make the problem bigger rather than just making it smaller. And we need the right facts, the right figures, the right evidence to make that case. So how can we begin to do that? Competitiveness. I'll give you a 2-minute sort of sketch of the challenge of thinking about competitiveness, which is understood, defined, and measured differently depending on whether you are thinking about it as a company, a sector, or as a whole economy. With the expert community that works on these issues, and has been for many years, it's long been understood, for example, that cost and efficiency are only 2 factors that enable it. Technical quality, brand, proximity to market, and being part of a complex industrial ecosystem are all competitive factors that are very, very relevant. And indeed, with the growing understanding that rules for a market economy need to reflect social and environmental performance standards, meeting and exceeding those expected by consumers or governments have also become a factor of competitive advantage. We know this, and indeed regulation is neither good nor bad, it's how well it's designed. It's not per se bad for competition, it could be good. But what is absolutely clear is a key enabling factor is innovation capability, and our ability to stimulate that, particularly in the context of a transition actually, is how a company or a value chain or an economy will become more competitive. That is the driving feature. But all of the analyses that we tend to refer to do not put this into practice. Draghi's report, just by way of example, focuses in particular his criticism of the EU losing competitiveness because of a technology failure, essentially, and lower productivity for the economy as a result of underinvestment and underachievement in technology. All of which is premised on the idea that labor productivity is the key metric that should define how competitive the overall economy is. But what that means is that we put all the attention on labor productivity when we're considering competitiveness, and very little on what we know to be important, resource productivity, which is where the material footprint piece that Daniel mentioned becomes so important. So when you hear about references to sustainable competitiveness, whether deliberate or unintended, the likelihood is that that is often thinking about the competitiveness discussion in that context, rather than, I would say, thinking about it as part of the transition to a sustainable economy, where we need to feature other considerations as well. So we need a way of defining, measuring, and then assessing performance that integrates those issues from the outset, treats circular economy as integral to our economic thinking, rather than as an add-on after we have done all of that other work. That is a paradigm shift, but we are beginning it. We're at the stage where there is conflict and discussion about it. But we're already starting, and we can anticipate more on this. So quickly on to what we're already doing on this. At Cambridge CISL, we've already started to think about what that definition could be, and indeed undertaken work to set out what an agenda for competitive sustainability could mean, and developed an index which seeks to try to put into practice what I've mentioned about all of those factors of competitiveness being assessed and counted, and then added up to give a performance assessment for economies, for value chains, ultimately for companies too. And we've had this now assessed by the European Commission's JRC, technically, statistically very robust. It's best in class, essentially, because nobody else has yet tried to make that link between competitiveness and sustainability in this way. We're a forerunner, if you want, of what I think will become much more prevalent. But we need this to be taken up and used more widely if we're going to succeed in making a success of the circular economy. Very briefly, because I'm not going to go into the full report, but this was the compass that we developed to try and make sense of this competitiveness question ourselves. And you will see, without looking at all of the detail here, that this set of indicators includes environment ones which are limited by the planetary boundary conditions we know are relevant, one of which is circular economy. It's in from the outset as a key component of what will constitute competitiveness. And it also integrates all of the other thinking, which many of you will be following as well, I suspect, on the role of social and governance issues as drivers of attractive investment into the European Union or any other economy. It's an ESG approach to competitiveness, in a sense. And we are able, as a result, to measure performance across the EU and other countries using this tool. What's interesting is it gives a slightly different picture to the one that Draghi would have presented, some of which is more positive, even if many of his conclusions, as I say, remain extremely valid from a European perspective. Very briefly, and I won't go into the detail here, this is the sort of picture you get. I will draw attention to just a couple of things here. Firstly, Slovenia is in the leading group. So well done. You're at the bottom end of the leading group, but nonetheless, that's a good sign relative to other European countries. And you can see the overall picture, but then each of these dimensions, economic, social, environmental, governance, broken down. And there's a rich picture here that emerges of competitiveness across the EU as a result. We also, I hope, we also did that for value chains, which are the key ones for the circular economy, and can build up a similar picture across the EU for these as well. Importantly, these use data on GDP, but adjusted using the European Union's taxonomy, which will therefore calculate the relevant GDP that is contributing towards climate circularity and so on and so forth. So we get a different picture. But very importantly, we've now started to look at this internationally. And whilst we don't have data, sadly, across all of these indicators comprehensively internationally, we can, across a number, look at our performance relative to China, the US, and others. And here the interesting picture is, in many of these areas, the leading European country is the global leader. We are at the forefront of this global transition. But we're also at the bottom of it in many of those other areas as well. So we have the laggards too. The difference between best and worst performance in the EU is very pronounced. If we can close that gap, we are making very significant progress towards a global leadership position. And that is what gives me confidence that we have the beginnings of a model in Europe which can be both beneficial internally to the European Union, but also lead the world in a transition that we know has to happen, but we can do it competitively, because we already integrate environmental, social, and governance features into our model, and we can, with the right numbers, calculate what that means for competitiveness better as a consequence. So, just briefly now turning to why that is so important from a resource productivity perspective. You've seen some of this already from Daniel. We know that the linkage needs to be broken. And I think Daniel indicated that we've kept things at the moment at the approximate level in Europe of 14 or 15 tons per capita of material use on an annual basis. What we now have from the IRP and from countries who are looking at this is the knowledge that by about 2050, so 25 years from now, that figure should be at 5 tons per capita if we are to be sustainable. Now, that's a dramatic change from the sort of figures that we saw, but that can be understood as what we need to do were a Paris Agreement for resources in place, and the EU could agree already, some countries have already started to put these targets in place, that this would drive the economic valuation of resources and materials much greater than all of the individual measures that we are working on at the moment. We have to make the problem bigger in order to solve it. But this can be presented, if this logic is followed, as a pro-competitive target. It should not be presented exclusively or narrowly as an environmental target. This logic suggests that because we are able already to be at the forefront of this in Europe, and because we are already performing relatively well internationally, this could drive much greater efficiency and productivity of resources in Europe at the leading edge of a global equivalent transition, if we are able to do that smartly at the right time. So the agenda from an EU perspective is exactly that. Can we set those targets? Can we then extend those targets internationally and use that as a way of defining a new model of competitiveness that is part of sustainable development. Resource productivity, again, as the IRP, and indeed, I should say, Janusz Potocznik's work on this, your compatriot, is absolutely wonderful. The case that resource consumption and material footprint is the leading indicator to push down on if we are also to solve the biodiversity and the climate problems is well made. And I think Daniel also made that point very clearly. This indicator is the one that can take us towards sustainability more than any of the others, because if we solve one of the others, the problem is it can end up with a displacement effect. The resource consumption indicator is the key, not just to competitive advantage, but to solving those other problems as a whole. So we have evidence from the latest edition of the Competitive Sustainability Index, which again finds the EU, relatively speaking, is doing better in this area than other countries. We have a leading position, but we need to do much better. And indeed, I would say as well, that we have thought leaders, and I mentioned one here, and I think Chris is probably in the room. There he is, right at the back. We have people thinking about how to have a much more radical, transformational agenda using the circular economy logic and a 1.5 degree climate target as the basis for that. I think, again, Daniel mentioned, moving from a waste framework directive, which may be very important, and a single market for secondary raw materials as a result, to a resource management directive and approach. That type of radical thinking is what will really make the step change to move away from minor incremental decoupling to a transformational approach to the way we think about and run the economy. So, with that, let me conclude with just a couple of other thoughts. This was the set of conclusions that the publication of the Competitive Sustainability Index we came to at the end of last year, just after the beginning of this new Commission and European agenda was agreed. And you can see here, number one of these is let's make sure we are developing the right statistics, figures, and evidence that suits this type of framework, rather than remaining in a linear but also unsustainable model of economic development. We have to count the right numbers in order to come to the right conclusions. That is a very, very important, if technical and boring point. But increasingly as well, you will see the need for this to be effective. I mentioned the solar panel example. We need a very deliberate European approach to industrial strategy, linking trade, investment, innovation, standards on environmental, climate, resource use, and so on. Industrial strategy is back. Like it or not, it's back, and we have to be good at doing that at European level. But crucially, circular economy, and this was, as I said, written 9 months ago. Circular economy is absolutely at the heart of this transformation, and being able to do that in partnership with other countries in a world where sadly, the global consensus is fragmenting. Partnerships, multilateral relations between the EU and like-minded countries is the key to success here. And lastly, the agenda for all of us as businesses, thought leaders, academics, policymakers, is an agenda that means all of us act to advance systemic change together. We can't only act on small, incremental, narrow agendas here. This is my last slide, and I will be finished in 30 seconds. An agenda that at CRSL we now have developed, going well beyond the circular economy, but looking at all the things that as a community, those interested and engaged in the challenge of the transition to a sustainable model of development can and should do together. It was born to some extent out of the frustration that, as we heard yesterday, the ESG model seems to have led some people to think it's just about compliance and reporting rather than about innovation and strategy. But what it really drives towards is a change of mindset that says if we act together in partnership with urgency and commitment and passion, we can and must change the system that we're working in, not just the bits and parts of the system which cause us the problem. So my hope is that this type of agenda you can now take away for the other discussions that we have. We situate the circular economy in the wider economic challenge we have, and we make sure that when we're talking about competitiveness, ideally we reflect the ideas of competitive sustainability rather than talking about sustainable competitiveness, which risks repeating a linear outdated, failed view of how the economy works and staying with the same problems that we've got for too long. So with that, I will conclude. I know I've gone over my time. Apologies for that. I will be punished later, I guess. And I wish you all a very fruitful, enjoyable, successful hotspot for the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you, Martin. Thank you so much. So systemic change and as well a lot of innovation in small businesses. These are exactly the topics that we are covering today as well. So now we're breaking down the program into parallel sessions, which will take place here in this venue, in the room next door, and upstairs in another conference hall. So you can choose who you want to listen to, who you want to meet. We're preparing here a set for the next session in the main hall, which will be moderated by Nina Meglic. It's going to be about innovation. But here are the other topics. So inspiring circular innovations here in the main hall, or if you would like to go next door and participate in a debate about circularity for competitive advantage, or upstairs in the conference room, working with policymakers to understand and overcome barriers to commercialization and outperformance. So it's you to choose what topic is best for you, and I will meet you again at 11:30 outside for coffee break. I checked as well, Sinisha is here in a truck just in front of the building, so do visit, not just him, but the whole feature they are showing. He can repair old appliances, a very funny guy. So definitely somebody for you to meet. And 11:30 coffee break. So enjoy this morning. Thank you.
So, welcome everyone. This is the panel about circular innovation. I feel the room will be a little bit, let's say, chaotic because of the people coming in and out, but I think that shouldn't be a problem. Hopefully, and I'm sure that the panelists here will convince you to stay till the end. My name is Nina Meglic. I am working for a startup company, Recatalyst, located in Ljubljana, Slovenia. I am employed there as project coordinator. But I need to say that in my previous role, I was the one with the team of the ministry and another NGO from Slovenia that pitched Circular Economy Hotspot Slovenia in 2023. And successfully we are here today. So I'm very happy to see all these people coming to Slovenia, and also the Slovenians, of course, to be gathered and to discuss the future of circularity. And I feel this will be also quite a futuristic panel today because, well, we have certain circular innovation going on already. However, there is still a lot to do in this field. Therefore, I welcome with me today dear panelists, Professor Fiona Charmley, Professor of Circular Innovation and Co-Director of Exeter Center for Circular Economy. Welcome. Then Dr. Martin Kavšček, Head of Business Development from ACS Bio, a company from Slovenia. Welcome. Professor David Greenfield, Vice President of Circular Economy Institute, a founder and co-founder of several companies and ventures. I don't dare to tell you the whole list. And also a member of the UK government Circular Economy Task Force and visiting professor at the University of Brighton. Last but not least, I'm very happy that we have here today also Ms. Sarah Walton, Net Zero and Circularity Sector Lead for the British Standards Institute. I hope, especially for the foreign visitors, you have a good stay until now in Ljubljana. But let's start maybe with the discussion so that we also have time for the short Q&A at the end and to hear all about circular innovation. So I will start maybe with Professor Fiona. my first question is, what's one circular innovation or approach that you've seen or followed in the last year, or maybe even co-designed in any sector, which you believe that could be a real game changer for the future?
Thank you, and thank you so much for inviting me here. It's been a fantastic day so far. So there's lots of circular innovations that I come across as part of my role. One of the things that we're focusing on at the moment, and was brought up yesterday, is the role that digital technology can have as an enabler of circular economy at various scales, whether it's at the material, product, business model, or even kind of wider system scale. So we're seeing advances in things like digital product passports, for example, the likes of Tesla and Audi, who are using DPPs to track the critical components and materials within their vehicles, electric vehicle batteries, for example, to make sure that the value of those components is retained within the system. We're seeing AI being used fantastically to identify new materials, particularly biomaterials, and the recipes for those materials, which is making that identification much easier for material designers. And we're also seeing AI being used for sorting waste, for example, really innovatively. One of the things that I wanted to highlight was that even though digital can definitely provide a solution, it obviously comes with a huge resource bill. We're seeing an increase in resources, energy, but also water and material resources. So one of the things that we're doing to innovate is to try and embed the principles of circularity within the design of new technologies, which actually is not being done widely enough. So if you take things like renewable energy technologies, solar panels, for example, at the moment, we have these huge targets across multiple governments and countries to increase our rate of manufacture of solar PV panels, but at the moment they're not being designed to be disassemblable, recyclable. We don't have the infrastructure. So one of the things that we're doing at Exeter is we lead a network on digital innovation and circular economy that not only looks at how digital can be an enabler to upscale circular innovation, but also how we can get to those sectors such as semiconductor manufacturers and renewable energy technologies so that we can embed circularity from the start. And I'd love to see that more widespread.
Thank you. So if I sum up, let's say, your question, you would say that the real game changer is actually to apply circular by design to all innovation.
Yes.
That would be a real breakthrough, right? Okay. Maybe some experiences also from your side based on the companies that you founded and also the ones that you've worked with.
Yeah, no, thank you. And again, thank you for the advice and good morning, everybody. Slovenia is lovely. Let's go with that. It's even nicer now. It's sunny. Yesterday was a bit wet. Yeah, as you say, I've founded or am involved in multiple startups in the circular economy space. And I'm going to pick two for two different reasons. One of the innovations that we don't talk a huge amount about is biomaterials and the use of nature as a circular solution. So one of the companies I'm a non-exec director of is using mycelium, which is the root structure of mushrooms, to grow housing insulation, which currently most housing insulation is made from plastics and gets incinerated at end of life, if it ever gets to end of life. They're now creating very advanced biomaterials that can replicate and advance insulation, which is giving the same level of thermal solution for the property. It's completely compostable end of life and is actually carbon positive. These are the sorts of innovations that start to move circularity from just a nice to talk about innovation to something that has to actually have change. However, the big challenge for all of these innovations is scaling. And this is one of our major hurdles. Taking a really brilliant concept from lab-based to industrial manufacturing is a 10 or 15-year journey. So we have to be patient. Patience was used yesterday. we run a investment studio, so we invest in circular economy startups. And the funding that's needed for a circular economy investment is very much patient capital. It can't be quick capital. So that's the first example. The second example I'm going to give you is how we can do things relatively quickly and easily, but with a very social conscious. So one of my other companies, we collect end-of-life tech. Nothing new there. We data raise it. Nothing new there. We refurbish it. Nothing new there. What we then do is try and get some of those devices to people that are digitally excluded, and then work out what the social benefit of that interaction between somebody that's currently digitally excluded and bringing them back into society. And I'll give you a really, really short story. We had a repair shop on the high street in our town in Brighton. We had a couple of homeless guys living outside. We gave one of them a laptop. 6 months later, on the day we shut down the shop, he came in and said, "Thank you, you're not going to see me again." I said, "Well, we're closing." He said, "Oh, no, you won't see me again because your laptop enabled me to get in touch with my daughter. She helped me write a CV. That CV got me a job. That job got me off the streets and into housing, and I'm now paying tax." And that's such a lovely story. But I'm also a data nerd. We worked out that was £27,365 worth of social value to society. And that's where circular economy is very much about. It's not just the practical, how can we get somebody out of digital exclusion? We need the data to demonstrate the benefit of that.
Yeah, very nice stories and very good thoughts also for my next question. An expert also on biotech, biomaterials and scale up. So a good follow-up. Martin, and I hope it's okay I call you Martin because we know each other for a very long time. What helps breakthrough innovation in circularity actually scale and create real-world impact? What are your experiences personally or as a company in which you work? And of course also, what is the main obstacle in scale-up?
Yeah, thanks for the question. Well, I would say that I would really echo what you said before regarding the business models and being patient. This is something that we've seen as really crucial in bringing the circular innovation to the market because there have been ways of deploying the capital for really great ideas that actually worked in the end, but the business model behind it was not sustainable for such a innovation. So I would say this is one of the big problems, and the breakthroughs that we are seeing now are specific, let's say, funds and mixed financing that are helping to bridge this gap there. The second thing I would say, maybe more from the technological point of view, is really going into all stages and all the stakeholders very early on to map what is actually possible to scale. So, for example, in our company, we had that exercise, let's say, that was that we wouldn't do it the same way that we did it before. So it was about side streams from milk industry, where we were thinking about the actual process, how to turn waste whey into vitamin for feed industry. A really nice circular concept of the technology. So you take whey that comes from the milk industry, then you transform it into natural vitamin that is a feed additive that helps in the production of in the growing of the cows, and then it goes back. So a really nice circular story, but of course you need economies of scale to bring it on the market, and only later we realized that the market is very fragmented, especially in Europe, so it was really hard to then move on further. So if we would go from the and talk to actually waste stream or side stream companies, we would know that much earlier, and that would help us a lot. So I think this is really, and the third thing would be with the new things, especially in biotechnology. I think there is a lot of issues on the regulatory side. You were mentioning, right, the mycelium for building, right? So how to implement that and how to basically discuss with the authorities already during the product development, because we have that many times also that, you know, they don't know. So then, you know, you kind of not think about that problem until you are at the stage. But it would be really beneficial that, you know, we would have somebody at different levels to talk to and then discuss and say, okay, that's how we're going to do it.
So would you say that the real game changer in circular economy is actually circular bioeconomy?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, nature is circular by definition, right, or by design. So I think that's really a way to go many times, not always, but many times. I think my perspective here is that Europe has a lot of advantages in chemical industry, for example. We know how to scale production of big platform chemicals, for example, and we can introduce biotechnology there and couple that and learn from these decades of scaling that we did in Europe, and we are still competitive, I believe, in the world in that sense. So I think that would be one of the key places where we could basically invest and also be the leaders.
Good, thank you. What about from the standardization point of view? Breakthrough innovation, scale up.
Yes.
How can we grasp all this in words that are the key to standards?
Sorry, I wasn't sure it was working. Yeah. No, well, I'd like to pick up on a couple of those points that were made by my fellow panelists here. So Martin was saying about industrial biotechnology. I think that is a really important new way of looking at circularity. I think that there are, we did BSI, I'm from the standards body so for the UK, which is a member of ISO as well, and we did a roadmap, industrial biotechnology roadmap, to show areas in which these, that would be really helpful in the future, so around textiles and plastics and the new ways of thinking about of innovating to make things more circular in products and services, I think is really important. And I think that what standards do in this space is they can help to really help with that scale up that David was talking about. So you've got innovation, and then you have often that period of time that everyone has talked about that takes the time from the research and the innovation happening to commercialization and change. And I think that you need support from not just policymakers and regulators to actively say this is what we need to see, but also you need support from tools such as standards, where you've got the ability to create that infrastructure, consistency of approach, ways of doing things, which will really help to people to get replication, to see interoperability, to be able to do the scaling up and the investment that is needed to become commercial and then to grow, which was something obviously we heard about in previous sessions. So the need to be competitive is obviously something that we need to have our minds on when we're thinking about circularity. Just one other example, that when I was working with sort of more agri-food and innovation, there was a company in Scotland that took, they had a closed loop system of taking whiskey waste and turning it into omega-3 rich sources, and that was a really incredibly good way of, obviously helping to maintain aquaculture. It was good for the whiskey industry. It was good for aquaculture because it meant that the fish stocks were not being depleted in the same way. So that was, and they used a standard on responsible innovation to really consider the systems approach and the unintended consequences that might happen if they didn't take certain things into account, and that really helped them to scale and to also get investment. So that was an example from standards and how they can help.
Yeah, very interesting perspective. I think we often forget about the possibility that standards could actually help us get somewhere. We always, I mean, most of the time, we think about standards as something quite complicated or rigid or a lot of paperwork, and with innovation, it's a different perspective. But you are right. We could overlook some stuff if we don't stick to the methodologies and the definitions. And yes, for the scale-up, I believe this is crucial. When we were preparing for this session, we focused quite a lot on the on what holds back the innovation. So, because also looking at my past, I've been working in circularity for more than 10 years, and I think almost every debate is on similar topics. So maybe another deep dive also from your perspective, Professor Charmley, on what holds back the innovation, and maybe some, let's say, advice also for everyone here in the room on that, especially for the organizers, let's say, so that maybe in the next 10 years we will start to discuss or see even more innovation on the market there.
Yeah, thank you, and please call me Fiona. Yeah, so I think one key one for me is procurement. I think it's a huge barrier to actually, we're seeing lots of innovation and some fantastic ideas and concepts, particularly from startups and smaller businesses, but actually getting them into the mainstream is really difficult. So I work for a university, we're also working a lot on healthcare, the NHS in the UK, actually getting large bodies, particularly kind of government bodies or public services, to be able to purchase these new innovations and new solutions is really difficult. And that needs us to lobby internally to say that, we want these. So, for example, in the university, I often get asked, well, what's one thing that we could do to be more circular? The purchasing of remanufactured and refurbished IT equipment is just such a no-brainer. But because that's not the way we do things, we have a new project, we have new staff starting, of course they all need a brand new laptop, which is crazy. And there are some fantastic organisations that are refurbishing, remanufacturing, as David was mentioned, as good as new, with warranties as well. So they're really reducing the risk of doing that. So I think procurement is really one. And then a second one, if I'm allowed, is skills. I think generally, the understanding and knowledge around circularity is increasing, and we're really pleased to see. So we lead a number of courses at the University of Exeter on circular economy, and in the past, 5-10 years ago even, it was predominantly kind of the sustainability lead or sustainability team that were coming onto those courses, whereas now we're seeing actually that functions across businesses are starting to come on, but it would be good to spread that even further. And also, I think we need to go deeper with that knowledge. So it's fine to have an understanding and to be able to tell a good circular economy story, but actually what we need to get to is how to develop the evidence base and the business case so that those functions can actually make the case to their board or whoever they're trying to convince that this is where we need to be innovating. So we're just launching a course on circular economy, supply chain and procurement procurement, and we're launching a course on circular economy marketing and sales, because that's another area where I think we haven't seen those skills develop. We're great at marketing and we're great at selling things, so why can't we be using those skills to be selling these new innovative solutions?
Thank you. From your experience, would you agree? Skills
and procurement.
Skills and procurement.
But also leadership.
Okay.
So you mentioned on the English Circular Economy Task Force. So we've spent the last 9 months writing the English Circular Economy Strategy. I've previously written 4 other strategies for local authorities and for businesses. And one of the main barriers to achieving circularity is having the wrong people in the wrong place. Just a quick show of hands. How many of you would accuse yourselves of being sustainability people? Are you all sustainable? 2 of you, 3 of you, 4 of you. Okay, good. You are the facilitators of circularity. But the people that will actually deliver circularity are the finance directors. They're the CEOs. And our role is to convince them that they have to change the way that they do things. So on the task force, we have got a cross-cutting strategy on government procurement, both national and local. I put into the Brighton Hove Circular Economy Route Map in 2019. Still, I can't believe I got it in there. But for local government authority, that by 2030, 70% of all of the goods and services they purchase would be circular, and 50% of those would be delivered by local businesses. That got put into the strategy, signed off by councillors, signed off by the authority. It's an insane target to have, but it gave a target to say to everybody that came into Brighton Hove, this is our ambition. So that has to have leadership. You have to have leadership, but you also need to understand the people that are going to help to deliver that. Because we can have the best innovations in the world, but as Fiona said, if we can't actually use them, if we can't get them used by government, used by business, they're not going to happen. And I think that is also one tiny little thing we're seeing here. We've heard a lot about the strategies in Europe, and there's been a lot of work done by lots of different organisations, including Exeter. Strategy is great. We actually need action plans. There's enough knowledge out there about what we do. So getting right procurement in, getting circular procurement into the public sector gives the signal to business that they need to do the same. And that's where government and local government need to take the role. And that needs to be across Europe, and it needs to be at a local level as well as a national level.
So, multi-governance approach, let's say, and cross-sectoral, this is, of course, the key for the transition, I agree. Also from your perspective and from working on the standardization process, how do you envisage and incorporate, let's say, all these different interests from cross sectors, and how important is this? Are these different perspectives, let's say, to scale up between innovators, regulators, businesses, so that we come to the market with the innovation?
Well, I think what's been said about procurement is really very, very important, because one of the key things that you have with standards is that they are a good tool for people when they're looking at how they're going to buy things in. You know, there's a consistent approach. Somebody has done something repeatable, and often there is a way of, you feel there is some trust behind, some credibility behind the system that has gone into developing something. And I'd say we did a study, a global study, in partnership with CISL, in fact, this Cambridge Institute of Sustainability Leadership, who were just here with Martin Porter, and that was called the tipping point, and it was about how to grow the circular economy and see what that would get it more adopted. And so there was about perceptions of circularity around the world. And it seemed that there's an opportunity here, because there's a high acceptance of the idea of circularity. It was more than 43% were aware of the concept, but many more, about 86%, thought that governments and business should be really putting it into their strategies now. And so there's an opportunity for business and for those in government and regulators to think, okay, how do we instigate this? How do we help people get across the line here with things? So let's help them transition. Let's help them make those changes. And I think that the creativity and innovation needs that support, as well as tools like standards that can provide the infrastructure to push things forward. And obviously all those people who, like people in this room, who are busily doing very practical things to make changes to the ways that things are being produced. And I think that would be, it's very, all of that is the sort of key, I think, to the future.
Mm. Yeah, we often say circular economy is about partnership. Also when talking with businesses, yes, because for them it's maybe even harder to understand or to get acquainted with this idea, because many times these are also their business competitors, for example.
Absolutely, and I have the privilege of working with so many stakeholders across so many different sectors, and who have common interests in a particular topic or a particular area, like circular, but maybe have their own priorities and their own needs. But in fact, they're prepared to come together and share in developing standards, for example. They come together, they collaborate, they think about what's really needed, what's the objective here, what are we trying to do? And in order to get there, we need to compromise, we need to work together to get to that point that things will change. And there's a sharing across as well of viewpoints, so from different sectors. You can get people from the construction sector who may be fairly advanced in things like circularity of construction products, and there's standards currently coming out now in that area, and they can share with those industries who may be not as far ahead in these areas too, so they can share models, and I think that's really, really key.
Yeah. Besides collaboration, best practices to learn from each other, and also learning by doing. Which, sorry, you wanted to say something?
I was going to just add. I think one of the things that is really accelerating innovation is open source. We're seeing a lot of open source innovation being put onto the internet so that people can actually learn more quickly. We work with a company called Toast Ale, who take wasted bread from bread makers and then use it as a substitute in the making of beer. The first thing they did 8 years ago was to put the recipe open source. And there's now hundreds of breweries that are taking that same approach, taking bread waste from their local bakeries and using it as a substitute for theirs. So I think that's really important that we should acknowledge that. But we haven't talked about AI yet. We've just, in one of my hats, we've just developed something called RDandy, Accelerated Research and Development. And we're now using AI to fast track some of the early stages of research, because you can find out the solutions much quicker by having a much more detailed assessment of all of the stuff that's going on across the world, which, as an academic, I'm sort of an academic, I'm an applied academic, my academic colleagues go, you're destroying the role of the researcher. Sort of. We're adding capability and speed to the role of the researcher. And I think that's one of the things, coming back to Susanna's point yesterday, speed is a good thing, it's a bad thing. But when it comes to innovation, we want speed of innovation, but with real rigor. And that's what a lot of the innovation hasn't had in the past. There's been a lot of money thrown at projects that sound really good, but when you get beyond the lab, they're not going to work. So rigor is a really, really important part of innovation. So when we're designing innovation, which is always difficult, we have to look at the whole life cycle. The amount of innovators that we've said, okay, what happens to your product at the end of their life? They go, hadn't really thought about that. We're making something. So design for disassembly, design for end of life, design for next life. If we're going to innovate, we've got to think from a life cycle perspective.
I believe a follow-up from Fiona is on place here because of your role at the university maybe, and also maybe from my personal point of view, how do younger generations look at innovation process, open source, cross-sectoral collaboration?
Yeah, a great question. And I think actually, rather than sort of circular economy or economies, it's more about moving towards circular ecosystems. And I think gone are the days of where you have a linear supply chain where, you know, a stakeholder manufactures and then it gets sold and sold and sold, and increasingly the value decreases all the way along. Actually, what we're seeing is the circular economy requires an ecosystem of lots of different players. And often I get asked, you know, if I'm not a manufacturer, I don't have a role in the circular economy, but actually that couldn't be more true because it requires lots of different players with different knowledge, different expertise to work together to make the whole system move. And so from a university perspective, we work with lots of different partners, kind of private and public, really to provide, as David mentioned, that rigor and evidence. So all of our research is evidence-based, so we're using data, we're using tried and tested methods to apply to lots of different sectors, lots of different contexts, to make sure then that the decisions that businesses and policymakers are making are based on that evidence. So, and that we're applying the most effective circular economy strategy for that business context or that national context. And what we've seen with younger generations is they are super enthusiastic about the circular economy. So I teach on our MBA, for example, and they there's about, 50 of them per year, and they all do consultancy projects at the end of their year. Increasingly, we've seen they all want to do circular consultancy projects. So we're having to go out there and find more and more because they see that is the future. And actually, I think as Susanna mentioned, you know, trends are shifting away from owning products and that representing who you are as an identity. It's much more about kind of those experiences. It's about recognizing the diversity that each of us brings and the skills and the expertise. So going back to that ecosystem, we see our students very much taking that ecosystem approach of it is a community rather than I'm here to study, what can I get and what job can I get? And then just a final point, we were discussing yesterday about careers and the future and jobs, and you know, goodness, how hard is it to be a careers advisor today? Because what is a career? You know, young people, they're so entrepreneurial. They don't see kind of I have to decide this is the career I'm going to have. It is based on their skills and their knowledge and what they can access in that ecosystem and what they can make some money out of. So it's a really exciting time, I think, particularly, you know, being in education.
A very nice conclusion to our panel. Thank you very much. And now it's time for questions from the audience. I'm sure you have one or two.
Oh, there's one at the back. I think this question's coming from Poland. Yes.
Sorry about trouble. My name is Alexandra. I'm from Climate Geek, working with this government for a lot of time. It was it's super interesting for me. I'm constantly learning, and I agree, of course, that public procurement is a critical element. But I need details from you. I know that you don't have a lot of time, but how we should make those public procurements works for our purposes, like more practically, how we should start this journey.
I'll start with that one. I'll give you real world example. I've been in local government and central government procurement for 25 years now. There are certain things that we have to do. Firstly, we have to look at what's coming down the line. There are certain points of intervention that are important. So in the UK, we've just got a new national infrastructure body called NISTA, and they've just published for the next 5 years all the major infrastructure projects that are coming down the line. That's really, really good. It's nice to know. Huge amounts of money. What they've also published is the stages that those developments are at. So some haven't had a specification written yet. Some are out to tender. Some are at the first phase development. Circular economy solutions will be different for each of those stages. So if we've got a project that is not even out to tender and hasn't got a specification yet, that is by far the best place to get circular economy into a procurement, because you can then affect the specification that goes out to the public, to the private sector. If you've got one that's already started, you're going to have much more limited opportunity. But the other thing that we've also got to build on is what we've already done. I got my first refurbished monitor onto the government buying standards in 2013. We influenced the national government and they put refurbished monitors on there. 10 years down the line, you're able to go back to government and go, this isn't new. You've already been doing this for a decade, so you just need to do more. And so understanding what is already happening that can be classed as circular and building on that is just as important as knowing what's come down the line. Because we're already doing a lot of this. We've already got, in many cases, procurement officers buying refurbished stuff, picking up the point you made, Fiona, about do we have to buy new? UK government's actually got a standard for 20% of tech is now refurbished when they buy it, and they're just looking at that to try and increase that level. So using real-world existing examples to go into your procurement team and say, it's already being done here, this isn't new, you're following on, and using a bit of behaviour change to say, we're not doing something completely new and radical. Everybody's doing it, so why shouldn't we? We need that evidence base, though, and I think that's one of the things we do sometimes lack. There's a lot of people doing it, but we haven't got the case studies. So that's what we're trying to do, and that's what we're trying to do through the Circular Economy Institute as well, try and ensure that we have as much access to best practice and existing practice as possible.
So in a way, coupling those two processes, like circular procurement and innovation procurement, which it's much more open to really put on the market the right solution. Time for one more question, yeah?
Yes, hello. Thank you very much for sharing your experience and your knowledge. I have a reflection to which maybe you have your own comment. We discussed today circular economy innovation, and what I find in my work, I work with startups as well and sustainability and businesses, that we discuss circular economy innovation as a secondary type of innovation ecosystem in countries. So we have a mainstream startup scene where very often sustainability and circular economy logic is not at all present. So let's say it's focused on classic approach to production, to marketing, to sales, to goals. And the topics of sustainability and circular economy have rarely enter, or not at all, the ecosystems in a national level as mainstream. And then we have circular economy innovations and startups, which are kind of separate, a niche, if you like. So, of course, there are countries like the Netherlands, Scotland, to single out in the UK sort of environment, where it is a bit different, but still it's always national startup or national innovation policy, and then circular innovation or sustainability or impact investments or whatnot. So maybe you have some thoughts on it to address in the sort of wider context.
Yeah, maybe I would say let's look back at who is then investing into those startups. And it's about, being patient. So, can the investors be patient? And what they're looking for, I think that's the answer to the question. There are, let's say, I think they call themselves many times impact investors or something like this, in that sense, that where they're really also looking towards other impacts than just financials. I think that's an important part. And then the second part is maybe a role of this mixed financing. So if we decide that as a society, as Europe, as European Union, that we want to invest into this, is there a way to help catalyze that change through, I don't know, European Investment Bank programs and things like that? So I think that would really push that circular impact startups, let's say, to the normal front of not being the second row startups that are there, because there are some enthusiasts that want to do that, and then they invest into that. But
just out of interest, how many of you are innovators, or would you class yourself as innovators in the room? Oh, good, a few of you. One of the pieces of advice I've given to many innovators, this isn't easy. It's not easy at all. You need to be prepared to work 24 hours a day. You need to be prepared to go and max out every credit card that you can. You need to be prepared to go and beg your family for some money to make sure you get through the week. You have to be prepared to rely on, can you pay the bill at the end of the month and hope that the money comes through the door? Being an innovator is about resilience and being brave. But the rewards are very good. Not from just a financial perspective. There are a lot of innovators I know who are doing very well now. But they've had 7 or 8 years of pain, of trying to get through, can we get 3 grants in by 12 o'clock tomorrow, and then go and speak to an investor. One of the interesting spaces, you're picking up on your point, Martin, understanding the investment landscape is so important. If you're early stage, don't even bother going to speak to a venture capitalist. They're not going to touch you until you need 10 to 50 million pounds. If you're an early stage innovator and you need 100 grand to be able to pay a new member of staff, there's grants, there's small loans potentially, there's small fundraising activities. The biggest challenge at the moment I see, and I'd be interested if others see this, is the gap between you've got something going and then you're trying to scale it. So we're seeing lots of innovative companies that have maybe 2 or 3 years down the line and now going, we need 2 to 3 million pounds to take it up to the next level. That's one of the biggest barriers at the moment to getting financing. Nobody's really willing to take the lead. We're seeing a lot of family offices now getting involved in this space to go, patient capital is something that we're prepared to do, but you have to be really good and you have to give us a business plan. And innovators have to be business-minded. I've seen so many brilliant ideas fall away because the founder is too stubborn to listen, does not understand stakeholders, does not understand business models, and is too stubborn to listen. So we have to learn from that, and getting the right team as an innovator is absolutely critical. Just a few words of advice.
Very interesting, and thank you very much for this. Yes, it's a very good conclusion to our discussion. Just my wrap up would be here, circular innovation is about being brave, but it's also about pain, apparently. As much as it's about skills, collaboration, and leadership. I thank you very much for listening to our panel, and I wish you a nice rest of the day.
It's all in the scheme of love. Whatever you make it to be. Sunshine.
Kako se lahko pripravimo na prihodnost, v kateri je edina stalnica sprememba? Krožno gospodarstvo ponuja rešitve, ki gradijo odpornost. Od preobrazbe navad potrošnika do velikih gospodarskih sistemov. V tem sklopu bomo spoznali sistemske rešitve, ki služijo preobrazbi našega odnosa do odpadnega tekstila, se posvetili njihovim pomanjkljivostim in priložnostim ter iskali poti do učinkovitih načrtov in ukrepov, ki delujejo v praksi. Posebno pozornost bomo namenili mladim in družbenim omrežjem. Silam, ki lahko sprožijo val sprememb, če jih znamo povezati, motivirati in nagovoriti na pravi način. Predavanje se bo začelo čez 5 minut. Vabljeni, da se nam pridružite v dvorani.
Dobila smo papirje na mizo oziroma na črte, material je bil že preštiman, kot nam je povedal že profesor. Lotila smo se s tem, da smo lepo na mero odžagala vse dele, uporabila smo tudi reskarje, vse stroje, katere so nam pokazali že na praksi, pri praktičnem pouku. Imela smo tudi lepila, cvenge oziroma svore, da smo lahko skupaj škatlo zlepila. Uporabila smo tudi ročno delo oziroma svoje roke, da smo lepo kaj zašraufala, po domače povedano, pobrusila kaj na roke in pa smo lepo skupaj naredila lep bobenček, ko smo ga odzad dobila. Uporabila smo tudi brusilne stroje, vse, kar smo imeli v naši delavnici, vse, kar nam pomaga, smo se lepo znajdli, lahko rečemo.
Na naši šoli oziroma na splošno, tudi sam osebno kot mizar že od nekdaj stremimo k temu, k trajnostni rabi lesa. To pomeni, da les res uporabimo, ne? In potem, ko da so svojo vrednost pri uporabi, šele potem pride na vrsto to kurjenje, ne? Tako da mi tu v tem lokalnem okolju sodelujemo z lokalnimi mizarstvi, ki nam potem na nek način donirajo ostanke, ki bi drugače pristali v nekem mlinu, nam donirajo ostanke raznih manjših dimenzij, s katerimi pa mi še vedno lahko nekaj naredimo. Z učenci smo se poglobili v sam izdelek, kakšen naj bi izdelek bil. Pogledaš, da je potem izdelek seveda ima neko praktično vrednost, funkcijo, da deluje, prilagodiš izdelek tehnološkim stvarem, ki jih sploh mi lahko naredimo, ne? Ter pa seveda dimenzijam ostankov, ne? Tudi tale boben smo prilagodili dimenzije ostankov, ki smo jih dobili.
To je objekt spa, narejen iz starega lesa, vse je narejen iz starega kozuca, se pravi, ves ta les je bil uporabljen pred 150 leti prvič. Se pravi, ves les, tudi fasada, poden, karkoli je tukaj, je pač uporabljen iz starih tramov. Idejo sva dobila nekje, v bistvu iz te osnove sva črpala reciklaža lesa, sva prišla na neko idejo, da bo naredila nek manjši objektek, čistko, enostaven, z neko klubsko mišico. Potem je pa ideja rasla in sva prišla do v bistvu iz savno, džakuzi in je zraven pasal to tušno. Tako da sva skupaj prišla na neko idejo. Ta les sva prevzela, se pravi takoj po potrditvi, se pravi konec decembra, sva ta les prevzela. Tako da so se dela pričela malo pred Božičem. Potem je bilo pa klele noter je ogromno enega časa, truda, res dolgih dnevov. Zato, ker je bilo pač res v dobrem mestu je ta objekt bil končan od začetka do konca. Tako da je bilo kar nekaj truda, tudi kolega sem imel nam malenkost skočilno pomoč, kakšen dan, tako da je bilo kar veliko dela.
Kako postati bolj odporni s krožnimi pristopi? Skupnosti, podjetja in mladi kažejo pot v trajnejšo prihodnost. Predavanje se začne čez 1 minuto.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for being on time. You're fantastic. So we are really doing a good job. Time management, that's really something we can be proud of today. So thank you for that. I hope you had some time to explore a little bit everything on offer today, to go through the fair. Have you tried the sandwiches? They're fantastic. So, and coffee. And now we will continue with another topic. And our next speaker, to be honest, she doesn't need an introduction. She's been at the front lines of circularity in Europe, co-founding the Nordic Circular Hotspot, leading Sweden's CradleNet, and recently being named a LinkedIn Top Green Voice. She combines vision with practice, activism with action. So please welcome Elin Bergman.
All right, can you hear me? Good. I hope my presentation will be... here it is. So, hi everybody. It's so great to see all of you. I'm so happy to be here. I love this place. I'm here to depress you a bit, but hopefully give you some good inspiration in the end. So, I'm Elin Bergman. I run a business network in Sweden called CradleNet. It's one of the oldest circular economy business networks in the world. We started in 2009. So even the term circular economy didn't exist at the time. And I'm going to talk about circular economy for resilience. So this is us behind CradleNet. I think it's interesting for you to hear about what we do first, before I start depressing you. So CradleNet, we have around 150 businesses as members. We try to spread the knowledge about circular economy, what it is, what it does, why it's beneficial, and so on. We, of course, are a network. We try to get the members to do business together, match-make them with people like you guys, and so on, but also try to influence policy, because we think it's super important. And the members we have are everything from small startups to really big global corporations. Oh, and before I start, please take as many pictures as you want to, put them on social media, and I'm happy to give you the presentation afterwards. It's all sharing economy. We do a lot of activities, and we have since the start, and we do everything in order to accelerate the transition to a circular economy. It's so important that we work faster and work together. So what we do is that we write reports where we see there's knowledge gaps, we develop tools, methodologies, we do projects, we even help the politicians with what they should do and focus on and implement and so on. And some of the projects that we currently are running is the Nordic Circularity, Nordic Circular Design Program, where we teach big corporations between 30 and 50 about how to implement circular design in their products, in their business models, and so on. We're also running a Nordic Circularity piloting program where we invite construction companies, mostly doing technical building solutions, like elevator shafts or ventilation. All the things we haven't really circulated before are now into piloting programs. And we also a lot in the media and do podcasts and so on. A thing that we took from the World Circular Economy Forum in Brussels 2 years ago, where I hang out with David and some other people here, was that they keep talking about circularity as something in the future. It's not here yet. We need good circular examples. And I got so tired of hearing that because there are so many out there. In Sweden, we have circular maps and we did listings and so on. And we even got another sister network to create the Haga Initiative to do 100 circular good example list. And we have started to take over that list now and doing 100 more. But we're focusing on the successful ones, not only good examples that might happen and should scale. These ones are already existing. So if you're interested to hear what's going on in Sweden, there are successful examples, go into CradleNet because we are posting them there. And also if you have some international ones, please send them our way. We're happy to spread them. Like you mentioned, I also started the Nordic Circular Hotspot, which is a Nordic collaboration platform to spread what's going on in the Nordics. We have a summit that's free open for everybody to join online. So please go in and check that out as well. All right, okay, now I'm going to talk about the topic. So, circular economy and resilience, but I think it's good to start with a reality check. And this is something I use a lot. I think it's a great map over where we currently are. So, we were saying before, Daniel, you mentioned that we're kind of good and circular in Europe. I would beg to differ. This is a map of when, during the year, we start to overconsume the resources we can replenish on the planet. And if you're a good country, you're not even on this map. This is the country overshoot days for 2025. And the worst country on the map is Qatar. So already February 6th, they have overconsumed what the planet can replenish. A good country is Uruguay. They're at December 17. But like I said, there's some countries not even here because they are sustainable. What about the Nordics then? I represent the Nordics. We are always looked upon the leading stars of sustainability and circularity. Well, this is Denmark, March 19. This is Finland, April 6. This is Sweden, April 10. Norway, April 16. So we're not sustainable. We're over-consuming like crazy, like there's no tomorrow. And why? Because we are rich and we have a culture of consumption. Consumption is success. We have multiple houses, multiple cars. We change clothes like there's no tomorrow. We have the IKEA and H&M effect. We're supposed to change kitchens every other year. And Slovenia, you're in the middle. So sorry, you're in a bad group of people or countries. We're not sustainable. And the global average comes earlier and earlier every year. The global average right now is August 1st. So we really need to do something and do something fast about this. This is, I think, very interesting. One of my members, IVL, it's a Swedish Environmental Research Institute, did this report a few months ago, where they were looking at the critical raw materials that we're going to use in the EU circular economy, no, the green, what do you call it? The act, the Green Deal, yes, plans we have for Europe. And the interesting thing was when they're looking at, okay, how much critical raw materials do we need to make solar panels, electric cars, wind power plants, and so on, to transition to this green future? Well, we need between 15 and 60% of what's globally available on the planet. And who in here know how many percentage of the population Europe is? Can anybody guess? It's 9%. So why should we have 60% of the global's critical raw materials? Is that fair and just? No. We should have maybe 9%. That would be nice. So we need to redo all the plans we did because it's not feasible. We can't do it. And as you know, we talked about this before, but we are quickly running out of many of the materials we need to have the future we're dreaming of. I think this is super interesting. This is a report from PwC. You were teasing me about this yesterday. Anyway, 2030, we're running out of lead, gold, tin, chromium, zinc, and silver. That's around the corner. 2040, cadmium, zirconium, bismuth. 2050, boron, copper, tungsten, nickel, and so on. I say copper because do you know how much copper we need in an electric car? We need about 12 kilos of copper in an old petrol car. But in an electric car, we need up to 200 kilos of copper. And we're already reaching peak copper, which means it's more and more expensive to dig the copper out of the ground. And when we do, it's less and less we get. So how are we going to change all the electrical cars all the petrol cars that we currently have on the planet to electrical cars when we don't have the material we need? We need to change our plans. We cannot consume our way out of a climate crisis by just changing all the consumption we have to something else and call it circular and sustainable. We need to start sharing the resources we have. Much, much more. And other materials as well. This is a map over Europe and the available rare earth elements that we have or could have if we wanted to. Today, 98% of all these materials are sourced from China. But now we're going to have, with the Circular Economy Act, an inner market where we need to find a way to get those materials ourselves. And if you look at this map, you can see that's very red in Sweden and Finland. So we're sitting on all the rare earth elements that we need. But we're not ready to dig all of these out of the ground in Sweden because nobody want to live close to a mine. And also the environmental effects it has will be catastrophic if we will just dig this out. So we need to have a sense of sensibility when we do the plans. What's environmentally feasible? We can't just do it because we want to have all these materials. There are some good things, though, that we're starting to realize. And that's, we have a 300-year-old mining culture in Sweden. We've been mining forever. And we have enormous mountains of mining waste laying around that nobody even looked at because we just dig one thing out of the ground. We have a steel mine or a copper mine or a gold mine. But in the mining waste, there are enormous amounts of critical raw materials and other things that we need. And LKAB, a Swedish company, and Boliden have now started to look at what's in those enormous heaps of mining waste. What can we do with it? And it's full with fantastic materials. Okay, so Sweden, the shining star of circular economy and sustainability. What's going on in Sweden? So we have the super success story of we don't have garbage waste dumps at all. We burn everything and make it into fantastic sustainable energy. Okay, so we kind of made ourselves a really, really bad strategy because we have 82 enormous incinerators, but in a circular economy plans of Europe, there shouldn't exist. We're burning fantastic precious raw materials that we shouldn't burn. And we can burn when we have a climate crisis. We shouldn't burn anything. Anyway, these in Swedish says, Sweden is losing 42 billion Swedish kronor a year because we have bad recycling. And this is a very old piece of news. And at the same time, this is a commercial. It's saying, oh, choose sustainable garbage electricity. It's so nice. But it's not, because we're destroying steel, aluminum, cement, plastic, paper, and everything that's worth the 42 billion that we just burn up. And another thing is that we don't have garbage waste dumps, but we have poisonous ash that we create from these incinerators. So we import 60,000 trucks of waste from just Norway, from all over Europe, but Norway especially, 60,000 trucks. Just imagine the transportation, which we burn in Sweden. We got a lot of money for it, so it's good for the economy. But then it turns into 140,000 tons of these poisonous ash that we dump in a mine outside of Oslo. And the interesting thing is, that's also full with critical raw materials and nutrients and all these fantastic things, but it's turned into this poisonous sludge. What if we didn't do this at all and make sure that we keep those precious resources fresh and clean from the beginning in a circular economy where we didn't have waste? We didn't have to have this madness. They're starting to mine this in Norway already, which I said was going to happen 10 years ago. Okay, so enough with the depressing part. Sweden is not good. We have so much to do. We wanted to figure out what's happening in Sweden for real that's actually good. So in 2018, we did the first report when Swedish climate and environmental minister were saying that Sweden is the most circular economy, the circular country in the world. And I was like, no, we're not. We're not doing anything. Sweden is only, in the Circularity Gap report, 3.4% circular, so way below the European average. Anyway, so we wanted to ask the Swedish companies, what are you doing? Do you have circularity in your business model or business strategy? And when we did it in 2018, it was only 30% that said yes. But then when we asked them, okay, so what are you doing? They were like, oh, yeah, we recycle some glass and paper in our office. That's not circularity. Okay, so no, nothing circular. 2021, we did it again. Only 30% again said, yes, we have circularity in our business models. And when we asked them, what are you doing? They're like, oh, we're starting to buy more secondhand materials. We're looking at the business model and changing that, maybe no more purchase as a service and so on. So now they were starting to learn. Good. We did it again on the Swedish level, 2024. And not only asking the large companies, but also the small and mid-size. Now, last year, it's up to 90%. 90%. We also did it on the Nordic level last year, before Christmas. And I have some results. Anyway, I'm just looking at time. Great. So what we found out on a Nordic level, that it's 86%. So it's a bit lower than Sweden, interestingly enough. But still, we had fantastic response rate. Enormously good response rate. Everybody basically answered. Now it's 86% of companies in Denmark, Sweden, Finland, and Norway that says that they have implemented circular economy or included it in their business strategy. So this is fantastic news. Amazing. They also talking about competitiveness, and a large majority of companies in these countries expect their competitors to develop significant circular capabilities within the next 5 years. 69%. And the interesting thing is that everybody else thinks that everybody else is doing more than themselves. So, this is really putting a pressure on companies to do more. Really good. No? Yes. Okay, so what we looked at and asked them about, okay, so what type of R strategy, circular R strategy, are you using? So we looked at redesign, rethink, reduce, reuse, repair, remake, recycle, and regenerate. And you, the circular economy experts in the room, you know that there are so many more R's than this. But we were working together with RISE, the Research Institute of Sweden, and these are the most scientifically viable and measurable ones. So that's why we use these ones. And the drivers are business opportunity, carbon emissions, and customer pressure. These are the reasons why you put circularity in your business strategy. And the most common R strategies are reduce and recycle. These are the most old ones and also most understandable ones. And it's very interesting also to see that investor pressure is common for reduce and regenerate. But regenerate, that a lot of investors are asking for as a business model, is the least used one. So here's something we should really spread to companies more. If you're going to have a business model that you want money for, or investors to fund, use the regeneration business model. And let's see if I can change slide. Oh, here. Yeah, so here are the most popular ones and the least popular ones. And as I said, reduce or recycle, the most popular ones. 5 out of 8 strategies are used by a majority of companies. Redesign, reduce, reuse, repair, recycle. And the least applied are remake, regenerate, like I said. So yeah, and we have so much data. So much data. So if you wanted a detail, I'm happy to give it to you afterwards. It's also on the website. And political leadership is important, we found out, because Finland is the Nordic countries that have the most strong political leadership. They already have it in a really fantastic strategy. They have also, which, the most important thing, a national target. They're going to base their whole economy on circular principles by 2030. So that's fantastic. We talked about this before, you talked about this before, everybody talked about this before. But so there's a lot of strategies in the European Union, fantastic, and a lot of roadmaps. But I come from Sweden. We had a very early strategy and roadmap implemented. That doesn't mean that the politicians are following those. Especially in Sweden now, they're not doing anything. And they keep forgetting we have a strategy and a roadmap. It's so interesting. And it happened very fast from just changing from one government to another type of leadership. So we have to like really be on their tail and like remind them that, I mean, it's good for competitiveness. It's good for so many reasons. Anyway, so the number here, 21, means that, yes, okay, all the companies, or 86% of them have put it into the strategies, but the amount of activity and energy is only measured at 21%. So we need to get like the energy up and have them work faster and do more. So even if it's a good number with the 86%, it's only 21% energy into doing something. And we can also see that target setting is super important. If you put targets to your strategy in a business, you do between 4 and 10 times more actions. So target setting, super important. All right. Yes, okay, so some good fun examples that's already happening in the Nordics. This is one of my companies, Modulex. They do circular signs. So signs you put on buildings or schools, so on. They have been working extremely circular for a long time. They have a circular business model. So they're even taking down old facade steel thingies from dismantled buildings, make those into signs. They don't even sell the signs anymore. They have a product as a service leasing thing to get the signs back so they can make new signs of. But they go even further. They're using the refuse R strategy, which means that they are, when they get a procurement offer from someone wants to, at school for instance, want to buy 5 signs to put in my school, they send out their own consultant looking at the school and doing their own evaluation, and then go back to the customer saying, oh, we looked at your school, but we can only see that you need 3 signs, so we will only sell you 3. That could be weird. They don't make so much money from that business model, right? But the thing is, the school is super happy because they save money, they save resources and everything. What did the school do? They tell all the other schools, like, if you're going to buy a sign, buy it from them. They're amazing. So they're actually getting more offers from refusing to sell more than the customer needs. Fantastic and inspiring. This is Amanda. She comes to every single meeting I have. Super good. Transparent, another member of mine, they make speakers, and they try to make them like not trendy, they're kind of cool though, and they make them super design, circular design, so it's modular, it could be repaired. They sell the repair kits and the spare parts and everything to make them last forever and ever. And they're really, really engaged in the EU product design, working according to it even before it even exists. This is ISO Timber. They make walls, wood walls for buildings, basically. And they are using the isolation air. Air is very good because it doesn't need any materials. And it's actually extremely efficient. And you can even dismantle houses made of these walls and move them if you want to. So if you're like, oh, I built this house in the wrong place, I could just dismantle it and move it somewhere else. Fantastic. Using air isolation. This is a famous guy who's a chef in Sweden, Tarik Taylor. He was so tired of selling frying pans and kind of promising that they will never be scratched. They always get scratched after a while. So he made a non-stick pan. It's no dangerous chemicals in it. It's already recycled materials. And once it's scratched, the non-stick material, you can get it back to the store. They will refurbish it for you, and you get the same or a similar frying pan back. Because there's so many frying pans being thrown away every year. This put them into circulation. You can even rent those frying pans. Super interesting. I have one. Also members of CradleNet, these are like the guys that are the founders of these companies are also in my every single meeting, just writing and taking notes every time. They are a circular IT company that started with a circular business model. They sell new computers and phones and so on, but they put in the offer, like if you're gonna buy computers and phones from us, you have to keep it for a longer time. And once they're worn out and you buy new things from us, we have to take your old stuff back. It's included in the contract. So they have enormous facilities in Estonia and so on where they take them in, refurbish them, repair them, sell them out again and again and again and again and again. They're now an 8 billion Swedish kronor company. They got investment from Nordic Capital because they're a Article 9 class company. You know taxonomy, Article 9. Anyway, super sustainable circular IT company. I also have some regional leadership examples, and looking at time here, 5 more minutes. City of Gothenburg are doing fantastic things, working with public procurement a lot. We also have a public procurement office in Sweden that have circular what do you call it, like things in their guidelines for how to do public procurement right. I need to brush through it. We also have Tomelilla in Sweden. They're working with the donut economy model to really get not only the circularity aspects in, but also planetary boundaries and also the social aspects of it. You should read up on this. This is fantastic. Tampere in Finland is also widely recognized for doing fantastic things in circular economy. I wish I could just talk about this. They're really, really good. But the thing that I really want to talk about is Friesland, because I just went to the Netherlands before summer to do this kind of inspirational talk to them. But I got so inspired because they had a public-private partnership with companies, the policy, the academia, civil society, everybody is on board. They started 10 years ago and decided to become the most circular region. And in 10 years, they generated 1.5 billion euros and 20,000 jobs in this small region just because they became circular. And they decided to, even if we're going to change policy, the people in policy, we're going to keep to the strategy. And it's been such a success. And I was super, super inspired. So if you're going to have another conference like this, please invite these guys. They're amazing. We also started in CradleNet a circular handshake for commerce because we could see like the big retailers, they weren't really doing anything. They didn't understand the benefits of circular economy. But there were some really fantastic front runners and they weren't really heard or seen. So we thought, why don't we just invite them to a handshake where they decide together how to become a front runner and what you need to do. So we did, and we developed these goals together, and we now have 30 companies that shook hands, signed this contract, and we're now also doing it for finance. So, I mean, if you're interested, welcome to join. It's not just Swedish, everybody's invited. The circular handshake for finance, we're starting now inviting banks and investors and so on to see if we can do something similar. So it's just starting up. So if you're in those sectors, let me know. And there are some really fantastic examples out there. They're already profitable and fantastic. And people don't know this, but Vinted, the second-hand store in France, are the largest clothing fashion company in France at the moment. You think it would be Louis Vuitton or something. No, it's Vinted. Total circular business model. Intersport, they're making enormous amount of money for now to rent out skis and bikes for rent. We have Apple. They're actually making more money from their circular business models than they're making from selling new products. Who in here knew that I haven't talked to before? See? Stellantis, they make Citroën cars, Fiat, Lancia, Maserati, Opel, and I don't even know how to say this in English, Peugeot. They are having fantastic plans, already making a lot of money from circular business models, and their circular economy sales grew 18% globally in 2023. So it's not around the corner, it's already here. Okay, do I have 2 minutes for questions? Thank you. I made it. I'm on time. Do we have time for 1 question or 2?
Oh, we have a lot of time. So
Okay.
Do we have questions? So it would be nice to hear some. Yeah. Over there. Wonderful. Thank you so much. It was really like sharing
Had
these
to rush through
ideas,
it.
and I'm really curious about what our audience is thinking and going to ask. Please.
Okay, my name is Vesa. I come from Finland, and I dare to differ on the subject of waste incineration. I'm an energy lawyer by background. I've been involved in energy waste incineration plant projects in many countries, not Sweden, but in Finland we have some very efficient new plants. And I would like to ask you if you think that municipal waste, which is general municipal waste, which is mostly going to these waste incineration plants, how would you recircle or circulate toilet paper when used?
Yeah, good. Very good question. The toilet paper is a good example because we have sewage waste facilities to take care of nutrients and toilet paper and everything that comes into the sewage systems. So we have a fantastic example of that in Sweden, where they now made not only 2 sewage pipes, but 3. So we can separate the nutrients and get them back into the fields again. So create a circular food system. So, I mean, there's so much we could do if we do the infrastructure right. And I would like to, I think it's Hässleholm, not totally sure exactly what city it is. But toilet paper is a really good example, especially mixed with other nutrients. We need to take it out and loop it back in. We shouldn't dump it into the Baltic Sea that we have done the last 80 years or so. Any other questions? Yeah. And it says my time is up now, so we have to be fast.
Because it's a very
maybe this
interesting
is
debate.
also a
Please.
debate for during the break. But I was very curious about the circular handshakes for finance. Have you already started, or you're just starting?
No, we had 3 meetings, I think, with some actors that are very front-runner actors. So they are already the ones that are basically only financing regenerative business models, and just asking them, like, okay, if we can get as many actors in as possible, what types of targets would work for the majority of finance actors? So we're having the first discussions.
Okay, because I was very curious, like which topics pop up the most in the discussions about finance. Yeah.
Well, I think the most thing is how can we make the whole sector work faster and together, and kind of come to the same kind of targets that we have in the circular handshake for commerce. I don't think it's going to be that easy, because in commerce you can say, oh, we will try to make our own operations use 30% less materials, virgin materials, for instance. It's not this easy in the finance sector, but we'll get there eventually. We're just starting, so.
Any words about degrowth?
Oh, yeah, we talk about it all the time, yeah. But it's not like it's going to be one of the foundations. We said we're going to be talking about it a lot, but maybe it's hard to measure. So it's going to be like a thing that we inspire the companies to invest in, absolutely.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And thank you for the interesting questions as well. Thank you. So, we are just going to prepare our main stage for another discussion. So we are breaking down the program again. into 3 parts. You're the one to choose, so 3 venues. Here are the main topics. Everything is now connected with resilience. So here in the main hall, we start a discussion about circular principles supporting resilience of business. The conference room next door, entanglement of waste textile management. We mentioned yesterday about textile waste, what kind of problem it is. And in the conference room upstairs, on the 2nd floor, young people and social networks for circularity. So it's a 1-hour panel. And then at 1:30, it's time for lunch. And I'm asking you to go upstairs to pick up your lunch box. So 1 floor up for the lunch. And I will see you at 2:30 with a new topic and new speakers. So thank you so much and enjoy the panels. Voilà.
There we go. Pozdravljeni. This is the word that I've just learned in Slovenian, which actually means welcome. So welcome everybody. This is a session of practitioners, and we want to bring together 2 worlds. It's mitigation and adaptation. And actually our focus is going to be more on how to build resiliency. So basically work with adaptation and build resiliency of businesses themselves alone, but also in the networks, and especially talk about business ecosystems and resiliency of business ecosystems. Why resiliency? It's such a weird and difficult expression and word. But we all know the time that we are living in right now, and it's so unpredictable that actually it's so even hard to understand and grasp what does future mean, because it's definitely not just a prolongation of tomorrow. It's actually a much larger imagination journey that we would need to make. All right, my name is Anna Brusa. I represent Climate Kick, which is a knowledge and innovation community. We do have a wonderful privilege of working and collaborating with lots of stakeholders here in Slovenia for a couple of years already. So we have lots of insights. We've met a lot of people, but still we need to learn and meet a lot more. We do have together with my colleague Ingrid, who is also representing Climate Kick, we will have the honor to have this conversation with amazing panelist experts that I will just invite in a moment on the stage. Just welcoming more people and that are joining us for the coming a little bit less than an hour, I understand. Yeah. We're not going to be able to keep you away from the lunch boxes. I know, I understand that. It's coming at 12:30. So let me just introduce the panelists, and the places are already there waiting for them. Geraldine, can we start with you? Dr. Geraldine Brennan, who just arrived this morning from Dublin. Was it Dublin? Scotland? Glasgow, all right. Who's the director for circular economy in a wonderful organization, IMR, which is Irish Manufacturing Research. I knew I'm gonna mix the I. Welcome. Then Mojca Markizetti, who's Slovenian. She's a sustainability leader and ESG consultant. Welcome. Simon Franco, who's representing BASF, working across different markets, Slovenia, Hungary, Romania, and Bulgaria, and larger than that. He is a managing director there. And last but not least, Miha Skrokov, who's a lead at Antea, that's the Slovenian pronunciation there, of a circular company, and another one. He's going to share a lot of insights about where is that he's working at. Ingrid is here with me, and I think we can just jump in and just start having our conversation. Again, welcome everyone. It's really great to see you and have you with us together. The first thing we would love to ask you is around what is your perception and understanding from the perspective where you sit and work of resiliency and circularity for resiliency? Do you have any kind of understanding of or examples of actually how your organization and you are actually grasping it? We have few microphones with us, so we can share them. I can circulate. Who want to start?
One start, ladies first.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the invitation. For me, circularity is in its heart of resilience, I have to say. I've had an opportunity of working with many companies across different sectors, and just sharing a few examples. For example, a mass production company, definitely, if you see it, if you look through the business lenses, the cost of material is usually the biggest, and the energy is the biggest cost of the cost, yeah. So if you reduce, if you change material, if you use less different, diverse materials, anything you can do here, if you diminish part of the material, anything you can do here, you directly affect your own company resilience. Through your company resilience, you apply that to your sector. Through that, you apply it to the national-wide. So it's just cascading all over and over and over again. For example, if you're a more bold, let's say a bigger company, that you can do a bit more of innovation, yeah, in terms of circularity. You can be among the first ones doing something, and by speaking about it, by writing about it, you become one of the first companies in the industry doing it. And if you just calculate what that means for your reputation, what it means for your acknowledgement, for your position in the value chain, it's amazing, and you come up with huge numbers. So business-wise, that's resilience.
Well, I'm working for a large international company, and we are, of course, needing a lot of raw materials all over the world, and many of them are critical raw materials. So let's say platinum for catalysts for automotive industry. And resilience for us and circularity is really what do we believe in? Because we saw it even before COVID appeared and unfortunate aggression in Ukraine of Russia. So because in Europe, mostly what I hear resilience as a buzzword after COVID, when we had stayed without chips, microchips, automotive industry stopped antibiotics and many other materials, which is not so for public information, not so clear, but for example, Slovenia stayed without alcohol the second day which we had, everybody had it in cellar, but in hospitals, etc., we were without even alcohol. So resilience is an important thing, but it's hard to measure because it's not easy in the current KPIs in the corporation to measure how much resilient you really are. So that's why you need to plan long-term. And long-term planning and following, you need these strategic suppliers who is able to do this. And for Europe, I strongly believe we need to be more resilient in terms of what kind of raw materials. And one example which I can explain how we are doing it, for example, one of the critical raw materials, which is lithium for the circularity of e-mobility in the future. But there are others as well, but just a couple of things. Maybe just another thing, there are also initiatives to explain the needs of resilience to the audience. For example, we had initiated, and this I worked on, that we believe in circular economy, but where exactly you are learning this? I think we all believe here in this room about circular economy, that's why we are here probably. But where our kids are learning about circular economy, why do we need it? Why do they need to select the waste, and what kind of waste, when they're going to the shops, which kind of things they have to be careful and cautious to be able then to buy more circular products. And because we saw that there is no such programs, really, we developed our own program and we have spread it. We worked together with the University of Chemistry in Serbia, and we developed the program for kids. And then we spread it all over Europe, for example. This is one initiative which I run behind. And then later more.
Thanks. So I'm going to come at it from a slightly different angle because Irish Manufacturing Research is the secretariat of a public-private partnership called Circulera, which is a cross-sectoral business government initiative to foster circularity. And I think resiliency is an outcome of, it can be an outcome of certain circular configurations. But again, resiliency means different things to different organizations, depending where they're situated in their supply chains, depending on what markets they serve. What we've seen in Ireland post-COVID, in some ways, the initiative started in 2020, and COVID was a bit of, it kind of gave us a shock that meant everyone went, oh my goodness, actually we could be affected, as opposed to being an island that's kind of been somewhat sheltered. It made it very real what this uncertain future that we were talking about today, it was at our front door. And you know, they often say in sustainability circles, don't let a crisis be wasted, because the reality is life is always uncertain, things are changing, it's just we're in a rapid phase, and we're in that cycle. So I think, again, thinking about the companies that we work with, predominantly manufacturers, but also startups, ventures, what we call enablers of circularity, we've seen a shift from kind of a just in time to just in case. And that's very, very expensive. If you're needing to stockpile components, if you're OEM, if you're worrying about being able to service certain kind of demand, depending on the markets you serve. And we've seen that as an instigator for us to have this conversation about circularity from a value creation perspective. So rather than seeing it as a bolt-on, we've kind of been using this crisis to say, think about this. This is how the future is going to be. How do you create value? Are you going to wait for others to disrupt you, or are you going to start to disrupt yourself? And that's quite a provocative thing to do. So we're working with some of the pioneers in the Irish ecosystem. I think the only other thing I'd like to add about resiliency is, again, with regards to time and place, we need to be mindful about the fact that what could represent resiliency at a European perspective may not at a more country level. And all those dynamics, I think we have to kind of grapple with as we have these conversations.
Yeah, I would also come from a different standpoint. So we work very much in the bioeconomy space. So we're a company that offers, you know, a platform, a digital solution that enables companies to find solutions in the circular economy space for their biomass, so for their bio-based byproducts. And what we're seeing on the market right now regarding you know, talking to this industry is that they also see resilience from different perspectives. Of course, one is that they want a more resilient business model. They're seeing disruptions in their field regarding, you know, for instance, breweries, dairy companies. They're seeing a bit of a, you know, fall of beer consumption, or let's say dairy products, and they come to us looking for circular economy solutions that will give them an edge in 10 years to stay afloat. So, and of course, they're also going to be mitigating climate change, which is one of the main parts of circular economy, right? So, but they also, you know, can come from other aspects, as it was mentioned before, where there's disruptions in the global value chains regarding materials, and they want to see, can I replace a certain material that is currently quite risky for me regarding disruptions with a more bio-based local one that I can source, you know, closer to my, let's say, facility, or that is maybe more reliable. So, and of course, there's also companies that come that want to, you know, mitigate their emissions, and where we help them with solutions. So resilience, I think, for circular economy comes from, I would say, yeah, a couple of different aspects, but as long as you know, these aspects contribute to you know, this fight against climate change, which is, I think, still has to be kind of emphasized, that this is you know, what circular economy started to be all about at the beginning. So.
Thank you. You can stay with the mic. We do have enough of them, I think. What I wanted to raise, because you've mentioned shock, like something, the situation that normally we are not prepared for, but then we are also part of larger ecosystems. Everyone is part of some kind of systems that are connected, interconnected, and so on. And we try to live somehow and pursue and innovate within those. One of the examples that we can give as Climate Kick is actually that is connected with resilience. resiliency and working with lots of public partners, but also different stakeholders, comes from the privilege of actually working with more than 100 cities to help them prepare and actually not only work on mitigation, but especially on adaptation. There's adaptation regions coming, another 100 regions, European regions coming to that. And again, also working around thinking ahead, future-proofing their plans on what is it actually needed, what kind of innovation and solutions are needed for those places, those territories to innovate. The way that Climate Geek has approached that and our take on this was what we can help them is actually we can bring industries to the play and have an interplay of the one thing that we have from the government section, from the government sector, is actually that there's a gold mine of knowledge of what are the plans sitting there in those city climate contracts, basically investment plans of those municipalities and so on. On the other hand, also regions that are also right now scratching their heads and doing the same stuff. They are on the resiliency journey and they need to understand their pathway. So our take on this was, all right, let's bring industry to this because this is the place they need to be to understand what is possible to be done. Because we sort of understood it as a blocker and as a bottleneck. What are other bottlenecks and blockers that you yourself are frustrated about or you are already acting to make the circularity and resiliency happen? Are those blockers there? Are they strong enough? Do you have any questions and requests to the external world that you could, for policymakers or anyone else that you would like to make? I know it was a little bit a long sort of intro.
I can take that. Building on something that David Greenfield said in an earlier panel around the gaps for kind of piloting or taking something from an industrial pilot to scale or a venture, I think that is the area we see so many good circular configurations and business models as opposed to an implementation of a singular strategy fall over. And there are lots, I'm sure, across Europe, there's so many entrepreneurs who are just trying to bootstrap and stay effectively alive, even though because they know they're ahead of the curve, but they know they're onto something that could be disruptive, but they're getting lots of conversations with investors, lots of interest. You're fabulous. Will you invest? No. And one of the structural things that we are, as IMR, as a Secretary of Circular, are doing is similarly to what Ellen highlighted in terms of CradleNet is we're engaging with the financing sector. So I think we've got to come at this from all different aspects. And what we're saying to some of the public investors is you can't say that you're a failed venture if you're over 5 years old, because that's the mainstream view, is that if you haven't made it by 5, you're a bad entrepreneur. And I know many, many amazing entrepreneurs who've been ahead of the curve in this space. So I think that's one thing that the EU, with regards to its view of trying to get different types of financing to this emerging cross-sectoral sector, is looking at some of those inhibitors when the computer keeps saying no to things that could really be scalable and are the future.
It had to come up, access to finance. There we go.
Well, we have plenty of examples where we can complain, and we love this part. But first of all, I would mention we have, let's say, 2 parts. I mentioned before, for example, e-mobility and lithium-ion batteries, and because we are not mining, etc., but we are a cathode producers, so the heart of the batteries for years, and we are probably the biggest and the most advanced one. And we saw that this raw critical material, who will mine the world and who will produce copper and cobalt of this world, it's very critical. And we had discussed this with the European Commission. Engagement is good, but where we will get all these minerals? So we invested heavily in circularity and the plans to recycle, but there is no quantity. One of the reasons is because batteries are lasting much longer than thought. And another reason that e-mobility is not advancing in Europe as we planned. And the third reason is because the batteries, even after life, they goes to China and to Canada. Because we have just no capacities, etc., or the system how to not export such things and waste out of the Europe. No? So this is one thing if we are really planning to do so, and from a sustainability point of view, for a battery of electric car, before I'm driving one and I'm fully believing in it, that's why I'm promoting is the battery materials before it goes to the car, this makes around 60 to 70,000 kilometers. And after, if they make again 60 to 70 kilometers to be recycled, I think it's not really sustainable. Who is measuring this scope emissions, etc.? So that's one thing we want to change and really having, and now, for example, as a managing director also in Hungary, we are getting the licenses to really being able to collect those batteries, having right containers, etc. In Slovenia, I was told that this is not yet on our plan because we have this not really big quantities of the batteries which are though. But I think we have to plan this in advance, and I would really ask to do more. Another point I would mention is we have a couple of polymers and so-called plastics. And plastics probably have the worst PR in the history of humankind. Because in many fields, they are the most sustainable material. From many perspectives. That's why I brought this bottle here, because it looks like this is prohibited piece of object here. PET as material is a very recyclable one. It's made, so it's really can be 100% recycled. What do we see in Europe is actually decreasing production over the years of plastics, but even more, in the last 3 years, the recycling capacity of Europe for plastic had been reduced for around 8%. One reason, because this is energy. All those recycling technologies are quite energy intensive. Aluminium, glass it's 1,500 degrees. So that's why we are advocating that we have to build more low carbon, zero carbon electrical production in Europe. Because if we just say that we will keep driving our diesels and being supplied with fossil fuels, I think it's also contributing not to resilience of Europe and not to the targets we want to have. So that's another point. And the third point is coming back to the technologies of recycling plastics. Well, what do we know and what do we do with this bottle is just a mechanical recycling. But there are plenty of other technologies. If you have a bio-based polymers, you can have enzymes and fungi, etc., which they do the process, so organic recycling. Then you have chemical recycling. This was also why we sometimes are not fan of incineration of waste, because while you see plenty of polymers around, even our body is made of the polymers. So if you heat up without oxygen, what is happening is those long chain of carbon is disappearing, going to the small ones. And actually, you come up with something which is very similar to the fossil fuel or oil. And we can bring this up to the feedstock of our material. Actually, whatever we produce, we can use such feedstock either from recycling, either from biomass, either capturing CO from the air. And with these three fields, we can feel really, I think, in the long term, the circular economy, and we could produce majority of our materials from that. Just here, sorry, and I see long discussions. Well, this is not, how do we measure this recycling? How do we track atoms? How do we track carbon-14 atoms for biomass? And it's not the same like in energy, where we have green electricity certificates and you prove that you have produced. In mass, in Europe, we discuss for now years with the scientific world, with NGOs, etc., how we will prove then that this phone or this microphone has really been built from biomass or something. And it's not easy. It's not easy to prove, because sometimes you have long value chain. We are advocating that you have to prove the quantity you have brought and recycled, and that you really had the same output. And here, what I would like to ask is more cooperation and more understanding, because we are all there to increase the rates of recycling and being more circular.
So we are adding to the picture a lot of reflections about how supply chain can work and innovate to this. I think it's also a very good moment for you guys in the audience to start thinking whether something is that we are sharing is sparking a question, a reflection that you might have, because there's going to be a moment for you also in a moment to also we want to hear your voice. But moving forward, what more blockers or bottlenecks do we see, and what is it that you would love to see that the others, like stakeholders, are actually able to do with that?
Well, what are my biggest frustrations in enabling circular economy really be resilience and to move faster? We've talked today a lot about that we need to move faster. We did a lot, but not enough, and not in the great spaces. When working with big companies, when you work these big innovations, when you're trying to close the loop, starting startups, looking for finances and everything, you've already mentioned what the bottlenecks and what the frustrations and everything are, and I completely agree. But the bigger frustration I've been working in the field for more than 20 years, is that there's so many opportunities if we connect the horizontal and vertical actually value chains of companies, industries and everything. There's so many already existing technologies that we can use, that we know work and everything, and we're just not doing it, and years go by and by because there's some legal blockers, because there's complications, because there's bureaucracy and so on and so on, and somehow we expect companies, and the majority of companies are SMEs companies, and you cannot expect every SME to be super innovative in something, you know, that's really not realistic. They need to provide food for their employees the next day. Yeah, this is how business life works. And we're just not taking advantage of all of these possibilities, and it's the same conclusion that we had at the similar conference 15 years ago. That's what's my biggest frustration, and I'm sorry to say that, and I congratulate you for the conference. I'm really happy we have this in Slovenia and so on, but I know most of the people in this room and most of the people that we were in the bigger room, because we are always the same people, the same persons here. Yeah, Michal, we know each other, yeah. And a conference like that should not happen without having a business agenda, like really, like there's ministries here, we should have business at the table, and we should discuss what can we do tomorrow and what the policymakers need to remove or do or align. And I've been involved in policy making on Brussels and national level and everything. I mean, we can do that. We can do a lot of it, and we can reach and achieve huge successes in a couple of years. And I see nodding here. You all know we can do that. And that's my biggest frustration, really, actually.
But in the end, thank you, Mojca. And I love this call for action, really. Like, this is the place to
and I just
come up with
apologize because my husband said to me today in the morning when we drove to Ljubljana, don't be the grandma of the panel, and, you know, don't go the 20 years ago and so on and so on. But I have to say it, really, really, really have to. I'm still as passionate as I was 25 years ago, but yeah.
Okay, so what I would say is that maybe we should cut circular economy some slack. It's still a nascent field. That's one thing. And what we're seeing also, that another positive that I might mention before going into all the barriers, is that we're seeing from our standpoint of our company, a lot of investors coming to us and saying, look, there is money, we have the money, we want to invest in circular projects. Where are they? What are they? What is, you know, they're looking for them. And so what we're seeing is this gap right now where in Europe at least there is, you know, money for this kinds of investments. There's just, you know, what Mojca mentioned really good, there's just this gap of companies not acting upon it, because we have the technologies, they are ripe, they are working, they are on the market, they have the ROIs, if that's what they want to hear. They have very good ROIs. So they bring in the money and they bring in the emission mitigations. So we've kind of seen that there's now gaps in where we're trying to fill it with our VCGI platform. There's gaps in data, so they need to know, they want to know before they make some big, investment decisions, what are some numbers on it? Am I really going to lower GHG emissions? Am I really going to, bring profits? So this is what we try to do with our platform that is AI-based, to bring the decision makers in the companies just the right amount of data at the beginning. So what is going to be the price of my new circular product? What is going to be the price of the feedstock that I want to maybe replace with my current fossil-based feedstock? So that, we bring this data so that they can make this first business decision into saying, all right, I want to explore further a certain solution. And, we're trying to really get past this freeze that we're seeing, which is huge. And just tell them, look, this is something that is good, business-wise, environmental-wise. And then the other step that we're doing, we realized that we need to be connectors here. Someone needs to connect these companies with, the right, let's say, value chain partners. So what we're seeing right now is that, maybe a company that wants to get involved in the circular economy does not know who to work with yet. So because the technologies are a bit new, and, for instance, for bioeconomy, right now, a brewery will have to sit down with a pharmaceutical company to bring this circular value chain together, and they have not done this yet before. So what we're seeing is that they see a lot of value in our work, where we just try to be connectors. So we bring them together at one table, we form a consortium, we say, look, we have an investor, now just talk and bring this together. We'll help you get the numbers, we'll help you get the business plan together, and let's get this forward. So this is kind of what we've been trying to do in the past years. And we have been able to be, at least somewhat successful.
And you guys already see how actually asking a question about issues, problems, and bottlenecks turns us naturally to think about solutions. Simon, want to share?
Well, I want to just say something which I see as a game changer or potential opportunity now for the future with what you said. Also, first of all, digitalization and AI, and also requests from legal. For example, as I mentioned, batteries, and even European legislation had changed now. So what we are now working on is this DDP, as digital product passport. So it will start with batteries into 2027, means in 2 years. And actually, when all the suppliers of batteries, etc., had sit together and work together, how to do that, how to bring standardization of measurement, greenhouse emissions. So how we will actually share all of the data of the value chain. Well, they came up in Germany with this idea of Catena X, which is a digital platform where you can have certain access. And I think with that kind of now knowledge how to do that, I think we can build other value chains as well in the same principles. So it's really bringing one external kind of company which will be there to share the standards and the right data for companies. This is the carbon footprint. Because sometimes what do we see? Different methodology and average of average of average. Nobody understands what is this. So we compare data, what is then recycled, what is not recycled, what is the greenhouse emission. But I see that this will change with that, hopefully.
I'm really humbled with this discussion. Actually, I really liked that you are so you've been so honest with being in conferences for so long, and sometimes we all feel like we are trying our best to change things, but we actually are not getting anywhere. But yes, we are getting somewhere. What I wanted to ask is, you're talking about the blockers and the things that are really difficult to kind of push the circularity forward. But I wanted to ask, what about how do you see collaboration? Because being talked a lot about joining forces and how collaboration could be done through the supply chain, value chain actors like suppliers, customers, or different stakeholders, how this could be successfully done. And how do you see this as a part of a solution? Like, let's say, Investment is a big blocker, right? Having the funds to implement things, but what about people getting together and companies getting together with governments, and how this could be actually push things forward, not just thinking we need huge amounts of money to fund this, but actually these partnerships could actually work to push the blockers that we need to go forward. What do you think about that?
It's a great question. I think it's the underlying premise of why Circulera was set up, because basically circularity is very difficult to do unless by yourself, unless you're vertically integrated, perhaps an agri-food business. I think what I've discovered, so Circulera it's in its 6th year in the Irish ecosystem. The ecosystem has matured. I think the collaboration comes from where there's momentum in the system, and different types of actors can lead different types of conversations and collaborations. So something I've been really minded of is it's messy, in the sense that some conversations can be led by, trade industries that perhaps we can't have because they're perhaps a little bit more close to immediate concerns, whereas we're trying to address immediate concerns but take people out of their comfort zones into the future. I think it's really important to find ways to fund doing. So that's again something we really pushed for with Circulera. Was we had Ireland's first industry-led circular innovation fund, meaning it wasn't academics being given money to test with companies. It was companies given money, and they were petrified to test things themselves, stewarded by researchers and project officers. So it was a very different model. But again, there's so much learning from not only the successes, but also the failures. And I think we're very good at standing up and talking about the good practice examples. And yet, and I know it's not novel, but we don't really share the failures or really shout about where things have gone wrong, not because it's about shame, but so that others cannot kind of go down those paths. So I think there's so much happening, but I feel like sometimes in different ecosystems, we're either doing something that's actually been done somewhere else and we're starting from scratch instead of learning and accelerating, and there's urgency, or we're not actually saying this is why it didn't work. And we did the best we could with the scenario we had, but really we need to share why it didn't work, because that's going to fast track someone else in a different context with a different ecosystem to potentially accelerate. So I think 100% for collaboration, but I think the models are very different. It depends on the ecosystem in the region and who in a particular moment in time might create psychological safety between certain actors. So it's very different depending where you are at a given point in time. Meaning, now where Ireland is, it may not have been Irish manufacturing research who set up Circulera. It just happened at a particular point in time. We had a mandate from industry. So I just think it's fluid and it depends.
Maybe to just continue. I'm not a material scientist and so on and so on, even though I've done a lot of innovation and stuff, and I really like tech and everything, but I'm not an engineer, I'm a business strategist, okay. So, and what I've learned from all the practices is that there's one thing common to business, to countries, to nationals, to everything, and that's value. We all want to create value, to live better, and so on and so on. So, listen to me carefully. The value is not created by technology. Value is created by business model. Okay, so 90% of value comes out of business model, but we invest 90% of finances into technology. And we don't, in our minds, connect those facts, those things, So what I want to say is, if we switch the debate from the abstract worlds of innovation and circular economy in materials and I don't know what, to actually scenarios and values and add values to it. And values comes from what if we do that and succeed, and we did not do it and not succeeded, and that happened, and there's value. So it's a negative value, but it's value. And we don't talk about the negative values. There's our balance sheet, our systems, our financial methodologies in companies and in countries, budgets and everything are on, we don't balance the costs of not doing anything. We don't add that to the balance sheets. We should do that, because then we would solve the financial issue of not getting funded, of not being supported, of not having supported project within the corporation, and I don't know what. So that's, if somebody would told me that when I was starting in corporation, that, you know, give numbers to everything before you go to every meeting, you don't have them, you need to assume, it's assumption, but you can build that, it goes much more easier. So that would be one thing that I would like us to talk more, because I think we would be much quicker in the doing if we would be talking through the values of what we can lose, and not in abstract way, really in values.
Yeah, I can really have a nice follow-up here. So, yeah, I can only agree that companies right now are really scared of this, exactly this, investing into a business model, you know, research. So they're scared of funding a feasibility study, you know, and then we come to them and say, you know, it's gonna be all right. We can find, you know, then European funding or something like that, and we can fund your feasibility study. And, you know, this has been proven to be successful. This is how we see collaborations now between different stakeholders, but it's a very long way of innovation. If we're gonna be, you know, innovating in circular economy right now through applying for, you know, funding, European funding, waiting 2 years, then getting the feasibility study funding, then doing it, and then implementing, well, we're gonna be run over by, you know, China and everything that right now the EU is scared of in terms of innovation. So this is how collaboration right now happens in circular economy. In our case, where we've seen in Slovenia at least big reluctance in terms of companies saying, look, we want to stick to our business model. We can't invest now into exploring these innovations, even though we show them the numbers. We show them that it's, you know, something that there's a big opportunity. And then we just do the funding through European projects, and that's where collaboration happens. You know, it's better than nothing, and we're seeing progress in Slovenia. But maybe just another barrier to mention, it would be great also to have some funding in this case from, you know, state side. So we don't need to fund, you know, technology. There's enough investors in this space. But if we can fund this feasibility study, these first moves, investments into developing a business model, that's where we can move it faster.
On your question, I would say, of course, we collaborate, but we should do better. Because first of all, for example, for venture innovation, what you have mentioned. So in Europe, we know all we regulate. And in last years, we have established so many new regulations that actually a startup cannot survive just reading this before it will understand what they have to do. The idea is done. And I think there is no innovation, I keep saying this, there is no innovation in the world without any risk. I know in Europe we want to have zero risk and being really innovative. This doesn't work. So we have to accept certain risk. We can also regulate, but we have to regulate in the pragmatic way that we will allow innovation and startup, etc. to boost. This is one thing. Second thing is when, for example, we have patents. We have 5 patents a day in our company. No? For many patents, if we want to commercialize them, we need 10 years in Europe, 10 to 15 years. Well, after 10, 15 years, we come to the market, there is done. Chinese have the same products, India, everybody, we are competing. So is it worth it to innovate in Europe? I would challenge this. The third point is with politicians' dialogues. So I was really astonished, and this is very different in Europe. I talked to colleagues, I don't know, in Denmark, when we have a new technology, somebody heard from politics, come to the parliament and explain us what it is. I was really, for us this is called lobbying. I'm not lobbying, but this is, I cannot go directly to a politician and explain, look, this is a technology which might be interesting for Slovenia. Well, I have to go to association, we will sit down 3 times, having 5 panels, etc. I think this is not the right collaboration. It's not, we have this assumption that immediately we try to get some interest, etc. I want to have technology neutral regulation, but I think also for a politician it's important to understand what is feasible from technological point of view or from another point of view. And then, as you said as well, so this educational part, as I started this, I'm still asking where our kids are learning about circular economy. Just maybe I will get some information. Yeah, but what kind?
Well, I know that people already talking and the lunch boxes are waiting for us. So what I wanted to do now is to just quickly ask you all, just in a few words, like how resilient a circular economy would be for you in a few years' time. If we could maybe implement what we're talking here, what we are discussing, if actually change can happen from this conference and for what we are saying, what do you envision, how that could be?
Geez, that's a doozy for the end of the panel. I think, you know, that for me, as I said, my perspective on resilience is it's an outcome. And for me, circularity means so many different things to different people. The outcomes really matter. And that when it comes to thinking about resilience, I'm really optimistic that a more kind of focus on looking at not just kind of, you know, let's get really high quality recycling. How do we get configurations and circular systems that actually do the redesign, the remanufacturing, the repurposing, and build those systems at scales across Europe where they can be economically viable and compete with the dominant linear systems? Because we have transition strategies. And again, I think looking at this from that perspective, I find is a way to kind of navigate some of that question around what to invest in and why. So we don't see stranded assets in different places because of the nature of competition for feedstock in industrial symbiosis and the circular bioeconomy. So I think for me, resiliency, I guess, and a takeaway I'd say is it's an outcome, and much like the impacts that come from different circular configurations and business models, we really need to look at the outcomes and the resiliency that they provide as opposed to getting hooked on the models, if that makes sense.
Okay, I'll try to be more narrow. I'll focus on Slovenia and on circular bioeconomy. So, you know, for me, I think that a great goal would be achieved if, you know, we see in the next couple of years or 5 to 10, you know, a couple of biorefineries in Slovenia, actual infrastructure where, you know, the byproducts, the material is being retained and put back into the system, and actually keeping, you know, the know-how, the people in Slovenia, and this could be a bit of a backdrop to what's happening now, where especially in agriculture or food, in the food chain, there's a lot of acquiring from foreign countries of our companies. With this model, we can actually, you know, get the value back to Slovenia in the agri-food chain. So maybe that's maybe a narrow vision.
I would wish that we all are in the same ship, you know, paddling together across these really high waves that we have in the ocean. And so collaboration is one thing, so that we don't sit together and look at each other like, okay, what do we demand of each other, but we really work together, so the businesses, the policymakers, the politicians, because they're really, really important. Also scientists and everybody, all the stakeholders. So collaboration is one thing and simplification is another thing. I think we need to simplify, simplify, and simplify. So there needs to be one focal point of where a company can get information, how they can apply circular economy to their own businesses, you know, one point where they can also say, okay, here, this is the idea that we have. We're not going to be able to pull it through together. We're looking for some partners. Let's go, and that's really vivid, you know. But if we have so many initiatives and so many things that are all amazing, but then in the end, you know, everything is lost, and the majority of businesses, yeah, still say they don't know where to turn and what to do and so on and so on. And majority of them cannot afford to really seek for help for themselves, not even to go to somebody and ask for advice where to look. Yeah, they don't have that time, they don't have that capacity. They're, in their own daily processes. Yeah.
Well, I would have 3 wishes, like a golden fish for asking. First of all, that Europe will become more resilient, more competitive. Second one, that free markets will be really free markets. It means if we talk about waste, that we will not have in each country different regulation about waste, different labels, etc., that we have one, so we can really also make an internal competition market for the, recycling or other technologies. And the third one, that Slovenia would go towards another Christmas, not in overshoot day, not every year going up in the overshoot day now, March 8th or something, so that we will come to half 2 or Christmas 25th of December like Uruguay, that this would be our benchmark regarding overshoot. Thank you.
So I think we can open now for some questions from the audience. If someone wants to use the last 5 minutes for any questions to the panel. Yes, there is one there.
First of all, thanks for the really nice debate. I think I learned a lot also from different perspectives, both in industry and in position. At least two of you, mentioned that we really need to have a place to gather success stories, but also stories of failure, which we can also learn from. Those are also informative. And I agree completely, but my question to you is, what can that be? How do you envision that? Because I think we have sort of existing systems now, for example, this conference, other similar conferences, literature, scientific research, things like this, but there's always a delay in sharing these things and they don't reach all of the audiences we need. So what's your suggestion to improve that? What can we take with us and do to help make it better?
It's a really great question because, again, I think sometimes the people who know, and the people who don't know. So figuring out what is the mode and how to reach them, I think some of it comes from, I guess, perhaps whenever I come to things like these, I think, wouldn't it be good if instead of us talking on panels, I mean, it was fabulous, thank you for inviting me, we actually had something where we were here and instead of me talking about and telling you all about the successes in Ireland, I kind of actually shared some of the things that held us back and the things I wished I'd known. And, the fact that we kind of changed up the way we have some of these things, bearing in mind that if this is a forum for us as innovation intermediaries or practitioners, it's to build up our resilience so that we can learn from each other as fast as possible. However, I do know, and we've invested a lot, so this is actually something that I come from academia and business consultancy. I'm not a communications expert. And I was always like, just write the 2-page case study, get it out. I have now, at least in my team, 4 people who comes from a communications and marketing background. We invest a huge amount of money in essentially marketing the stories to push them out on social media so that people actually read them. Meaning, there's no point having you need the other long form version, but if you're not actually able to break through, you're not a credible source, no one reads them anyway. So I think, again, it's thinking about how we engage. But I think we're at a point of maturity where the circular economy is, we have these every 2 years, 1 year, I can't remember, every year. We did Dublin in 2023. The point is we do these regularly. So we know it's a forum. It's a question of how do we mix up the way we do them in order to address some of the barriers that we face or the things we see as inhibiting uptake and knowledge share and exchange.
I think it's also about how basically with what aim and objective everyone is coming to such places, like those places, other places. There are lots of spaces and places and opportunities right now for us to meet. But the thing is, what is the objective? What is the question that I have? How do I listen? really to understand, do I search for solutions, ready-made solutions, or I actually am in a process already and I'm just searching for some inspiration or how I can apply something from a different world into my case. And it's, yeah, I think the best learnings actually come from doing and reacting and acting, but in a way that we are actually brought together and we co-create. And we start bringing different perspectives and learnings from different worlds, and then we learn best, probably. But also something around, the sharing bad experiences and why something didn't work is actually probably something that we need to get better at.
Yes, I would add like businesses usually they are super afraid of like sharing the failures because they always want to show we are super good in doing something, we've done amazing things, but this is actually important if businesses want to collaborate and go through the blockers that we all know exist, and these joint forces they need to actually be transparent, and the failures are learning. So any other questions from the audience? There is one over there at the back. I can see you.
I think we do have one. The only thing that I see is a red screen here telling us time's up.
Yeah, it's kicking us out. We will be quick.
I'll be very fast. So Valentina from Chamber of Commerce. We are one of the organizers. Just to invite you on Monday, we continue with this story a little bit more on bio-based economy. So kindly invited to international speakers and pitch deck of companies that provide this circular and bio-based products covering agriculture, construction and energy. So if you have time, also food will be there, so kindly invited Bio Summit, so we continue this story in a good spirit.
Thank you so
Whoever
much for
is invited, like we are all invited and interested, just find the lady. Yeah.
Yes, actually we wanted to invite everybody as well to the deep demonstration in Slovenia, which is the thematic number 4 at 2:30, right? On the third floor, conference room, 3rd floor. So we're gonna show like what a little bit in practice what we've been doing in Slovenia with along with the local government, and see in practice like circular business models and things that actually worked, that didn't work. So you can actually see what the results of that. Thank you so much for your insights and it is really nice debate and the questions and the interaction from the audience. Oh, thank you so much.
Krožno gospodarstvo lahko zaživi le, če sodelujemo vsi, od proizvajalcev in oblikovalcev politik do nas, potrošnikov. V tematskem sklopu bomo raziskali, kako okrepiti krožno vedenje in kako izdelke ter storitve zasnovati tako, da bodo dostopni, privlačni in sprejeti v širši družbi. Spoznali boste uspešne primere iz prakse, knjižnice stvari, popravljalnice, sisteme spodbud in razmišljali, kaj nas še loči od pravega sistemskega preboja. Dotaknili se bomo tudi ključne naloge našega časa. Ločitve gospodarske rasti od porabe virov, koraka, brez katerega dolgoročne trajnosti ne bo. Predavanje se bo začelo čez 5 minut. Vabljeni, da se nam pridružite v dvorani.
Lesna zadruga Loški Potok je slovenski primer v tujini močno razširjenega zadružnega modela rabe lesne biomase za ogrevanje. Projekt je lep primer sodelovanja različnih členov lokalne skupnosti. Na pobudo občine je bila ustanovljena lesna zadruga, ki vključuje lastnike lokalnih gozdov, gozdarje in druge, ki se ukvarjajo z lesno dejavnostjo, na sistem ogrevanja pa je priključenih 12 objektov.
Ko sem začel mandat, smo pravzaprav začeli razmišljati, kako zmanjšati ceno ogrevanja in hkrati zamenjati fosilna goriva za obnovljivi vir. Odločili smo se, da je pravzaprav ena izmed najbolj vabljivih zadev ustanovitev zadruge. Tako da smo ustanovili lesno zadrugo Loški potok, ki je pravzaprav vključevala kar nekaj domačih ljudi, predvsem gozdarjev, ki pravzaprav naj bi tudi dobavljali surovino za to daljinsko ogrevanje.
Za lokalno gospodarstvo pomeni lesna zadruga nova delovna mesta, cenejše ogrevanje za lokalno prebivalstvo, izkoriščanje gozdov v smislu čiščenja gozdov in s tem povečanja letnega prirasta gozdov.
V daljinsko ogrevanje na lesno biomaso v Loškem potoku so vključene zgradbe v lasti občine, torej občinska zgradba, zdravstveni dom, dom starejših občanov, osnovna šola, pošta ter stanovanjski in nekaj zasebnih poslovnih objektov. Občina je predtem za ogrevanje svojih objektov porabila približno 90.000 litrov kurilnega olja letno. V letu 2018 je z ogrevanjem na lesno biomaso privarčevala 30.000 evrov.
Zadrugo Konopko je leta 2014 ustanovilo 15 članov z namenom združiti znanje in izkušnje vseh, ki želijo izkoristiti potencial industrijske konoplje v Sloveniji. Danes je v zadrugi povezanih že več kot 150 fizičnih in pravnih oseb, imajo 4 poslovne enote in 2 zaposlena.
Člani zadruge Konopko smo res različnih poklicev. Polovico članov je pridelovalce industrijske konoplje, ostali pa smo iz najrazličnejših vetrov. Vse pa nas nekako druži prepoznavanje trajnostnega razvoja, samooskrbnosti, potreb po zelenih delovnih mestih in pa seveda pomembnosti krožnega gospodarjenja. Industrijska konoplja je zelo pomemben in še neizkoriščen del krožnega gospodarjenja v Evropi.
Pomembna ugodnost članstva v zadrugi je svetovanje pri predelavi konoplje na terenu. Člani prek zadruge kupujejo semena po nižji ceni, med seboj si delijo znanje in tehnološko opremo, po koncu letine pa zadruga od njih odkupi pridelek po pravični ceni. Spremljajo tudi razvoj in kakovost, krog pa je sklenjen z zadružnimi izdelki. Zadružništvo je prava stvar, pravijo v Konopku. Poleg razvoja konopljarske skupnosti jim zadružna oblika povezovanja omogoča raziskovanje potenciala te rastline tisočerih priložnosti. S partnerji razvijajo inovativne materijale, da bi še dodatno utrli pot konopljarstvu pri nas.
Kaj žene krožno preobrazbo? Potrošniki ali ponudniki? Spoznajte uspešne prakse in strategije za trajnostne sisteme. Predavanje se začne čez 1 minuto.
So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And yes, we are distributing headphones because the next presentation will be in the Slovenian language. So do grab a pair. The ladies have enough for everybody. This is the only presentation that's going to be in Slovenian here on the main stage today. And we've been talking all morning about waste and pollution and how much pressure this means for our climate and biodiversity. So the third block of our conference, we dedicated to circular demand and supply. And the key question now is, how do we change our habits and our choices, our consumption? Why are these shifts so slow? To tackle this, we welcome Dr. Tanja Kamin. She's head of the Center of Social Psychology at the University of Ljubljana and a leading expert on behavior change for sustainability. Tanja, welcome.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. And sorry to speak in Slovene today. I was advised to speak in Slovene language, so I prepared my presentation in Slovene. At the same time, in a way, it's a privilege that once in a time I can speak Slovene on an international conference. So I'm going to continue in Slovene, and of course then later on in discussion I'm going to take all the questions and answers in English. I will start today's short presentation and discussion with my personal experience. Zdaj bom govorila v slovenščini, no? Sorry. Bom začela svojo osebno izkušnjo, ki sem jo nedavno doživela na začetku ene takega, bom rekla, zgodnega poletnega dne, ko sem se odpravila na bližnji ljubljanski hrib in ko sem prišla gor, sem si zaželela spiti eno limonado, sem stopila v gostilno in naročila kozarec limonade. Ko sem na to čakala, sem videla, da je natakarica posegla po plastičnem kozarcu in sem jo prosila, če mi lahko postreže v steklenem kozarcu. Pa je rekla, malo strte zvito, da žal, ker so imeli 3 dni nazaj javni dogodek, ne sme postreči limonade ali pa kakršnekoli pijače v steklenem kozarcu. In potem sem jo vprašala, torej to pomeni, da ko bom naslednjič prišla, bom pa lahko izbrala steklen kozarec in pijačo, iz katerega bom pila potem. In je rekla, malo nevoljno in tako, lahko, veste, ampak te kozarci za enkratno uporabo plastični niso več za enkratno uporabo, zdaj se lahko 7-krat uporabijo. In sem rekla, torej jih perete? Ne, to pa ne. Sem rekla, v redu. In potem mi pravi, veste kaj, tako malo, skoraj pomilovalno je rekla, veste kaj pravi, ta zakonodaja pravi, proizvajalci in prodajalci bodo vedno najdeli pot okrog zakona, pravi. Tako da, če bojo rekli, da se ne sme več uporabljati kozarcev za 2-kratno uporabo, jih bojo pač naredili za 10-kratno in tako naprej, ker postavlja v bistvu problem na eno višjo raven. Nauk te zgodbe je seveda ta, da lahko nam govori o tem, da še tako motiviran posameznik, ki želi delovati trajnostno, če nima v bistvu sistemske podpore, na vsakem koraku pravzaprav zelo težko deluje trajnostno. Danes, tako kot obljublja tudi sam naslov tega predavanja, bomo pogledali ta problem z socialno-marketinškega vidika in socialni marketing, ki mimogrede ni socialno oglaševanje prek spletnih socialnih medijev, ampak gre za en najbolj učinkovit pristop za spreminjanje vedenja. Nas v bistvu uči, da za doseganje vedenj ni dovolj samo osveščati ljudi, jih informirati in tako naprej, ampak da moramo v bistvu najti v družbi en ustrezen konsens, ko začnemo verjeti, da so neke spremembe zares potrebne, da v bistvu znamo identificirati ustrezne akterje in potem v sinergiji v bistvu delujemo v smeri boljših sprememb. Se pravi, sama zakonodaja je zelo pomembna, ker postavlja nek normativni okvir, kar v bistvu ima tudi potem vzvode potencialno za kaznovanje in bolj, bomo rekli, prisilno usmerjanje v neko delovanje, da se lahko stvari hitrejše spremenijo. Ampak v bistvu sama po sebi zakonodaja, kot kaže tudi prejšnji primer, ne more dobro funkcionirati, če jo želijo potem nekateri tudi zaobideti. Zdaj, socialno-marketinški pristop, ki mu zaradi svoje transdisciplinarnosti, zares včasih tudi v hecu rečemo, da je to grab bag disciplina, v bistvu že nekaj časa izpostavlja, da ni dovolj, da govorimo samo recimo o nekih promocijah družbenih idej ali pa morda potem, da razmišljamo samo o spremembah vedenja, ampak da res začnemo govoriti o doseganju družbenih sprememb. Ker takoj, ko začnemo govoriti o doseganju družbenih sprememb, povemo tudi to, da samo spreminjanje vedenj potrošnikov ni zadost, da se bo sistemsko zgodila neka večja sprememba. Hkrati pa v bistvu poudarja ta pristop, da moramo o vedenjih, se pravi ljudi, razmišljati sistemsko in hkrati v intervencijah biti usmerjeni potem pa k posameznikom, k ljudem, ki so lahko to recimo potrošniki ali pa politični odločevalci ali pa policy makeri in tako naprej. Zdaj, podnebna znanost je jasna in danes izpostavlja res nujnost prehoda iz linearnega v krožno gospodarstvo. Vsi, ki smo danes tukaj, se tega zelo dobro zavedamo, tako da nočem prepričevati prepričanih. Vemo v bistvu tudi to, in če beremo razne policy dokumente, vidimo, da je to tudi zapisano, da je za trajnostni prehod zares nujno sodelovanje potrošnika. Zdaj, v potrošnika se vlaga zelo veliko upov, imamo tudi zelo veliko pričakovanj od potrošnika in zdaj, če razmišljamo, kako bi moral to trajnostno delovanje potrošnik zares spreminjati, se večinoma govori, čeprav je teh trajnostnih vedenj več, recimo vsaj teh 9, ki jih imam tukaj zapisanih, se večinoma pri trajnostnem delovanju govori v 3, se pravi 3 R-jih. Eno je recikliranje, o čemer se zares največ govori, potem imamo v bistvu ponovna uporaba, pa hkrati tudi zmanjšanja raba, recimo, ali pa celo mogoče zavračanje rabe in tako naprej. O teh stvarih se malo manj govori zaradi tega, ker bolj korenito posega v spremembe, ki jih pa v bistvu ta hip rabimo. Na nek način recikliranje je tisto, ki je najbolj mehko, pa najbolj zares pušča, da stvari ostanejo takšne skoraj, kot so na ravni potrošnika. Zdaj, pogosto velja prepričanje, da se ljudje ne vedejo trajnostjo zato, ker niso dovolj informirani, ker niso osveščeni, ker nimajo dovolj znanja. In to je načeloma ena taka problematična predpostavka, zato ker potem strategije in taktike, se pravi delovanja, usmerja predvsem v 3 reči, se pravi, kako krepiti to informiranost, se pravi v informiranje, v izobraževanje, prepričevanje kot temeljne strategije. Ki pa seveda niso zadosti, zato ker v bistvu opažamo, da vedenje se ne prevaja tako enostavno tudi v vedenje. In imamo v bistvu cel kup nekih že dobrih strategij, napotkov, na kakšen način v bistvu naj komunikacijski strokovnjaki delujejo, da bodo dosegli dovolj, da bodo v bistvu lahko uspešnejši, ampak na koncu pravzaprav vedno naletimo na isti zid. Se pravi, ugotavljamo, informiranje samo, znanje samo ne vodi nujno v spremembe, ki si jih želimo. Vse raziskave kažejo, da obstaja zelo velik razkorak med tem, kaj ljudje mislijo in kaj ljudje potem tudi počnejo. Med drugim so tudi razlike med namerami, recimo nekdo lahko že izrazi namero, da bo deloval, pa potem še vedno zaradi nekih razlogov ne deluje v skladu s to namero. Zdaj, če pogledamo podatke, načeloma so prebivalci Evrope precej zaskrbljeni s tem, da se recimo količina odpadkov povečuje. Skoraj večina je prepričanih, da so potrebne spremembe v potrošnji, v proizvodnji, v trgovini in vsi si delijo mnenje, da so v bistvu ukrepi zares nujni. Ko potem po drugi strani pogledamo pa njihovo namero za delovanje, pa ugotovimo, da niso tako zelo pripravljeni zmanjšati svojo potrošnjo, da so relativno slabo vključeni v prakse krožnega gospodarstva in da mnogi postavljajo tudi ti, ki kažejo namero za delovanje, da niso sposobni slediti vedenskim spremembam, 4 ključni razlogi, ponavadi se tukaj govorijo, bodi si, da je prevelika cena za kaj, da nimajo časa, ali pa da so neke druge, recimo, nezmožnosti, zaradi katerih ne morejo delovati. Hkrati seveda, živimo v okolju, kjer je še vedno prevladujoča ideologija in informacije, s katerimi je potrošnik bombardiran, buy, waste. In v bistvu teh informacij, kako naj človek kupuje nove obleke, poje več mesa, več potuje in tako naprej, vse to na nek način zajeda v ta komunikacijski prostor teh, ki se pa borijo na drugi strani ta vedenja, ki so problematična iz trajnostnega vidika, spremeniti. In tukaj moramo prepoznati to konkretno konkurenco. Zdaj, vedenje torej je samo eden od elementov v tej vedenjski enačbi, recimo proti trajnostnemu delovanju. Tukaj noter so še elementi, kot so, razne priložnosti, ki recimo so lahko spodbujene z strani okolja, poleg teh ostalih sposobnosti v smislu vedenja, znanja, tudi recimo veščin, motivacije, ki so lahko v bistvu izvirajo iz nekih osebnostnih načel, recimo, ali pa lastnosti, ali pa prihaja tudi recimo z vidika nekih subvencij, drugih spodbud in tako naprej. Skratka, dejavnikov, ki vplivajo na vedenje, je veliko in informiranost je samo ena. V bistvu teh dejavnikov je, ko govorimo o kompleksnih problemih, kakršne zagotovo zdaj recimo podnebne spremembe so, in take imenujemo velikokrat wicked problems ali pa zahrbtni problemi, ki jih je zelo težko določati, kaj povzroča in kje bomo lahko z neko intervencijo kaj spremenili in kako se bodo v bistvu potem rezultati neke intervencije potem v družbi zares pokazali. In tisto, kar mi vidimo na ravni potrošnikovega vedenja, je pravzaprav vidimo vedno samo vrh ledene gore. Za tem se v bistvu skriva ena velika masa, ki v bistvu v sistemskem razmišljanju pravimo, da moramo na vsakem polju, kjer delujemo, recimo, če govorimo o prehrani, moramo razumeti, kakšen je prehranski sistem v nekem okolju. Se pravi, moramo razumeti sistem, da znamo identificirati potem tudi ključne akterje v tem sistemu in razmišljati, kje se zares problemi poustvarjajo in kako v bistvu začeti te elemente sistema počasi in hkrati spreminjati, zato da bomo začeli dosegati neke smiselne spremembe. In govorimo, da moramo zato delovati hkrati na mikro, mezo in makro ravni, s čimer se bom še vrnila. Mikro, mezo, makro raven se najlažje na nek način pokaže s pomočjo analogije reke, to je na področju javnega zdravja ena taka zelo pogosto uporabljena analogija, ki pravi, da se moramo problemov reševati na način, se pravi, s problemi začeti ukvarjati tako, da gremo vedno k izvoru problema. Se pravi, da skušamo ugotoviti, kje se problemi zares najbolj ustvarjajo, kje se najbolj poustvarjajo. Pomembno je seveda delovati na ravni tudi posameznikov, potrošnikov, ampak recimo, če gledamo spet sistemskega vidika, je energije in drugih resursov enostavno preveč porabimo, da bi se ukvarjali z recimo mikro ravnjo, zato da bi potem dosegali makro spremembe. Zato je zelo pomembno, da plujemo z tokom navzgor, začenjamo ugotavljati, kje se v bistvu problemi kreirajo in jih potem tako tudi začeti reševati. Zato recimo na makro ravni proti izviru zares razmišljamo o tem, na kakšen način bomo družbene norme spreminjali, strukture in tako naprej. Se pravi, tukaj bo treba razmišljati o intervencijah, ki so namenjene recimo policy makerjem, odločevalcem in tako naprej. Tudi medijem, ker so pomemben del ustvarjanja neke kulture. Na mezoravni, govorimo na ravni, kjer ljudje preživijo zelo veliko časa, recimo v institucijah, kot so šole, fakultete, v svojih službah in tako naprej, v trgovinah in tako. Se pravi, tukaj razmišljamo o spremembah, ki jih lahko uvedejo akterji na mezoravni in bodo imeli posledično v bistvu lahko zelo velike vplive na to, kako se bodo posamezniki začenjali vesti. Recimo, Če pogledamo samo javni zavodi, predstavljajo tam okrog 18% GDP-ja recimo in z tega vidika imajo blazno veliko kupno moč, s katero lahko naprimer začnejo ali pa inicirajo neke spremembe, ki jih lahko ostali tudi sledijo. No, šele na tej mikroravni se začnemo ukvarjati tudi, oziroma ne šele, ampak sočasno na nek način, pa seveda tudi s potrošniki, oziroma tukaj govorimo, da se ukvarjamo z državljani, z različnimi skupinami neke populacije, recimo mladih in tako naprej. Vedno govorim o skupinah neke populacije, zato ker nikoli ne moramo naslavljati vseh naenkrat, ker ljudje rabijo posebne pristope. Če v bistvu ne delujemo na tak način, potem v bistvu bo enkratna čistilna akcija, ki jo bomo izvedli v nekem zalivu, zato da odstranimo plastiko, po naslednji nevihti, po naslednjem jugu, ki bo zapihal na isti ravni umazanosti. Se pravi, rabimo razmišljati, kje bomo spremembe dosegali, zato da se bo res na dolgi rok neka stvar poznala. Socialno-marketinška orientacija, ne bom šla v vse te različne vidike, ampak predvsem pomembno izpostavlja, da moramo poznati, kadar razmišljamo o doseganju vedenjskih sprememb, kaj so ključni konkurenti. Vsako vedenje, ki si ga želimo spremeniti, ima svoje konkurente. O čemerkoli govorimo. Imamo konkurenčna vedenja in v bistvu interesne skupine, ki neka vedenja recimo spodbujajo, recimo tudi vedenja, ki so morda zdaj v tej našem kontekstu problematična. In če v bistvu ne poznamo, kdo so te, se pravi, te akterje moramo znati identificirati in v bistvu potem te konkurente kreativno premagati z nekimi dobrimi strategijami. Zato je zelo pomembno, da najprej dobro razumemo sistem in da strateško razmišljamo. To, kar jaz pogosto opazim pri spremembah, pri intervencijah za doseganje vedenjskih sprememb je, da ljudje radi skočijo na raven taktik in operacionalizacije. Se pravi, da se razmišlja o tem, kakšno kampanjo bojo kje naredili, kje bojo nekaj informirali in tako naprej. Ni pa neke strategije, ki bi pomagala zares te različne akterje med sabo povezati in iskati sinergije. V Sloveniji recimo, če pogledam, ogromno nekih iniciativ, ogromno organizacij, ki se ukvarja s tako fantastičnimi projekti. Ampak včasih so te projekti, recimo, bi lahko z malo več sodelovanja dosegali veliko boljše učinke. Da ne govorim seveda tudi o interesnih skupinah, ki nimajo želje po spremembah. Če ustrezno obvladamo in delamo, razmišljamo strateško in potem delujemo ustrezno na tej operacionalni ravni, potem res lahko vidimo dobre rezultate. Rezultati, ki se ne končajo pri tem, da dosežemo cilje, da so ljudje informirani, ozaveščeni, ampak da dejansko vidimo, da ljudje začenjajo delovati. Se pravi, v socialno-marketinškem pogledu rečemo, cilji so doseženi, ko ljudje delujejo, se pravi, ko grejo v eno spremembo in ki potem to vedenje, ki ga želimo, tudi ohranjajo. Ker za nas ni dovolj, da samo enkrat na 14 dni človek reciklira, recimo. Zdaj, to je zelo zahteven proces, ampak imamo par korakov, nekih postopkovnih usmeritev vsebinskih, ki nas usmerjajo, kako delovati, da počasi preidemo na tak način delovanja. In tukaj nam pomagajo v socialnem marketingu 3 vprašanja. Prvo v bistvu izpostavi, da moramo vedeti, kje ljudje so naše ciljne skupine, recimo v odnosu do nekega želenega vedenja. Ali res ljudje niso informirani? Včasih je to res. Ali res nimajo informacij? Ali morda v bistvu so dobro informirani, pa se nekje drugje zatakne in se ne morejo premakniti v smer želenega vedenja? Se pravi, tukaj nam pomaga več modelov razmišljati, na kakšen način oziroma kje, sploh razumeti, kje so ljudje v recimo neki skupnosti, naprimer v Sloveniji, v odnosu do nekega želenega vedenja. Ali moramo res najprej skrbeti potem, in tukaj vam tudi izvirajo različne strategije v smislu, morda moramo res najprej delati na nekih bolj informativnih kampanjah, morda pa moramo spreminjati kakšne druge reči. Naprimer, te modeli nam pomagajo tudi razumeti, da je spreminjanje vedenja proces. Ljudje se ne spremenijo čez noč in na nek način vedenjske spremembe lahko obravnavamo tudi kot neko vrsto inovacij. Z inovacijami, že če vzamemo take cool zadeve, kot je, ne vem, novi iPhone, ljudje ne pograbijo takoj zaradi različnih razlogov, ali pa se recimo uvajajo v neke nove tehnologije in tako naprej. Ko govorimo recimo o nekih spremembah vedenja, pomeni, da ljudi začenjamo spraševati o tem, oziroma jih prepričevati, da se odmaknejo od svojih ritualov, od svojih navad in tako naprej. In to je težko. Se pravi, razumevanje tega, da gremo ljudje počasi skozi ta proces, nam pomaga oblikovati tudi prave strategije, ko vemo, v kateri fazi nekega procesa so. In kaj bo ljudi v posamezni fazi najbolj zanimalo, naprimer, kakšne spodbude moramo oblikovati, da jih bomo najlažje prestavili potem v naslednjo fazo. Naslednje vprašanje, ki si ga zastavimo, je, zakaj so ljudje v neki fazi? Se pravi, kateri so tisti razlogi, ki posameznikom in posameznicam onemogočajo, da se premaknejo v naslednjo fazo? Ali so to lahko problem ne vem, socioekonomske težave, ali so to lahko problem neka prepričanja, ali je to problem recimo, ne vem, v neki dostopnosti nekih izdelkov. Skratka, cel kup nekih za posameznike je lahko zelo veliko relevantnih, pomembnih razlogov, s katerimi se moramo ukvarjati. Se pravi, če želimo dosegati spremembe, moramo razmišljati, kje bomo te ovire odpravljali, kako jih bomo odpravljali in kako bomo tiste dejavnike, ki so spodbudni dejavniki, zares lahko krepili, da ljudi premaknemo v bistvu naprej. In šele ko vemo, se pravi, zakaj so ljudje zataknjeni v neki fazi, recimo tega vedenjskega cikla, bomo začeli razmišljati, kako bomo pa zdaj ljudi premaknili v naslednjo fazo, s kakšnimi spodbudami, v kakšnih koristih, stroških pri spreminjanju nekega priporočena vedenja moramo razmišljati. Stroški za ljudi niso samo materialni. Stroški lahko predstavljajo tudi čas, stroški lahko predstavljajo tudi, ne vem, pritisk vrstniške skupine, a si v nekem delovanju videti kot družbeno zaželen ali ne in tako naprej. Skratka, tudi to so v bistvu stroški ali pa lahko neke koristi, ki delujejo kot neke potencialno lahko neke negativne ali pa pozitivne konkurenčne sile. In v tej fazi v bistvu najbližje tej operativni ravni, moramo začeti razmišljati, kako bomo oblikovali intervencije z neko ustrezno kombinacijo kognitivnih, afektivnih in vedenjskih dejavnikov. Zdaj, če omenim te vedenjske dejavnike neposredno, recimo, zagotovo ste slišali za recimo pristop, kot je nudging, kjer ljudi v bistvu z neko arhitekturo, naprimer prostora, na nek način potiskamo v vedenje, ki ni nujno potem zares ozaveščeno, da gre za spremembo, ampak se ljudje vedejo drugače, že zato, ker mogoče stole v prostoru drugače postavimo. Ampak tudi to je lahko recimo nek dejavnik, ki začne neke nove navade ustvarjati in s tem tudi deluje potem kot dejavnik doseganja nekih lahko vedenjskih sprememb. Spet ne deluje sam zase, to imamo tudi podatke. No, in tukaj, ko začnemo razmišljati o teh intervencijah, uporabljamo, ali pa recimo zelo priročen en tak socialno-marketinški splet, mu rečemo, kjer razmišljamo o optimalni kombinaciji različnih elementov za čist konkretno ciljno skupino, ki bo pomagala v bistvu zares prepoznavati vrednost nekega vedenja, nekega želenega vedenja, za katerega želimo, da ga ljudje privzamejo. Za tiste, ki bi se radi malo poigrali, tukaj je en tak zanimiv model na spletu dostopen, kjer lahko s pomočjo KMB modela recimo malo začnete razmišljati, kako o teh dejavnikah, ko se razmišlja o, ne vem, ustvarjanju izdelkov ali pa storitev za krožno gospodarstvo, sploh razmišljati, a ne, za različne recimo ciljne skupine. In boste videli v bistvu, da ima vsaka, da ne morete graditi univerzalnih rešitev, da vsaka ciljna skupina z nekimi svojimi lastnimi specifikami bo zahtevala en svoj pristop v neki optimalni kombinaciji recimo nekih recimo spodbud. Če povzamem, bomo rekli, da, in mislim, da sem čist on time, a ne? Super. Lahko rečemo, da je ta socialno-marketinški pristop lahko res en dober pristop za naslavljanje zelo tudi težkih družbenih problemov, a ne? Ki, kot rečeno, res terja strateško razmišljanje, a ne? Najprej strategija, pol taktike, a ne? Da je v bistvu se treba, nauči nas tudi, da se je treba izogibati nekim bolj individualiziranim, individualnim, kampanjskim mogoče rešitvam, se pravi, ki so usmerjene v neko kratkoročno v bistvu spremembo, ki skušajo recimo ustvarjati univerzalna sporočila v smislu, itak so vsi neinformirani, naredimo eno kampanjo, pa bojo vsi vedeli. S takimi kampanjami recimo ne dosegamo nekih dobrih rezultatov, še več lahko v bistvu dosežemo kontraproduktivne rezultate in je zato tak pristop tudi večkrat kritiziran. Še eno stvar, ki bi jo tukaj izpostavljena na študiju Či in socialni marketing, vidim pa tudi v bistvu iz samih izkušenj, je, da imamo v vsakem polju, vsakem sistemu, ne vem, prehranskem sistemu, energetski sistem, ogromno nekih akterjev in zelo veliko pozitivnih praks. In treba je začeti razmišljati o neki koordinaciji, recimo govorim pa z tega vidika pri nas, da je na državnem nivoju, na kakšen način v bistvu spodbujati tudi z mogoče določenimi politikami, boljše mreženje in boljše sodelovanje potem za neke dolgoročnejše zares projekte in skupno delovanje. Zahvaljujem se vam za pozornost and now we can enter in a discussion section.
Zelo, zelo zanimivo in seveda sodelovanje je tisto, kar nam manjka na marsikaterih področjih. We were super on time, so we can take some extra minutes for your questions, if there are any. Tanya is definitely here to answer them, and we can talk English, obviously, so maybe some comments or... Yeah? Be fine? Yeah?
Hi, my name is Sophie, I'm from REP, and I have a question about one of your last remarks, because you said very often very big campaigns to everyone don't really work. Mm-hmm. What is it that does really work in your experience?
Okay. Big campaigns, for example, are useful when we really find out that nobody knows anything about anything. So, for example, I don't know, a new disease breaks out, okay? Like when COVID happened, and everybody was new in this, so we all needed some kind of same information. But usually, in respect to whatever behavior we actually talk about, we see that we are not on the same stage. We have very different relationships to these behaviors. We know, we have different knowledge about it. We have different motivations. So what usually works is when you have very well segmented population and you know what segment you are actually addressing, because then you can speak their language. Then you can, but now we are also talking just about communication campaigns, okay? So we try to think not only about the communication campaigns, although they are important, but we also need to think how to maybe restructure the environment for a particular population, for a particular community, how we can start cooperating, how we can actually invite people to join the network for collaboration, etc., in getting towards particular goal. So yes, usually the universal campaign doesn't work. It's a waste of money, really.
Thank you. Thank you, Sophie, for the question. There's another question from the lady from the back. Yeah.
Hi, I have a question. So this recipe that you presented, or many recipes, they are used, let's say, for textile, yeah? They are used also from the ultra-fast fashion companies and also, let's say, the NGOs who are working maybe towards changing the behavior. So they are reading the same book. How could, let's say, where do the NGOs or the good ones have some more advantages that they could use or methods?
This is an excellent question. Okay, social marketing sort of started off from very good, let's say, achievements that commercial marketing was showing off, right? But it has particular differences, especially with, in the sense how they invest in community and about the reasons why people from particular community are supposed to act. So the motivations in people is very different. But what you actually expose is very related to one of the pictures I made with the help of ChatGPT with that guy with 2 signs. It's tough. It's tough. Why? Because when you look the proportions of the money invested in, let's say, promoting behaviors on the part which doesn't promote, let's say, sustainable practices, there's much more money. It's so much money that one NGO will never see, like for one campaign. So it's tough to compete. It's tough to compete, but this is why I was saying that we need different strategies on this different level, micro and meso and macro. So when you see that, when we know that certain changes are really needed, and there are certain competitors which don't allow the change, then you need to start think about how you can actually limit the work of those competitors which are not working towards the goal that we sort of have a social consensus we really need to achieve. So I think the good thing that I'm noticing now in Slovenia is that maybe more and more people from different sectors are starting to sit at the same table and start discussing this, let's say, problems in a way to tackle them more strategically and with more synergies. And I think we need to achieve the tipping point, which is difficult, but who knows? All disruptions that are happening now in the society, which are really scary, but sometimes disruptions are also an opportunity, to push for certain changes with greater force. Yeah.
And like you said, moving up the river.
Yeah.
Moving up the river. Hvala lepa, Mojca, za vprašanje. And another question here from the lady in, yes?
Sabina Jordan, Slovenian National Building and Civil Engineering Institute. I have a question for you. How much do you think that tradition, cultural habits, etc., influence the, I cannot say willingness, but ability that people change? I mean, the Slovenes, we are very, very traditional, I believe. I'm not sure that we are able to change, I mean, in, let's say, certain period of time. I don't know. Just asking if you have any.
Yeah, it's a tough question, but the first answer would be none of the tradition is God-given, okay? So we are, whatever we became in Slovenia or in Europe, in wherever else, this is something that we became via years. I mean, like, just look, for example, about how much meat we consume in the developed world at the moment. This is not something that's been here forever. If you look Slovenia 20 years ago or 30 years ago, we consumed much less meat. And we know, for example, that meat consumption is one of the most problematic consumptions when we talk about sustainability issues. And we know we need to decrease it. I'm not talking about veganism, don't misunderstand me. I'm just saying that we need to reduce consumption of certain things. And I think it's not just a problem of Slovenia. To start thinking about degrowth, less consumption in various fields, it's becoming a necessity, and we will need to start opening up this issue and try to find out, I don't know, our hedonisms and somewhere else, not just in surplus consumption. So it's possible to change, but it's tough.
Definitely an interesting question. Thank you so much, Tanja, for the presentation and your answers. And well done. Thank you. This is your applause. Thank you. Hvala lepa. Because we need now a bit of time just to set the stage for our next round. So breaking down the program again, you're the one to choose. The same procedure like in the morning, so we have 3 venues, and these are the panels you can actually take part of, the sessions in the main hall, strategies for decoupling material consumption for GDP, in the conference room next door, ready to run a framework of sustainable products, and upstairs, something about circular consumers for a circular society.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this panel discussion on strategies for decoupling material consumption from economic growth. My name is Vanja Meserko. I'm from the Ministry of Environment, Climate and Energy of Slovenia, and it is my great pleasure to moderate today's session. Let me introduce our panelists. We are a bit reduced, but none at all. We will continue with the panel. Freek van Eyck, Director of Holland Circular Hotspot, and Sophie Scoop, Executive Director for Europe at RAP. Thank you very much for being here. Sophie, to help us set the scene, I would like you to explain why is decoupling material consumption from economic growth such a critical step, and what does that mean from a European and a global perspective?
Yeah, as our session is working? No, right?
No.
Yes. Yeah. Is it on? All right, great. Maybe as our session is already slightly different, we can take one step back and introduce both our organizations. I think this might help, right, for the conversation. So at least I will take it off, because RAP is not known by everyone, I've noticed in the last 2 days. And we're actually bringing together quite some of the conversations that happened today. RAP is an environmental action NGO. With a global focus, but originally founded in the UK as a governmental program. RAP stands for the Waste and Resources Action Program, really with the intent to solve that issue. So, well, there we can say we didn't manage that completely yet, but that's still the focus today. We really want to transform the system that provides the products that we consume. So our focus is very much on food, textiles, packaging, and plastics, and overall circular living. We work with 300 experts across 50 countries. And we do that with businesses. There was a lot of reference to businesses. We work in coalitions and pacts. So topics like the one we are discussing now on, for example, decoupling material use is something we really work on with those businesses. Citizens, we really do a lot on behavior change. So nice connection to the previous speaker, because I think at the end of the day, that's where it all starts. We work closely with, for example, our partner Ellen MacArthur Foundation through a lot of food pacts and plastic pacts, and also with WWF and NGOs that type of size. Also with the academic world a lot to create research, and that is sort of the foundation for the input I will share today. And also we work with policymakers by providing our expertise, for example, on food waste and also on EPR schemes. So I don't think we have to go that deep into the why of decoupling materials from growth. We've heard today a lot that it's time to act now. We have to change things. We cannot continue to just consume and create new stuff and new materials every day. I have, for example, the textiles in mind, where we continuously create new polyester or cotton or whatever it is type of fabrics. I think those days are over, or at least that's, I think, all our wishful thinking. And it's time to look at this critically. That's part of the focus of RAP. We look at materials for those sectors we are active in. We assess them, we do LCAs, we do a lot of studies on their impact, for example, and how to reduce that. But the biggest chunk of our work is on, for example, testing circular business models, finding solutions for durability, and that will be my angle for today.
Thank you, Sophie, for your introduction and setting up the scene. Maybe you can do the same and introduce yourself.
With
first.
pleasure.
Yeah.
My name is Freek van Eyck. I probably have the nicest job in the Netherlands as director of Holland Circular Hotspot, because I can promote circular economy at the international level and create business opportunities for the Dutch companies and their counterparts, like here in Slovenia. That means we often go on missions, incoming, outgoing. We write reports on market opportunities for sectors. We do market scans, we organize workshops, do keynotes, and we try to make it work. We tweak business models to see what happens in the different regulatory realities. So when you're in Nigeria, which is very much a bottom-up reality with an informal sector, it's quite a different approach than, for instance, Vietnam, which is top-down, or a high-tech environment. I am also the co-chair of the European Circular Economy Stakeholder Platform, because we also realize that we have to move together as Europe to make things happen, and nobody can do that alone. Not Germany, not France, not Slovenia, not the Netherlands. So collaborating in Europe makes very much sense. So that's a little bit about the background of Holland Circular Hotspot. Would you like to go to the questions? Or?
Yes, maybe I will start continue with Sophie, and then we will exchange. Sure. Maybe Sophie, from your global work at RAP, which solutions for decoupling do you see as most effective and transferable to other countries?
Yeah, I think from how we look at it, there are a lot of solutions we are, of course, exploring. So we are going from deep diving into the technical side of materials to really exploring in recent research, in this case for the UK, how businesses are leaving, how and if businesses are leaving money on the table, but and that's by not acting on this opportunity provided by circularity. And I focus a bit on business because I think that's hopefully adding to the conversations today, and I felt that was a little bit lacking, or at least that was a call out that I heard. So in terms of that, that's sort of the basis for my insights, and I think first of all, that starts with all of us, because waste is everyone's business and everyone's opportunity, especially as 45% of the GHG emissions are coming from how we make, use, and dispose our stuff. So I think instead of looking at our businesses and everything, we actually play a key role as citizens in this. And I think we've heard all along this morning that waste and actually materials, new materials as well, they all present and represent value. So that's a key way of looking at it. As well as adopting a circular living or a circular lifestyle. That also goes for consumers. Like, do think about your own role in this level playing field in that sense, because we do have that. And if we really want to tackle climate change and live within our planetary boundaries, we should focus on reuse and resourcing in a different way. And that also has an effect on the way we consume. And it's also not really limited to just managing our waste streams, just focusing on what's already out there. A big chunk of that, of course, is also that prevention work and looking at growth in a different way, like we heard this morning. So we do focus a lot on prevention, and the only way to do that is having a plan, a good strategy, and we also already heard that. But I think sometimes that step is forgotten because, I don't know, a circular business model opportunity looks fantastic for a business. They focus on a small element of it. In a big circularity pilot, there's a beginning and an end, and then it stops. But I think if we really want to make a change here, we should look at it from the design phase, and we all know that. But I think that requires a huge effort. For businesses, that means that you continuously have to train your designers, your product developers. You have to think of incentivizing more circular solutions and decisions. We heard also reference to budgeting, for example. That's another element of it. If you really want to make a difference, circularity and different types of decisions should be possible. So that also means like not having linear budgets, but having that in parallel or in combination of, for example, budget conversations. If we want to increase use time, it really also involves that investment in behavior change research, in campaigns, if it's local or if it's more global. And that's, I think, what's really necessary. And I do agree with what we've learned before, that having huge campaigns does not always do the trick, but in some cases it doesn't. It does. So it's also a shared obligation from governments, who can facilitate those type of campaigns, from businesses, from NGOs. I really think we have to join forces here. That's also why, for example, REP is investing heavily in behavior change. We even have a whole department and a service that offers this type of support to not only businesses, but to everyone who is in need of that, based on the experience we've had so far. And that also should lead to a focus on use instead of buy. We heard today that that's only a niche still, and I can completely relate to that, but I think it's up to all of us to move more into those type of spaces also as citizens. And I think, if I may wrap this up with 4 parts that each plan should have, there should be plan for scale. As shared, smaller things are always a good starting point, but without scale, we don't get anywhere. So scale is absolutely critical, and it also involves collaboration between businesses, organizations, and all of us here in the room. The products or the materials that we should recycle, reuse, or do something else with should have a specific value. I always hate the word residual. I never know how to pronounce it, but at least the starting point of it should be that there's enough value in a material that it makes sense and that it's feasible to reuse. We should also have enough data to make sure that we have the right information in the data to understand what we do with it, what type of volumes we're talking about, and to really make this tangible and change this into action. And for that, we need technology too. Many businesses are still working with Excel sheets for tracking either materials or data, and I think that's really intrinsic for changing at scale, is that we also involve tech in the solutions. And so, yeah, I think that plan allows for change at scale.
You mentioned that RAP works in many sectors, food, textile, plastics. Which of these sectors do you think offers the fastest opportunities for decoupling?
I think every industry has their own opportunities. I don't want to deep dive in yet another exploration before giving the, well, I don't want to like take the floor too much, but yeah, I think there's a lot of opportunity to related to food waste. We have a very active and focused program, International Food Waste Coalition, it's called, focusing specifically on food waste reduction in hotels and Sodexo type of companies. And I think there's such a world to gain with small adaptations and with measurement in the first place. Knowing what you do and becoming aware of that as an organization and then making your customers aware and enabling them to change is really leading to significant impact and in some cases even sort of reductions of 50% or more. So that's really quite incredible. And I think in, for example, textiles or the outdoor community, there are other opportunities like, for example, how cool is it to rent your skiing gear if you go on skiing holiday. So I'm happy to talk more about this, but these are the ones that pop up quite quickly.
Can you just comment also how important is the consumer behavior compared to the technological change in making these solutions successful?
Yeah, it's absolutely critical because without consumer or citizens moving, we cannot change it. We cannot make the change. Of course, you can choose in certain sectors to replace materials because you're a believer, but if you cannot sell your services or products to the consumer, or if you cannot rely on the consumer or citizen to, for example, hand back their used products, or if you don't have the systems in place to enable that, it will get stuck. So all these actors in the chain should be actively involved.
You already mentioned the initiative, the food initiative, right? Do you have any other initiatives that you could share on RAP that's successful in spreading successfully beyond the UK and has international impact, maybe?
Yes, I think there's a lot of things happening, and I think what's expanding globally is the focus on durability. There's huge appetite, for example, on durability efforts in textiles, because everybody sees this as an opportunity. And I think EPR also provides that opportunity to actually add value on top of what everyone will have to do with a focus on EPR anyway. And if you can take that to the next level, there hopefully will be also an incentive to do so through eco-modulation. If you are willing to move faster, it will be fantastic if you are incentivized or awarded for being progressive. And I think that's really the way to go. So that's how I see it. And if I look at that recent research, you can really see like rental, for example, is one of those models that work in all different types of sectors. And the same goes for pay-per-service. Like look at Netflix, or in the Netherlands you have swap feeds, swap bike, that you just pay for the use of your electric or normal bike. And if it's broken, they fix it. And that's sort of how you continue to use it. But I think if I look at our focus in Europe, for example, the main focus is on food. And that's very much on that waste reduction and several other topics. But I think the other really good one to mention is that our focus on textiles is purely moving to durability solutions and indeed that support with EPR. Because I think, first of all, everybody needs to understand what it means and how to move forward.
Thank you. Frick, the Netherlands has been systematically monitoring progress since 2015 through the Integral Circular Economy report. What key insights from the long-term monitoring process could be valuable for the countries and the cities across Europe?
Oh, that's a nice story. I gladly bring you back a little bit in time. And I start somewhere in 2016. By the way, that was the moment that we had the Netherlands Circular Hotspot. So the first event that eventually led to the Circular Hotspot in Slovenia. In 2016, it was 1 year after the Circular Economy Action Plan of Europe. And at that time in the Netherlands, there were lots of impatient young entrepreneurs who were fed up with the linear economy, business as usual. At the same time, we had very much forward-looking multinationals who said, well, I have to do my R&D, that's 2 years' time, then I have to do permitting, that's 2 years' time, then I build the plant, that's 2 years' time, and then my plant has to be in operation for 30 years. And they already saw it coming that in 20 years from now, there will be a different carbon price, and that they had to act. And if they didn't do it, there would not be a market, because there's no future, no planet, there's no market. So in that context, the Dutch government had pressure from Europe, Circular Economy Action Plan had to be implemented, and they saw bottom-up and top-down, small companies, big companies, they saw momentum. And then they said, why don't we embrace this as government? Why don't we have a bold idea to declare that the Netherlands will be fully circular in 2050, and in 2030 we'll be halfway in the material use. So that was a bold plan, it was a moonshot, a crazy idea. Will we get there? No, but it's so inspirational that we'll get close, because people like to believe in it. It's a man on the moon project. Now, how did he do that? Because an ambition alone doesn't work. So we had 5 priority agendas, because if you have priority agendas, then industry can follow. Construction, agri-food and biomass, plastics, manufacturing, and consumer goods. Why these sectors? That's probably 80% of the place where you can have an impact. If you look at construction, it's probably 50% of material use. If you look on agro-food, it's a huge climate impact, 25% probably. So these sectors were chosen deliberately. There was an economic potential to make a change, a sustainability potential, but also something very important, transition readiness. So there was momentum in the market to move, just like after the Volkswagen emission scandal. And when the industry feels it has to move, you can act. But just having a moonshot and 5 priority sectors is not enough. You also have to tweak the system, because we're still on this damn linear system. So they said, we will work with regulation. We changed the regulation. But also we use the carrot and the stick. So you reward some initiatives and you punish some others. But we also have to think of how you and I, how we separate our waste. And if we buy a product, or we maybe choose the rental option. So it's also the behavior aspect was definitely something which we had in mind. We also had incentives for new innovations, because a circular economy, it needs new solutions, maybe very Dutch circular windmills or chemical recycling, things that can scale. So there was a huge action plan for that. And luckily for us, they also said the Netherlands cannot do this alone. Because if we make a perfect circular island of the Netherlands and the rest of the world goes down the drain, we're doomed. Yesterday I heard we will be 1.9 meters below the seawater level. So very, very, very promising. So that was this was a period that was still 2023. It was working with frontrunners, inspirational, proving it can be done, creating enthusiasm. With the first movers, we're taking action. Now 2023, 2030, we said, okay, we know it can be done, and if we just work with frontrunners, that's not enough. Because politics are a little bit changing and people lean back a little bit. So now it's a phase that we are more enforcing, more standard setting, pricing, bans. Another thing we noticed that we had to be more specific. So we learned that you cannot just talk about plastics has to become circular, because plastic is everywhere, in automotives, in buildings, in packaging. So you have to be very specific. So the Dutch said, let's make product market groups. And for each product market group, we see also what's the carbon impact, and we can make very specific targets. Because it's like EPR, you have to follow a specific value chain that you can tweak and that you can line them up. So basically, this new phase where we are, it's more enforcing, it's far more specific, and that makes it also more manageable. At the same time, they said again, it's not only product market groups, we also have to think of what's transversal to all these product market groups. And then you're talking about producer responsibility, you're talking about public procurement, how to set the indicators, how to set targets. Those are all behavior, leadership, more softer aspects, education, all important aspects to make this transition. Because in the end, you want to consume less, you want to use more circular or bio-based input, you want to keep resources in the loop as long as possible, and you want to close the loop. So all these things need to happen, and for that you need to basically turn the wheel everywhere along the whole value chain. The same thing we realized that circular economy, if you want to do it well, it falls under at least 7 ministries. Now, if you look circular economy, it's linked to, let's say, nature, biodiversity, it's the Ministry of Agriculture. It's linked to international trade, it's the Ministry of Foreign Trade. It's linked to environment, obviously. So you can tick all the boxes, so you need all ministries working together. And we have one coordinating ministry, that's the ministry, in our case, our Ministry of the Environment, or Ministry of Infrastructure and Water Management that we have in the Netherlands. Now, what worked well? If I look a little bit back, I think we really managed to get circular innovation going. What also worked well, that we are very collaborative. So we know how to find each other. The government knows that they can't do it alone, because in the end it's industry which show guts, they invest and they change the business models, and that's the real scaling up of a circular economy. We need the insights of knowledge institutes, the facts and figures, the valorization, but you also need the consumer, because we as consumers, we buy the product of industry, but also we vote for the politicians that make regulations. So you need to address both people. So our government has been very instrumental in bringing stakeholders together. And typically in the Netherlands that works fine, because we are basically forced since the Middle Ages to work together to keep our feet dry. The 1.9 meter, remember? So what didn't work well is that we're very good in starting things up, but scaling it up is still quite difficult. It's more a problem for Europe as a whole. So scaling up, I think that's the question we still have. We also see that recycling is increasing, circularity is increasing, but if we are consuming more and more, then it will not matter. We will not make a circular impact. And so whereas if you look at labor productivity has increased a lot, but the material intensity basically is pretty stable or very marginal, let's say, improvement. So if you add these two up with consumption going up, basically we're not making progress. So we have to do more. And when we do more, that's probably more an item for follow-up questions. But we are happy with what we got in motion. And I say, regardless what politicians we now have in the Netherlands, the bottom-up movement is there. Companies know that there is no other solution, that if you look at the European regulation in place to 2050, circular economy is a regulatory reality. If you believe it or not, it will be a reality, and you can better anticipate and be a first mover, because then you have the biggest market opportunities. So the way the Dutch are very pragmatic, and it's also this mentality which I think is cultivated by the Dutch. It's learning by doing, learn fast, fail fast, because you never lose. You either win, you're successful, or you learn. And then your next phase, you will be successful. So this pragmatism of the Dutch is also something which we cultivated and worked well. And I think we see circular economy, as not as something obligatory, but something which can be an opportunity. And that's something I would, let's say, advise to Slovenia. Look for this collaboration, see it as an opportunity, and grab your opportunities.
Maybe based on your experience, what kinds of measures move the needle faster? Is that regulation, financial support, or voluntary business actions?
I think it's if you want to change the system, you have to have actions along the whole value chain. It's not you can say we only do this, because it's like a barbapapa. You push here and something else goes out on the other side. Earlier in the conference, we saw this so-called X-curve. Circular economy is on one side building up some things, so on the other side you have to build down the linear economy elements that you don't want. We will never be circular if we still have subsidies for fossil fuels, which is more than the total healthcare costs in the world. So you also need to work with the linear industry, that you take some things out, you price them, and you give them time to adjust their business model next to this building up. And this will go in shocks and phases. So COVID, in a way, was an opportunity. If you look at the energy transition, the Ukraine-Russia war is an opportunity. And we can expect that critical raw material access will be the next major, let's say, change maker. So you need actions everywhere. What I like is that this collaborative aspect and this mentality, I think, is very important without pointing to specific actions. So government is walking the talk, so they do procurement. The army uniforms are circular. The offices of the ministries are circular, so those things help a lot. The dialogues between public and private and knowledge institutes is quite good. So alone you go fast, but together you go far. I think we need to go far. That's very good. But what in the end, and I think we are, let's say, big pals in this debate, we have to take businesses along, because if we can't take business along, we can never make this change. So we have to help businesses to make the change, and I would say especially SMEs. If you look at the economy of Europe, the majority of our business is small, mid-sized enterprises, and they're also the majority of our climate impact. And if we can help them to make the change, I think we are on a good track.
Maybe one more question. If you had to highlight one Dutch example of decoupling that other countries could copy tomorrow, which one would you choose? Do you have?
Well, I think for us it's the fact that we consistently try to check all the boxes. I think in all the aspects that we have, we could do more, but the things on my wish list is probably another question. But what we do well is, I think that we are on this trajectory of circular economy and we stay on track. So it's in a way consistency, continuity, and it goes incredibly slow, but we also work on harmonization of different regulations. And that means that the companies know that I'm on this way and we will stay in this way. So for me, it's safe to invest in it. And if you have thousands of different regulations and we go to a harmonization, that gives also certainty that it's safe to, let's say, to adopt them. I would keep it with that for now.
Okay, maybe we give an opportunity from someone from the audience with a question. Yes, please. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Visna Lautijar, also from Holland Circular Hotspot. So this topic is about decoupling, the decoupling of the GDP from resource use, and with that connected environmental impacts. One thing, so when we talk about the circular economy, there are many solutions, but not so far from this topic is also the impact that we have with our agriculture. Because right now we really grow a lot of grain for feedstock and not for human consumption. And we know that biodiversity loss is majorly caused by our activities with our natural ecosystem. So you have a natural environment, you cut down the trees and you grow soya. Now in America, 97% of soybeans is used for feedstock, just for animals, yeah, instead of for human consumption. So changing the diet would really help to restore the natural areas. And the solution for livestock, for example, could be using the materials, organic materials that are normally discarded. So we can eat the corn, but we can use the rest of this corn, let's say stems, for animal feed. Yeah, Holland Circular Hotspot works very tightly with a company, Dutch company named Downy. What they do is they valorize agricultural waste for feed. For example, brewers spend grain. That means you have the beer and animals are fed. So very simple solution. Yeah, in a way. So this is one topic that normally we don't talk about when we talk about circular economy, but it's very related.
That's a good point. Thank you for your comment. Do you want to add something, maybe?
Yeah, if I may just kick it off, I think you probably have some more to add. For us, this is definitely also something we're looking into. It can be very simple things like considering the use of byproducts, for example, as you mentioned. Also, in one of our recent studies, we saw that, for example, McDonald's in the UK, they reuse their cooking oil and they use it to fuel their cars, basically. And I think these are the types of smart things we also have to look into. And if you look at sort of the consumption approach overall, or the way we eat, I think it's very worth reassessing, because we really don't only want to focus on food waste. We want to change that whole system. So that prevention part is absolutely critical if we want to address this. So this definitely invites for solutions that you mentioned, but also indeed just very hands-on practical ideas on how to address it. And it also saves money. So it's not only like addressing a key and big issue, but it's also an efficiency aspect that I think is totally worthwhile. And to add to that, the relevance and the importance of those type of things and considerations is also the level of conversation you should, for example, have with the board or with the supervisory boards of businesses. They are not really included in the conversation so far, but I think it's absolutely incremental to influence their decision-making processes by showing the combination that we all already are very well aware of that efficiency, money saving, and solving an issue type of element, but also to show them that it's all about the continuation of your raison d'être, your business surviving. And I think that's not resonating enough, but this is just one of the examples that should resonate, and that's another, I think, role we all share, is to get that across and to show that that's also part of any sustainable business for the future, and actually for now.
I like it that Vesna makes this discussion very specific with the example of the agri-food sector, because you can go from food to feed to materials, chemicals, fertilizer, or energy. It's like a cascading mechanism. But it's not linked to food and biomass. If you would go to manufacturing, lots of manufacturing equipment is very material intensive. Let's stick to, I'm Dutch, of course. Hey, you are also Dutch. So you get a Dutch example. If you have milking robots, very Dutch example, from Lely. They're milking robots, they're made for 15 years. What Lely does is basically say, hey, this is lots of our capitals in this milking robots. They can remanufacture them and give them another 8 years of lifespan. So basically they create more value with the same amount of materials. So those are very good examples. The medical scanners from Philips Healthcare is another example. Very costly materials, very large amount of critical raw materials in them. After, let's say, I don't know the exact lifespan, the software is outdated, maybe 2 or 3 components are not working anymore, but you can refurbish them, give them a software update, and you can use them as new in, let's say, for maybe half the price. In the built environment is extremely material and also energy intensive. We use lots of concrete and lots of cement. Cement alone is 7% of greenhouse gas emissions. But by breaking down concrete into the different fractions, the cement fractions, the gravel fractions, the sand fractions, and reusing the cement, you can reuse half of them and prevent new cement, which is very energy intensive. So in every sector, in every part of the world, you have business examples from the beginning of the value chain to the end, different business models. And that should make us very hopeful that we can make this change in every sector, and we can do it today. In Vietnam, in Slovenia, in the Netherlands, in Taiwan.
Thank you so much. I would be very grateful if there is any other questions, because our time...
My name is Urška Zupanis. I come from the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Innovation of Slovenia. And 2 years ago, I followed this big conference in Brussels, Beyond Growth. I don't know if you also followed it. And one thing that I remember from there is that I think one of the academics said that research shows that, you know, decoupling resource use from growth is actually not possible. So I would like your comment on that.
Freek, will you start?
Yeah, you go first. if you look at the business models which we have, the example that Vesna gave, with if you only use 30% of the plant, where you can use the whole plant, I think that's a pretty sensitive thing. Lifetime extension, I think there's a pretty sensitive, sensible idea to do. A product as a service, which is designed also for long. I think there's so many business models which show that you can do a lot. Completely decoupling? No, of course not. But you can do a lot more than we're doing today. And probably we can do it in a way that we can stay within the 1.5 Celsius target. And so, and there I believe that we can do a lot. And since you're from also the Ministry of Education, I want to stress, because we're sharing best practices also for the Netherlands, I have a daughter who's now 20 years old. She had waste management lesson in the primary school, circular economy lesson in secondary school. And there is no university in the Netherlands that doesn't have a circular economy program. And those are the leaders for tomorrow. They are the consumers of tomorrow. They don't know better. So education is, I think, the way to address a future generation who finds it normal that they don't own a car and that most of them will be vegetarian. So I think that's a no-regret scenario for every country.
I don't own a car. Actually, I completely agree with you, and I think it's also maybe the way we look at it, because growth can also mean growing a way more circular approach, like the example of Vinted, which is now one of the biggest retailers in France, for example. That's good news. It still means that a lot of people can keep on buying than second-hand products. So that's growth in a different way. So I think that is the invitation to all of us to also really critically look at how far can we go, what are the limitations, also for these circular business models. And I think that has not been done yet in that way, but it's very interesting to actually take that into account as well if we talk about growth. So no answer, but a consideration.
Now maybe to be the devil's attorney, degrowth is not really popular. Talking about consuming less, consumption is the elephant in the room. In Brussels, everywhere. We don't talk about that because it's political suicide. But if you want to, but we have to address that. And education is one aspect, but for instance also taxation. If there would be no VAT on repaired or reused materials, that of course would help tremendously. But it's a difficult topic. Europe is not responsible, only indirectly for tax, so countries have to do it alone, and nobody wants to be the one who pushes companies out, because then they go to the neighboring country. So it's a slow process, but I think we have to work on tax that we make labor cheaper, and that we increase the price of the materials which are scarce or environmentally very, let's say, polluting. So those are instruments which I think we have probably not talked enough about here, but also somewhere else. But
thank you, Urška, for the question. I saw two other hands up, the gentleman and the lady behind.
Thank you very much. My name is Vesa. I'm not so sure that I'm a gentleman. I want to ask a bit, I'm a lawyer, maybe the only one here. It's difficult for me to understand how the Netherlands would want to be 100% circular or, recirculating everything. You don't grow bananas or coffee, talking about food. I mean, and the Hollands is one of the founding members of the European Union. So goods, all kinds of goods, come and go across the Dutch border. You have some of the biggest import-export harbors in Holland. So you are the hub of trade. You cannot separate, possibly, legally, in any way, your economy with the best statistics in the world from the economies of all other European Union countries. So this is in my mind, a very, very theoretical proposition. it will never be implementable unless the European Union breaks down.
And you're completely right.
Or you move your country to Indonesia, which you did, where they grow coffee and bananas and pineapples and whatever. Thank you.
Quick reaction. I'm sure that Sophie will add on from a RAP International perspective. No, it's an aspirational goal. We will never be 100% fully circular. That's true. The halving materials use in 2030 is absolutely insane. So you're already here in the ministry that they are tweaking that statement. We will halve the impact of the materials. So that's already different, that it's a little bit more feasible, but it's very difficult to put the right indicators to it. If you look at the actions, the indicators are PBL office uses in the Netherlands to monitor a circular economy, are consumer-based, let's say, indicators. So they take into account, let's say, the full value chain, so that is good. But basically, the most of the actions for circular economy are domestic actions. Recycling in the Netherlands, circular actions in the value chain. We do not tackle the impact of the bananas in Costa Rica or the coffee in Indonesia. So how to deal with international value chains? I think not only for the Netherlands, that's for the whole world who is trading an impact. So this internationalization of flows, especially the complexity that flows start in different, a car has 10,000 components, probably going 6 layers deep into the value chain, and they go over and over the continents. Monitoring those flows and measuring the impact, that's a damn difficult aspect. So I think we can make great progress. The Netherlands will not be 100% circular, for sure, but we can go really far. And I think we need to go very far in the direction of being more let's say, sufficient and resource resilience. And maybe instead of longer value chains, we will have shorter value chains from volume to value mechanisms, more inclusive local circus in the region, maybe more in Europe, than very long value chains. But having said that, soy does grow better in, let's say, around the tropics than in the Netherlands. So for some flows, we will always be dependent on other countries.
Sophie, do you want to add something?
A very short addition. I think that's why it's so key to work internationally, indeed, as you already started to stipulate, because it's not like this work doesn't stop at the border. And yeah, you cannot do it 100% right. That goes for the whole effort in general, also for sustainability. 100% of something right is just not possible, but getting full insight and coming up with global solutions, in addition, is the only way forward. And that's also why you cannot do without international coalitions, collaborations, commitments that are beyond Europe as well. So it's definitely an invitation to all of us to also exchange. Your neighbor was calling that out as well, that some of the businesses are not moving or not willing to step into, or not sharing enough, or not getting enough information. I think a lot has already been invented or done somewhere. Now it's also really a case of connecting the dots, being open to sharing, being open to, for example, open up your supply chain to really understand where things are coming from and what's happening. Well, with the banana, we know what's at least happening with it as it ends up in yourself for the biggest chunk. But then what happens? Also with clothes, like what happens if a garment ends up in Ghana? What do we do then? And I think that's also like that scope of ownership should be really taken into account, because it doesn't stop at what you can see and also not at the border. So it's an ongoing invitation, I think, that you're flagging.
That's what points out something. Can I?
Shortly, because we have to finish.
We have one more question as well,
yes,
right?
Yes, of course, we have one more question, but you please, what do you have to add?
No, we're now talking about the international dimension, and yes, we need this international, but it takes time. COP21 was 21 years for an imperfect climate deal. European regulation can take 5 years, national regulation between 1 and 2 years. But never underestimate what you can do at the local and regional level. That's the place of action where you can make the difference. Short cycles, collaborations. So here in Ljubljana or in Maribor, we can make a change and really have lots of impact locally. So while we're working on this sustainable textile value chains, we can already start action here today.
Yes, and then it's super important that the outcomes are shared, as was raised. So it's really key that you are here, that you can facilitate that.
Thank you. Well, we have one last question with short answers.
Yes, hello everyone. I'm Rachel Greer from Circular Flow, and I have a two-part question, but it can be short for both parts. The first one is you've clearly stated we won't make it by 2050 to be fully circular in the Netherlands, and I'm wondering, there are lots of big companies who have set very public targets which they haven't been able to achieve, for example, SPTs or other very public things, and they're receiving a lot of backlash from everyone about this in the media, in the public. And so the question is, do you see that happening also, or to be happening on a country level? It's helped a lot in terms of making progress and setting ambitions, but could it backfire in the end if we're in 2050? And the second part of the question is there a way we might redefine or just define in a different way what fully circular means? Because I come from a transition management background, so I'm also thinking in the X-curve terms, and maybe we won't get to a point where we have zero waste at all or zero extraction from the earth, but might we by 2050 be able to make this systemic change to a new economic, let's call it an economic default system, still with some linearity in it, but then the regime is circular economy?
Thank you for a question. Maybe, Sophie, we can start with you, and this is also our last question, and you can also put inside your last wrapping thoughts.
Yeah, that's well, it's many things at once. I think what it boils down to for me is I love big, bold commitments, because I think it's forces the one who makes the commitment to move forward, to take ownership and accountability. I'm a big believer in that. And also in transparency and openness. So sharing your progress, having comparable ways to measure, so comparable methodologies, for example, for measuring GHG emission reductions in Scope 3, which is quite important and also very difficult. I think that makes a world of difference, but also in incentivizing system, what we just discussed, like eco-modulation, for example, where you also reward it. If you accelerate your efforts, that's absolutely incremental to make this work and to get close to or to achieve the commitments that are currently made. But I think if you're serious about it, you should totally go for big, bold commitments and for achieving them.
You were referring to some large companies. I think that some of the larger companies are probably more powerful and impactful than nations. And I think we should also work with these companies because where in some parts of the world, maybe even some parts of Europe, not all, let's say, countries are very effective from the political system. But these companies, they can line up their value chain and can take action. And if we don't solve it, there is no future market, so there's no future business. So, and I think most of the serious companies realize that. So work with these companies to line up their value chain, but at the same time, for the government, don't lean back and believe them on their words. Let's say, prevent that it becomes greenwashing. When you know it can be done, make it the standard, what the Dutch are also doing, that the rest will have to follow. So work with these front runners, also the big companies, because they can lead the way, can maybe invest where the government cannot do it, they can line up the value chain, and we should use that momentum as well, especially in regions where the government is maybe less powerful.
Thank you very much. Maybe just a final thought to wrap everything up. Sophie, maybe you...
No, I think it was a pleasure to be with all of you because there's so much expertise here and there's frustration as well, but also very much a willingness to collaborate and to exchange. And I think it was a great call out in one of the previous sessions that it's fantastic if we can keep on sharing best practices, but also things we stumble upon or learnings or challenges that we've had. So thanks for that. And well, as rep, but also personally, I'm really happy to continue doing this and to also be transparent indeed in this journey, because we need each other. So thanks.
From my side, I think that the circular journey is a very inspiring one. And today is the first day of the rest of your life. So make it a circular life. So thank you.
And I thank both of you and all of you for your valuable insights. I hope today's discussion has given you new ideas and inspirations. And I wish you everyone a nice afternoon.
Thank you.
Yes, so thank you for joining us, everybody. I think this is more or less everybody. I think we can slowly close the door, because I just wanted to tell you more about this fantastic building we're in. It's really, well, it's an industrial heritage we have here in the city. It used to be a bicycle factory in a place of Ljubljana which was not very central hundreds of years ago. But today, Center Rok is one of the major creative hubs in the city, which is a good example of circular economy, recycling. It's really a very creative place for design, fashion, and we will learn a bit more in a short video first, and then I would like to present to you the director, the lady who's behind the building as well, and she will share some more stories, how it's like to work over here, who are the people joining, and so on. So Lily, if we are ready, our management over there, our producing management, can we see the video? Let's do it. This is Center Rok, who is now having us for has been having us for the last 2 days. And please welcome the director. She loves visitors over here, Renata Zamida. So good to have you. You love visitors, and we see you really take them around personally.
Yes, I do a lot of guided tours in this house, maybe because I was the first one to do them already when this was a construction site. So we took people for guided tours even when the building was not finished yet. And I think that was a very important message to everyone, not only to the neighbors, but also to other inhabitants of Ljubljana about what the content is going to be. Because this is the first makerspace we have in Slovenia. So the concept was not as known as maybe somewhere abroad, where this is already part of the tradition. And this was important as well.
And if we talk about circular economy in Slovenia, this is really, I think, the biggest example we can say, literally the biggest example.
Yeah, I think we can be really proud in Slovenia that we are, we have this tradition that we don't tear buildings down, we renovate them. So this is the first principle, I think, of circularity as well. This building was built in the early 1900s, so it is really very old, and this is the oldest part we're in actually now. And it was a factory for more than 100 years. It was actually a leather factory at first, and it was built in the time when industrialization started to thrive, so in the time when production lines were produced, so that's why the building is a long, narrow tunnel, 130 meters long, and in this oldest part, only 10 meters wide, because the production lines went here and here. And it's only windows, because it was the time when electricity was still scarce, so they had to use as much daylight as they could, and that's why the building is also very light
for today.
today.
It's great
Absolutely.
for today, having huge windows. So how is it like to work over here in terms of electricity, water, waste?
Yeah, so it's quite expensive in terms of water and electricity, so it takes a lot of electricity to keep the place cool and to keep it warm in the winter. Luckily, we do have some solar panels on our rooftop, so we do make some of the electricity by ourselves, but it's only around 17 to 19% of all the electricity we need here. Also, the machinery in the labs, you have seen our labs and the machinery there. The machines are quite hungry for electricity, but we kind of try to balance this out with some other things, like our beautiful edible park. So the park has the concept that everything that grows is edible. We have fruit trees, we have walnuts, chestnuts, and we have a very nice community garden. And also one of the decisions was, and thank you to the city of Ljubljana, that this is not it's not a public park like all other parks in the city. It belongs to our building, so we made it public to everyone, but we have to take care of it ourselves. And we couldn't imagine how much effort this is and how much time this takes on. So I'm very happy that we have a volunteering program, actually. So we have 20 to 25 people coming once a month, helping us maintaining the park. And we also have a gardening course that's super popular. So we have a waiting list for the gardening course. And this is also something quite new in the neighborhood, to have such an open community garden. So especially in the first spring and summer, a lot of veggies disappeared. But now, after 2.5 years, people learned that it's, nice to plant something before you collect something.
Yeah, and it's a lot of work.
It's also great, I'm sorry, but it's also great. You have seen we have 2 restaurants. We have a vegan bistro and a restaurant. So this is really short supply ways for veggies and also herbs and stuff like that. So they pick stuff up for the restaurants mostly here.
And in Ljubljana, nature is just around the corner wherever you go. We even have vegetable gardens ourselves. So we have one part of Ljubljana which really provides a lot of salad and cabbage, and you can really buy vegetables that grow in Ljubljana on the market. And now everybody's producing as much as we can on ourselves. So even here in this place, it's amazing, and that you have things for the restaurant and the cafe. It's just like really good news. And Renata, it's actually you have designers, creative people. What are now the most products, circular products, the most popular now or thought after here?
I think there's a lot happening in fashion. I think we can all observe this, that sustainability and the fashion industry, that's something that we all talk about a lot now, and I think our textile lab manager would support me in that. And we also see, which is a very nice development, that maybe in the beginning when we opened, people came to a lot of courses and workshops where they made a new gown, a shirt, a dress, and so on. But now we have many individual users coming to upcycle their older clothes to give them, you know, a new freshness with new colors or with prints or with refurbishing them in other way. And I think that's also the future of how fashion will develop, you know, that we will go back to small collections, to capsule collections, to, you know, with not a lot of supply and so on.
And the good thing is, it's really for all generations. You really see young people, like everybody is like really here.
Yeah. We're really happy about it. Yeah, definitely. Because, you know, our main purpose, our main mission statement is to facilitate design, like fashion design, industrial design, product design, architecture, engineering, developing new products. So that's why we also facilitate professional designers who have studios here. But we didn't want to be a codified design center, you know, where only architects dressed in black come in. So we tried to really open the building up. I think we did a good job, especially in bringing in a public library. That's wonderful, because through the library we could also explain to people how the makerspace works. You know, I think the library is the most democratic institutions we as humankind came up with. Anyone is welcome in the library, no matter the age, background, education, and so on. You can borrow any book you want. Is it romance or high philosophy? No one will tell you, oh, this book is not for you. And it's the same in the makerspace. So if the neighbor wants to come and carve hearts into stones, she's as welcome as our professional designer from the second floor who prototypes his new designer chair down in the wood lab. So that's really, really important. And also the vertical open space we have. So this appendix that was built now with the renovation, which is totally transparent, as you probably have noticed, vertically and horizontally. The idea of the architects was that if you stand outside in the park, you can see through the new appendix the old facade of the old building. A minus maybe is that all girls wear pants here. But that aside, it's really great to have all these drop-in corners in all floors. So we have a lot of students, youngsters coming, learning here, spending time here. And it's really beautiful to see that audience mixes. So we have families with very small children, we have students, we have elderly people. So I think we can tap ourselves on the shoulder.
Yeah, you really love dogs and babies as well. Very, very welcomed. A lot of people who are not into recycling and all these topics do visit the place. It's actually one of the best places now in Ljubljana to talk about circular economy and to learn about it.
And to do. Actually. I think all our labs are perfect showcases of, you know, how much time and effort it takes to make something with your own hands. And we are really putting also ourselves a lot of effort in it, that we also use up all the waste we make. For instance, in the wood lab, as you can imagine, we create tons of sawdust. But we use all of this sawdust in-house. Most of it is used in the biolab, so we do biocomposites from the sawdust, we do packaging materials and so on. And part of it we give to the association that takes care of birds because they make owl nests out of this sawdust. And so on. In every lab I could tell a story about how we try to use also the rests and what this means.
Thank you so much. Thank you for being with us
Thank
today,
you.
because I know you're a very, very busy lady, as you can imagine, with such a space. But really, I appreciate it.
Thank
you
you.
have
Thank
time
you for your
us.
attention
Thank
and
you.
enjoy.
Thank you. Oh, and since I have the microphone, I remembered we are still missing a couple of headsets. So before we leave, that we just return them, because the ladies were looking for some headsets. And we found a ring in the ladies' toilets. It's a beautiful golden ring. It fits on my finger, but I think it's, it belongs. So we will leave it at the reception. If so, yeah, it's yours. I would definitely give it back as soon as possible, because you know how it is. We forget. I put it on my finger not to lose it again. So really, really happy that we found the owner. And with that, we complete the program about learning and getting to know each other better, all the important topics we had to share. And now it's just the passing of the flag. So do allow me to invite a few people to the stage, because Ljubljana is hosting this year, but of course it's an event we have to think about the future, and we've spoken about the future a lot today. So I would like to invite to the stage Nives Nared from the Ministry of Environment here in Slovenia, Marta Irene from Hungary. Marta, Hungary will be hosting next year. Frick van Eyck from the Holland Circular Hotspot. And we will have a special greeting via link on the video wall a bit later on. Niels, the microphone is yours. I'm here if you need some regulation in traffic.
Okay, dear guests, it's been a long day, I think, with a rich program. Thank you that you are still with us. But this is the moment when we as organizers, together with the Ministry of Economy and the Center for Circular Economy, with the Chamber of Commerce, would like to thank, in the name of Slovenia, for this opportunity to organize this conference that was given to us by the network of circular hotspots. It's been really an honor, and I hope you did get new opportunities, that you have learned something new, that you have gained maybe new contacts, new friends, new colleagues. Really very grateful for this opportunity, and this is as well the moment when we would like to wish all the best for the second, for the conference that will be organized next year by the Hungarians. So at this moment I hand over to Marta, who will welcome you next year.
Thank you so much. And maybe we can move a bit, because we have a slide behind me. So first of all, I would like to express my congratulations to you and to all the team who organized this event. And I have not heard that, was it ever mentioned that more than 400 registered guests, this conference had 425, if I remember well. So that's really amazing. And we could meet today guest speakers from all around Europe. So that was really amazing. And what is going to happen next year? So now we know that what is the somehow the standard. So we would like to have at least as high standard as it was. And you can see behind me that we have already defined the date. So it's going to be between 5th and 7th of October. And if you just scan the QR code, you can already pre-register to our conference, and then we will keep you posted on the development, on the venues, on the speakers, and so on. And just very shortly mention that who is the organizer. These are two organizations. One is the Business Council for Sustainable Development in Hungary. I'm the manager of this organization. We have 155 business members. It means also that for the next year, it will be very much business focused. And on the other hand, we have established the Circular Economy Platform in 2018, and I would like to ask my colleague Yvette Tokács, who is just come on the stage, and I would like to show her because it's going to be very much on her shoulder as well. So, and yeah. And what about the program? So the venues, Budapest is a really beautiful city, so it's itself worth a visit. But the venues will be very carefully selected. We are on the short list. There are buildings that are either newly built in on a sustainable building based on the sustainability principles, or an old building what was renovated like this one. And from the content-wise, we will have discussions on this circular design. We could hear today how important is that, and also how to finance the circular transition. That's also very important, but that is not all, but it's just the beginning. At the end of the discussions we are planning. So warmly welcome to the conference next year. And the conference day will be followed by site visits, and we have already gathered around 9 or 15 venues to show you, starting from circular solutions in agriculture and protein production, some innovations on composting, university project about construction materials, how to recycle, reuse them, how to plan them, and all other sectors. And of course there will be also a Budapest walking tour, when we will discover that how circularity can be applied in the life of the city, in collaboration between the local council and the inhabitants. So that's going to be a very colorful program. So you are more than welcome. And thank you so much for selecting us.
But after 2026, we will have 2027. My name is Freek van Eyck, Director of Holland Circular Hotspot, and I'm here with my Slovenian colleague, Vesna Lautisar. Please join me on stage. We're together as the Slovenian Circular Hotspot, and I congratulate the organizer on a wonderful event. More than 425 registrations, wonderful location, great moderation, great support, good content. But how did we get here in Slovenia? Let me bring you on a trip to memory lane. The first circular economy hotspot ever started in 2016 in the Netherlands, very shortly after the Circular Economy Action Plan in Europe. And this event was a great success, and yeah, it couldn't just end there. So there we had a pop-up election, and Luxembourg won. So the next year we continued to Luxembourg. The event traveled on to Scotland. Ian, I don't know if he's still here. And Scotland introduced not only key circular content, but also bagpipes and kilts. And then in Belgium, there were 3 regions presenting the best of circularity they had in their region. And they also introduced Belgium's circular beards to the delight of the participants. And with a small hiccup with COVID, the event went on to Catalonia, and there we had a beautiful city, and we saw how it interacted with the wider regional ecosystem. That year we had an election, and all of a sudden we had interest from 8 African countries, 5 or 6 European countries, from Latin America. And the jury decided at that moment that the Circular Economy Hotspot event had to go global, each with their own dynamics and their own space. And the European edition continued in 2022 in Bottrop, North Rhine-Westphalia. And that was an old industrial mining site. No more mines were all closed. It had to convert itself to one of the most sustainable industrial areas. How very appropriate. The year after, we had an event in Santiago de Chile, in Lagos, Nigeria, a city with 22 million people, and in Dublin, Ireland, where the social dimension and inclusiveness for the first time were put on the agenda. Very important and innovative again. And in 2024, we had no less than 4 hotspot events on 4 continents. Wales carried the European flag proudly. Cape Town organized the 2nd African edition. And in Americas, Guelph in Canada had a session about biomass and food with a lot of science content. And Brazil was the 2nd host in South America. Now, in all this, this internationalization was carried out under our wings of Holland Circular Hotspot. We brought our contacts, we brought our insights to help the future organizations to move along, to allow synergy and global connections. Today, we're in Slovenia for the first of 4 hotspot events in 2025. And that's why it's time for me to give the floor to my Slovenian colleague Vesna to look into the future.
Hello, everyone. I'm a special envoy to Holland Circular Hotspot, and I can say that they have left absolutely amazing legacy of circular hotspots, now spanning globally. The circular hotspot in Slovenia is the first hotspot this year. Now, at the end of September, Circular Hotspot travels to Ethiopia. It will gather around 300 participants from that region. Then the month later, we will be in Taiwan. It will be the first Circular Hotspot organized in Asia-Pacific region. The focus will be on circular governance, but also the circular businesses from 5 different sectors. And in November, the Circular Hotspot will be organized in Mexico, and the focus will be very much on circular economy in a local area. So you are very much welcome to join the Hungarian Circular Hotspot, but you are also very welcome to travel with us, Holland Circular Hotspot, and visit also other events also around the world and see how the change is being made. Now maybe you're also asking yourself, why these circular hotspots? There are few aims, what we try to achieve, or what Holland Circular Hotspot, when it initiated these events in a global scale, what they try to achieve. First is to really provide a visibility of these local initiatives and these local circular businesses that are very often not heard. And now we give them a stage. Second is to really discuss and identify the opportunities, circular economy opportunities, and also shape the steps to improve the circularity. Then thirdly, and very importantly, and we discussed this in so many conversations, like intimate conversations, but also on the stage, is forming partnerships. Initiating and strengthening partnerships between different ministries, governmental bodies, but also public-private initiatives. Creating collaborations, it's so important, maybe one of the most important ingredients of circular economy. Creating collaborations between all the stakeholders, between the nexus, the government, the businesses, the knowledge institutes, the finances. And then having this collaboration in mind, the event aims to really steer or initiate this or mobilize the network, circular economy network, engage the stakeholders to make further steps in the circular agenda. So today we are in Slovenia. Next year we will be in Hungary. And for 2027, you will have to wait a little bit. I will ask first Freek to give a little bit more insights on how these elections are being made.
Thank you, Vesna. So this week we had a jury, and a jury normally comprises of former organizers and already elected organizers of Circular Economy Hotspot, people that know that we're talking about. We had a jury from the Ministry of Slovenia, of the government of Catalonia, of the city of Bottrop and Holland Circular Hotspot, next to the Business Council for Sustainable Development of Hungary. So that was the jury. We, of course, had questions. What will be the quality of the program? Do they have the network? Can they make it happen? Can they finance it? And what will make it unique? Now is the time that you can start to guess. The jury liked the sustainable track record of the organizers, their strong access to business finance and new smart technology. The winning town is the ideal host for the next circular hotspot because it combines strong innovation ecosystem within Central Europe's industrial heartland, making it a gateway for scaling circular solutions across the regions. Let me no longer keep you in suspense. Vesna.
So are you ready? So the winner of the European edition of the Circular Hotspot event goes to Brno, Czechia.
Brno, Czechia. Give them a warm hand. Do we have a video?
Yes, we have a video.
So we will now roll a video of the pitcher that pitched and really convinced us on his abilities on organizing a terrific event. So we're very excited. His name is Tomas Svoboda from Sustainova.
Hi everyone, this is Tomas from Sustainova. Greetings from the Czech Republic. We are super excited to be the partner for the next Circular Economy Hotspot for 2027. Looking forward to see you there.
Thank you, Tomas.
Okay, thank you. And having said that, we would like to wish you all the best wherever you go and wherever you work for, so that this snowball of circularity moves even faster and circles even faster. So wish you all the best, but we hope as well that you come back as tourists to Slovenia so that we see each other again. Thank you.
Hvala lepa, thank you. So we've just passed the flag to 2 cities to host the event in the future, and as we near the end of this day, it's time just for a short reflection because we heard a lot in these 2 days. Data and strategies and stories from textiles to cities, from business models to behavior change. So tomorrow you'll see it with your own eyes on site visits around Slovenia, because circular economy is not just theory, it's practice in our country as well. But before we close, I'd like to invite to the stage our final voices. Tanja Bolter from the Ministry of Environment here in Slovenia. Our guest speaker Erin Bergman from CradleNet. And Daniel Montalvo, who was as well opening this morning with his presentation. Daniel is from the European Environment Agency, and Joan-Marc Simon from Zero Waste Europe. We have 2 microphones and you can share. We learned about sharing a lot as well.
Spoštovane gospodje in gospe, dragi udeleženci. Po 2 dneh intenzivnih razprav, izmenjave znanja, predstavitev najboljših praks in kritičnih pogledov smo prišli do zaključka današnje konference Circular Hotspot Slovenija 2025. Hvala vsem za sodelovanje. Največja vrednost konference pa ni le v posameznih predstavitvah in v izjemnih predstavnikih, posameznikih, temveč tudi v skupni energiji in predvsem v navdihu, ki smo ga ustvarili skupaj. In to je bilo čutiti skozi te 2 dni skupne konference. In v viziji, seveda, v kateri krožno gospodarstvo ni koncept, temveč konkretna, vsakodnevna realnost. Ko smo načrtovali to srečanje, smo želeli ustvariti prostor, kjer bi se srečali različni akteri, oblikovalci politik, gospodarstvo, raziskovalci, nevladne organizacije in lokalne skupnosti. In verjamem, da nam je to tudi uspelo. Izpostavila pa bi 3 ključna sporočila, ki se prepletajo skozi vse razprave. Krožno gospodarstvo je nuja in ne izbira. Podnebne spremembe, izguba virov in energetske krize so jasen signal, da linearni model nima prihodnosti. Drugo ključno sporočilo, videli smo številne, krožnost je priložnost, videli smo številne primere podjetij, lokalnih skupnosti in pa tudi držav, ki že ustvarjajo delovna mesta, inovacije in trajnostno rast skozi krožne modele. In tretje sporočilo, sodelovanje je ključ. Nihče od nas sam ne more doseči preboja. Potrebujemo povezovanje med sektorji, med državami in med različnimi ravni odločanja. Preden pa formalno zaključimo konferenco, sem vesela, da so z mano na odru 3 odlični sogovorniki, ki s svojim delom, znanjem in seveda izkušnjami pomembno prispevajo k globalnemu razvoju krožnega gospodarstva. Please, can you maybe say the information and your work and expertise in the circular economy?
Should I start? Okay. So I was on the stage before and I talked about circular economy and how I run the business network CradleNet, and I also run the circular economy Nordic network, the Nordic Circular Hotspot. Okay. And for me, this has been extremely inspiring. All these events are always fantastic, and you always meet fantastic people that you can collaborate with, and that was the whole purpose of these events, right? So what I will bring back with me to my network is, first of all, a lot of information, and I've taken a lot of pictures of a lot of presentations, especially yours. So I hope you will come and speak at my network, for my network. And I mean, all of you, I hope we can keep in touch and do a lot of business and great projects together, because I think that's what's needed.
Okay, and maybe the second question, the Nordic countries are often considered pioneers in sustainability solutions. And which insights from the conference do you think would be interesting or relevant for members?
Yeah, exactly what I said. But what I also said in my presentation is that the Nordic countries, they are very much looked upon as the front runners, but they're not very good. So I will bring back all the information I have to the country and also my business network members. And I think, I would love to do a lot of Circular Fridays and events about every single presentation here, but I see what I can do.
Okay, thank you very much. The European Agency develops indicators and analysis on the circular economy. In your view, which data most clearly show us if we are on the right track, on the right way?
That's a big question. I would say that we are able to understand the macro aspects of the material flows very well in Europe and elsewhere in the world. But circular economy, I think you said it very well, Vesna, is about small and big changes everywhere in the economy through society. And I think that's the part that we understand to a lesser extent. And that was the story that I was also bringing this morning. Story that has a lot of different data points, very difficult to get. But I think we cannot approach this in a traditional way where we will have legally mandated data flows. So business actors will give us this data 2 years after things happen. We will need to rely on other strategies for that based on technology so that we have data of what happens today rather than what happened a few years back.
Okay, thank you. And maybe the second question. How important are conferences like the Circular Economy Hub for achieving circular economy goals? And was there maybe some information from the conference what surprised you?
Well, I think I learned a lot, as you said as well. I think conferences like these are very important. People need to meet each other, need to learn from each other. And I think this was a good example. It would be really unfair to single out one thing or another, but I will do it. I was in a panel about the involvement of young people, and I think that was quite inspiring. It made me feel a little bit old, I have to say. But what I learned there is that we need to meet people where they are, and particularly the young generation, they speak a different language that we will need to learn. And maybe ChatGPT will not be able to do that for us. Is a language, and it's also a way to communicate. So I learned the importance of all these social media tools that I don't use, like Snapchat, TikTok, YouTube, but also other ways of sharing, like hackathons. I had to look that up. So I think that was quite interesting, and we cannot do this without them. We cannot produce a vision of a future for them without them being involved. It has to be with them. That's what I learned.
Thank you. And maybe the second two questions: how would you please place this conference in the context of zero waste Europe's emissions?
Well, Zero Waste Europe, in a way, is older than the circular economy, and the zero waste activists, we've been actually promoting circular economy before the circular economy existed. But I think we are after the same goals, that is actually like making sure that there's no waste in our society. And by waste, it's not like physical, but also like we should not waste our time, we should not waste our resources, human and physical. At Zero Waste, what we say is that we should make the right thing be easier and cheaper than doing the wrong thing. And I think that's what the circular economy is about, right? Like it should be cheaper and easier to go circular than not going circular. The question, of course, is the how. And I think conferences like this actually like help us inform actually how to change the system, because honestly, like making circular economy be cheaper and easier than the linear economy, it's not going to happen by itself. It's a change that we need to make happen, and I think conferences like this help in this direction.
Thank you. And what do you see as the biggest obstacle in moving from the circular linear to a truly model?
Well, I think that what we've seen today is I think is the progression, but like all the way around. So like what Daniel and Martin said in the morning is actually that circular economy is more than just recycling, that we're going to need to reduce resource use, that we need to like bring the people together, etc. And then once we go into the detail, we actually talking about very detailed stuff that is going back again to recycling, is going back to like stuff that is important, but it's not enough. For me, really the challenge, like the bridge that we need to cross is actually making sense of like circular economy started with recycling, but it cannot really be successful if we go and address consumption and production. So I think that that's a good segue of what we've seen today.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you all. Mrs. Boutet was just wonderfully summarizing everything at the beginning of these 2 days, and of course we're very happy that we brought together different representatives of politics, NGO and civil society, and all very happy that we heard today technologies are not the solutions of the problems we have, and it was nice to talk to real people and listening to real people with real solutions. From my side, just information about tomorrow. So at 8:30, the buses for Hrastnik and Žalec are starting in front of Tivoli parking. At 9 o'clock, the bus for Vrhnika, so the field visits await for you all. And you can still apply at the registration desk downstairs. And now we can just
maybe some
thoughts? Yes, you have some more
maybe,
thoughts?
Yeah, to the end of the conference.
You will be in Slovenian, so I can... Yes, okay. I will summarize.
Thank you. Torej, spoštovani, hvala našim gostom za navdihujoče in jasne poglede. Če povzamem, večkrat smo slišali, da je krožno gospodarstvo tako zaveza kot priložnost. Zaveza, ker nas k temu vodijo tako strokovne analize in projekcije, ter odgovornost do prihodnjih generacij. Priložnost, ki lahko krožnost postane motor konkurenčnosti, inovacij, kakovostnega življenja v Evropi, te ne nazadnje morda celo preživetja. Slovenija bo še naprej dejavna članica Evropske krožne skupnosti, naša naloga pa je, da ukrepimo izvajanje in spremljanje politik, hkrati pa damo prostor inovativnim rešitvam in pogumnim podjetjem. Upam, da vsi, tako kot jaz, danes odhajamo iz te dvorane, ne le z novimi znanji in idejami, temveč tudi z občutkom nujnosti in pa zmogljivosti. Naj bo ta konferenca spodbuda, da bomo vsi, tako država, gospodarstvo, občine, raziskovalci, nevladne organizacije in seveda državljani, prispevali svoj del k tej zgodbi hitro, ker čas seveda ni naš zaveznik, in pa pogumno. Zahvaljujem se vsem organizatorjem, partnerjem in predvsem udeležencem, ki se svojo predanostjo, prisotnostjo in pa idejami so ustvarili to pomembno srečanje. Iskrena zahvala seveda tudi ekipi na ministrstvu, ki je odlično organizirala dogodek. Vaša predanost in pa strokovnost sta pomembno prispevali k uspehu te konference. Hvala. Naj bo Circular Hotspot Slovenija 2025 ne le dogodek, temveč začetek novih sodelovanj in konkretnih korakov k bolj krožni Evropi. Jutri, povsem prijavljeni na obiske dobrih praks, na terenu želim navdihujoče obiske in razprave ter prijetno druženje. Hvala in srečno pot domov.
Hvala lepa. Thank you so much. It was a big thank you to everybody involved in organizing this conference. We should think circular. It's connected with the quality of life, after all. Now it's the new normal. So just in short, and with that we already hear bottles moving and the music of the plates. Dinner is getting ready. It will be served just in the room next door, but you can grab it, go outside, enjoy the beautiful view, the magic light. We talked about big windows, and I hope that you will stay a little bit more here with us, network, and just have a wonderful evening. It was a pleasure talking to real people. Thank you.